And welcome everybody to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host this morning, and for the next several hours, Rachel Stockman, and also editor-in-chief of LawNewz.com. I always put a pitch in for the website. If you like to watch us here in the network, definitely head over to our website where we have all sorts of crime and law stories, including the latest on political legal news and all the crime stories going on around the country. On top of that, here at the LawNewz Network this morning, we also have a very full plate for you. We are going to take you live very soon, in about 25 minutes, to North Carolina, to the Eric Campbell case that's going on in North Carolina. We are about to wrap up that case, and closing arguments are expected today. We also have the sentencing at 2:30 of Dr. Joseph Urich. If you're a LawNewz Network fan, you'll know, and you've been watching us, you'll know he is the doctor that was convicted last week of killing another boater while he was out in the waters in Ohio. We'll have that sentencing when it happens live at 2:30, and we also are expected to have another Ohio case. Joshua Gasper, he's accused of killing a state trooper right after he had gone to a methadone clinic. That case is in jury selection. Also, we're expected openings this afternoon, so it's going to be a very busy day here in the LawNewz Network, and we'll take you live to all of those trials just as soon as they happen. In the meantime, if you're just joining us, I want to recap a little bit of what we saw yesterday in the Eric Campbell case. The defense finished their case up. They had 3 mental health experts talking about how Eric Campbell, who's accused of killing that elderly couple, along with his father, how he suffered from PTSD from all the years, these experts claim, of abuse he suffered under the hands of his father. And this is part of the defense, because the defense claims that Eric was not strong enough, couldn't stand up to his father, and didn't really know what was going on. We heard some of the siblings and family members of Eric Campbell, and they talked about how horribly Eric Campbell was treated by his father and the abuse he underwent. Specifically, I want to hear this morning a little of the testimony from Sherry Barnes, which is Eric Campbell's aunt. This is cross-examination. I'm sorry, we'll go to that next, but first let's go to Nicholas Campbell, who's the brother of Eric Campbell. Let's take a listen to a little bit of what he had to say on the stand yesterday.
Went to a counselor?
No, sir.
Did you ever report to the principal?
No, sir.
And as a matter of fact, the first time that you reported any such abuse was after your brother was arrested and charged with first-degree murder?
Yes.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, your dad loved you very much, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you that. He called himself Daddy, and you called him Daddy, didn't he?
Yes.
And you went and saw him at the jail frequently in the time when he was incarcerated after his arrest for assault and collie. Is that right?
Yes.
And during many of those conversations, you laughed and joked. Is that correct?
No, we try to keep the conversation light.
Okay. And with respect to you've been here all week, right?
This week.
Yes. And with respect to these conversations at the jail, he was frustrated with you because at first he didn't think that you were really working that hard at getting him out, right?
Correct.
Basically, he thought that you had other priorities and not him. Is that right?
Yes.
And that as things kind of started to look like he was going to get out of jail, the conversations got really light from him, didn't they? Did you talk to him the day before Thanksgiving?
I don't recall.
Okay. With respect to were you and your brother holding Holly's cell phone during the time while your dad was in custody?
No.
You and your dad, where was the cell phone?
I do not know.
Now that's not true, is it? Did you and your brother have a cell phone wrapped in a Tupperware container in aluminum foil?
No.
And you never expected your dad to go to court, did you?
I hoped he would.
You hoped he would, but you were a participant in a plan to help him avoid going to court. Is that right?
No.
Did you switch cars with your father?
No.
Did you start driving the Toyota Tundra?
Yes.
And you allowed Eric to drive the Nissan,
Yes.
and Eric drove it to an apartment complex. Didn't he?
Yes.
Where your father met him with a Suburban that had been stolen from the New Waverly School District. Is that right?
Yes.
And you went back afterwards and got the Nissan, didn't you?
Yes.
Because that was the plan all along, wasn't it?
There was no plan.
Well, with respect to the plan, you were part of the support network for your father, weren't you? As far as him hiding out in Huntsville. Is that right?
No.
Did you go up there with your brother and meet him and have margaritas?
No.
So when your brother testified about that earlier in the week, he was not telling the truth?
I did not go with my dad to Huntsville.
Did you ever meet your dad in a field or a park near an airport?
I did.
And where was that?
In Manville.
And how far is Manville from Huntsville?
Approximately an hour.
Okay. And he got there because either you or your brother drove him there. Is that right?
I do not know.
Well, you don't know because you don't want to say. Is that correct?
That's not true.
Okay. But your dad didn't have a car. Did he?
I do not know.
Your dad was entirely dependent upon you and your brother for his support during that time. Is that right?
I'm not quite sure.
And with respect to a camping trip, you and your dad, did you normally pack alginate on a camping trip?
Alginate?
Alginate.
What is that?
It's used for making molds, isn't it?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you normally pack plaster of Paris on a camping trip?
No.
And this was in the cold of the winter, is that right?
Please rephrase.
Was this around Christmas time of December of 2014?
Yes.
And your father was packing a scuba suit, a dry suit, a cold weather dry suit. Is that correct?
Yes.
So with respect to whether or not he was going to court, you hoped he would, but you knew he wasn't. Is that a fair statement?
I had pushed him to go to court.
But you aided him in not going to court.
That is not true.
You just said that you went and picked up the Nissan afterwards. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you ever do anything to alert the authorities as to what your brother and your dad were planning?
I did not know of a plan.
During your direct examination, you said he stated he had evidence of Holly's infidelity. Is that
Yes.
right?
Hmm?
And you had a conversation with him that was a telephone, didn't you?
Yes.
And that he gave you specific advice about not to hand the phone over to the wrong person. Is that correct?
I did not know where the phone was.
Because with respect to the case against Holly, you had clearly taken your dad's side. Is that right?
No.
you were concerned that Holly was going to get the house. Is that right?
Yes.
You were looking for Holly while your dad was in jail, is that right?
Yes.
You were looking on her so you could find her whereabouts and know where she was in case your dad or any of you or your brother needed to run into her. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And welcome back, everybody, to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host this morning, Rachel Stockman, also editor-in-chief of LawNewz.com, where we're covering many of these stories that you're watching here on the network, and you can always find our analysis on LawNewz.com. You were just listening to a little bit of testimony from the Eric Campbell trial that's going on in North Carolina. You were hearing from Nicholas Campbell, who's the brother of Eric Campbell, the defendant. This case is expected to start back up in about 15 minutes. We had the defense wrap their case, and we had a rebuttal witness on the stand, Dr. Nicola Wolf, who is addressing this issue of PTSD and whether the defendant, Eric Campbell, suffers from PTSD. I'm joined now by LawNewz trial analyst Deborah Blum. Thanks so much, a frequent guest here on the LawNewz Network. Let's talk a little bit about this defense that is being put forward for Eric Campbell. They had 3 mental health experts take the stand that all said similar things. That Eric Campbell suffers from PTSD directly related to his abuse, his physical and mental abuse he suffered as a child under the hands of his father. And of course, that all plays into the defense strategy because the defense is saying, he was pressured, he didn't know what was going on, he was too scared to say anything when his father was committing those murders of Jerome and Dora. Tell me what you make of how the defense is doing so far, and now we have this rebuttal witness who's basically saying no, he doesn't suffer from PTSD.
Well, I think that the defense has put on enough witnesses. They put on the family members of Campbell, who all said that his father was an extremely abusive man. They also, aside from putting on family members, have put on other people that resided with the senior Campbell, who all say that he was an abusive person, and they were all terribly afraid of him. And then they had 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 mental health experts that say that Eric suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. I understand that the state called their rebuttal witness who said, no, I don't think that he suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. I think that he was evasive when he was trying to answer my questions, and I don't believe that that's a proper diagnosis. So I think that the jury is going to weigh the fact that there are many people, including 3 professionals, although yes, they're hired, but it's 3 people. So if you're hiring 1 expert, just as a defense attorney, it's relatively easy, for lack of a better word, to get an expert who is going to give an opinion similar to what you want. You know, that's just the nature of life, is that if somebody is receiving payment, that they're going to try to please the person that's making payment, although they have an ethical and a professional obligation.
So that's my question, Deborah. In your experience, how seriously do jurors take these expert witnesses? Because, I mean, it's quite clear, it's no secret that the defense is paying for them to come testify. At the same time, you know, one of them was from Duke University. They're respected in their fields, at least the ones that were put forth by the defense. How much do they factor that in when weighing their decision?
Well, I think that here you have extremely credible witnesses that are coming from major universities, so their word is going to be probably taken at face value. And also, just from human experience, if somebody is as badly abused as Eric Campbell seems to have been, then I think the jury is going to believe that the one interview he had with the state's forensics expert was not proof of anything, they're going to believe the 3 mental health experts who said that he suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. I think this all goes to the defense conceding that he's guilty of participating in a robbery. That's all that he thought, or not even that he's guilty, but if you're going to find him guilty of something, find him guilty of that, but don't find him guilty of the more serious charges because he could not stop his father, and that's what they're going for.
And he is, in this case, he is facing the death penalty. We were discussing earlier, we think that this is a pretty extreme charge considering what we've learned so far about the crime. Do you agree?
I think that as we said before, this is a heinous crime of killing of 2 innocent people who were just simply in their home, had no interaction with these individuals before, but at the same time that might have been appropriate for his father, who,
absolutely,
the prosecution, had he gone to trial, probably would have gotten in prior uncharged criminal acts, which would have shown a propensity towards violence. But for this young man, I really don't think that it's appropriate. It is so clear that his father was the ringleader of this crime.
And we talked a little bit about some of these experts that were put on the stand and talked about the PTSD that he suffered. Let's take a listen to a short clip, clip number 60 from Cindy May, who's a criminal psychologist. She talked about what she believes Eric Campbell is suffering from.
And what do you mean by that?
Sometimes PTSD patients are able to dissociate from what's going on around them in order to protect themselves. It's a coping mechanism. And Eric started talking to us early on about not feeling like he was really there. And the more he talked about it, we realized he was dissociating.
And do you know how many doctors or mental health professionals besides yourself at Central Prison diagnosed him with post-traumatic stress disorder?
I believe there were 5.
And what was, in your opinion, what was the basis for that post-traumatic stress? And what was the traumatic event or events that were the basis of that diagnosis?
For the most part, childhood abuse.
Is she an expert?
I'll let her testify.
For the most part, the childhood abuse that he experienced.
And did you see symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder during your treatment with Mr. Campbell?
Yes, he talked almost, well, at least weekly in sessions about the dreams that he was having, and that's very common with PTSD patients. There was also a time where there was an older man on the floor, and Eric, for about a month's time, rarely came out of his room because this man reminded him of his father. There was some anxiety, there was some depression. He was resistant to therapy in that he didn't want to talk about childhood memories, which is common with PTSD patients.
Now, when Mr. Campbell's under your care, did he participate in the therapy session?
Yes.
And what was that like?
As I said, he was resistant in the beginning, but I'd say after about 6 to 9 months, he started opening up more and talking about what was going on with him, mostly about his dreams, sometimes what was going on in the unit. He admitted to things that happened in his childhood. He started talking more about that.
Now, when you say he was resistant at the beginning, what do you mean by that?
He was quiet, which he was taught to be quiet. He was taught not to talk. He was taught not to feel.
Go on. You may answer again. I'm sorry, I'm not sure I heard all your answer. What do you mean by he was resistant?
He was taught not to feel and not to experience emotions. He was taught to stay quiet. So he was doing what he was taught, which was staying quiet. And he also, if he had talked to me about childhood memories, in his mind that was him disobeying his father. So he was very resistant to that, even though
his father had committed suicide?
Yes, very.
Is that where you could confused by that, or did you find that odd?
No, not at all. His father had total control over him for his whole life. So just because now the father is gone, the training was still there.
And what was Eric like on the unit? What kind of things did he do?
He was quiet at first. He was very mannerly, never caused any problems with anybody. As he got more comfortable on the unit, and as we talked more in therapy and he talked more about his life and how he nurtured the younger children in his family, we then, if we had a patient who didn't know how to read, we would ask Eric to help him with reading, and Eric would. I ran different groups, and one group I did on meditation that Eric ran for me. I was in the group with him, but he liked being able to share his experiences with different things like meditation or origami. He was very good at that, and he would show the other patients on the unit.
Now, you said he led a meditation group. Is that common? Is that something other people on the unit have done?
No.
And did you ever witness when you were on the unit anyone be violent towards Eric?
Yes.
Objection.
Your Honor, asking her.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I was used to the jury room for a few moments. While you're doing all discuss this case, when you said that should be for expressing opinion about an issue in this case during this time. That's yours.
Ms. May, if you would describe the violent incident you saw related to Mr. Campbell.
There was an incident where the patients were sitting at the tables eating, and I was in the treatment team room, it has a big window facing the unit. The stairs come down facing me. A patient ran down the steps and just started hitting and punching and pushing, and every other patient either stood up and moved away, or some went towards this man to get him. Eric got in a...
And welcome back, everybody, to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host this morning, Rachel Stockman, also editor-in-chief of LawNewz.com. I'm joined by Deborah Blum, LawNewz.com trial analyst, criminal defense attorney, and also a frequent guest here on the LawNewz Network. Thanks so much for joining us. We were just listening to Cindy May, who testified on behalf of the defense. She's a prison psychologist. Pretty powerful testimony in terms of laying into Eric Campbell's mental condition and his PTSD.
Absolutely. You know, this is somebody who works for the state, who's a state employee, and she herself is saying, I believe he has post-traumatic stress disorder, and she was explaining that this is somebody that's not going to be able to react to his father. So yes, most people know right from wrong. Most people in a situation, if their parent, even if they were 21 years old and their parent is 45 years old, they're going to stop their parent from doing wrong. But this young man is not able to stand up to his father, and that's what this person is trying to explain, as well as the two other individuals who testified as experts as to his mental status.
And I mean, part of the defense too is he didn't quite know exactly what was going to happen. Like, he maybe knew about the robbery, but he didn't know that his father was going to murder these two the couple.
Right. The issue is that the prosecution is going to attack his prior inconsistent statement. So at one point he said, I didn't see my father put a plastic bag over the man's head and suffocate him. And in another instance, he said, yes, I actually witnessed that, but I turned my head to the side and I couldn't watch because it was just so terrible. So if I was the prosecutor here, I would say, you know what, this young man is lying to you. He knew the plan the whole time. He didn't think it was just a robbery. He knew that there was a strong possibility his father, or knew that his father was going to murder these people, and that's what I would do if I was the prosecution.
How do you think the defense, Deborah, is doing so far? I mean, we're almost at the conclusion of this case. We're expecting closings in the Eric Campbell trial to happen this afternoon, as early as this afternoon. If you were in the jury, or if you were part of the defense team, do you think they're doing a good job?
From what I've seen, absolutely. I also do have to commend the prosecution in this matter. I also think that they have done a very strong job. I think that they kept their testimony on their direct case, so their witnesses kept it short and to the point. And the point is a really graphic and very offensive crime. So people take issue with that when there's a tragic loss of innocent human lives. So the prosecution has done a great job, so the defense has an uphill battle, but I do think that they're strongly getting across their point that this young man was extremely abused at the hands of his father, and that his father was the ringleader.
Well, thank you so much, Deborah. Hopefully you'll stick around, because I want to take us live to North Carolina, where things are starting back up in the Eric Campbell case. We're expecting the prosecution's rebuttal witness to take the stand once again. Let's go to North Carolina live. We'll be right here to analyze when we return. And you're watching the LawNewz Network right now. We are live in the North Carolina courtroom, where the trial is expected to begin very shortly. The Eric Campbell trial, you're watching it live as we speak. There's no audio coming in yet from our feed. We expect that it will, as soon as court begins and we get another witness on the stand, that the audio will turn back on. I'm joined here with LawNewz trial analyst Deborah Blum, and we're expected the rebuttal witness that the prosecution was putting forward, Dr. Wolf, I believe, to take the stand once again. And this witness basically was countering the three mental health experts that the defense put forward, contending that Eric Campbell suffered from PTSD.
Well, you know what? I've had multiple cases where I found my client to have extreme mental health issues, as well as other attorneys who were familiar with those clients. And then they went and had a state-conducted mental health exam. And the state forensic expert found nothing wrong with these individuals, or found that they had very small issues. I can assure you that these individuals, at least the one I have, two that I have in mind, had very severe and diagnosed and extensive medical histories of mental illness. So just from my own personal experience, the state forensic analyst is not forensic expert isn't always accurate. So
Right, and sometimes they're going through tons of different patients, and they don't put as much time as someone that is paid by the defense has to spend. If you're looking right now at the LawNewz Network, you will see that we are waiting, it looks like, for the judge to take the bench or the jurors to come in. It looks like the judge is now getting on the bench there, and things will begin shortly in that trial. As soon as we get audio, of course, we will let you listen in. But for the moment, we are expecting, if you're just joining us, okay, and it looks like I'm just told we do have sound there. It looks like the rebuttal witness is back on the stand that the prosecution put forward. So let's take a listen to what's going on in North Carolina.
Sheriff, you may advise the picture. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
We thank you for coming back and being with us today. Approach that she took you.
Good morning, Dr.
Good morning.
Sort of jumped in with both feet before I had you lay some, what I believe is some essential groundwork. So we're going to back up just a little bit. You indicated that when you evaluate folks, that you are performing assessments on people who are charged with crimes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that you said that you were evaluating them to determine their mental health at the time of the offense. Is that right?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means that I look for evidence of a mental disorder prior to the crime, and I look to see if there are any changes afterwards. So I look for evidence of behavioral disorders, mental disorders before, any indication that there might have been some during, and then behavioral evidence after the crime. And again, I overlay that with what I know about the evidence.
So what types of things are you looking for in your evaluation when you're trying to determine whether someone had a mental, there was a mental illness at the time of the offense?
Well, I try to obtain as much clarification as I can about the person's diagnosis, because without a diagnosis, then there isn't going to be a mental state defense.
And are you looking for the person's ability to form intent to commit a specific crime?
If that's one of the questions that was asked, so for this type of evaluation regarding a mental state at the time of the event, that would be one of the elements, yes.
And in that, is that you're evaluating the person's ability to make and carry out plans?
Yes.
And their cognitive functioning at the time of the offense?
That's one of the factors.
And perhaps awareness of the wrongfulness of his actions at the time of the offense?
That's another item that I look at, yes.
Are there any other items that you look for when you were specifically trying to determine the person's mental state at the time of the offense?
Well, for cases of insanity, I always look at whether they understand the nature and quality of the act. So what they were doing, and did they understand the specific subsets of what they were doing.
And when you were assessing this defendant, the information that he was giving you and the information you were provided to review, were you doing it with this backdrop in mind?
Yes.
Were you aware of the diagnosis that the defendant had received at Central Prison of post-traumatic stress disorder at the time of your evaluation?
At the time of my very first encounter with Mr. Campbell, I was aware that there was some element of his diagnosis that had been made regarding this crime. Yes.
What is post-traumatic stress disorder?
Post-traumatic stress disorder is essentially the body's reaction to severe trauma. So it can be a whole host of different types of traumatic events. At work, sometimes we have staff get assaulted by patients. That can be an example of something that will cause post-traumatic stress disorder, because the person then has to go back into that same environment where they were already assaulted. The whole diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder came about after veterans were returning from Vietnam, and doctors realized that they had a whole host of behavior problems, and that is how the concept of behavioral problems resulting from trauma came about. Over time, so originally the diagnosis was thought that you had to have a great fear that your life was going to end. And over time, we've realized that lesser traumas can also cause post-traumatic stress disorder.
Is it possible that one can experience trauma in his life without developing post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes. The interesting feature about post-traumatic stress disorder is that not everyone who undergoes even a life-threatening trauma develops post-traumatic stress disorder. Some people are extremely resilient and can be exposed to combat repeatedly and never develop post-traumatic stress disorder. Another example is even for people who witness a murder, only 1/4 of them will experience post-traumatic stress disorder from having witnessed something as horrific as a murder.
But witnessing a murder or participating in a murder, could that in and of itself cause post-traumatic stress disorder?
Even if you were the person that caused the horrific event, you can develop post-traumatic stress disorder from that.
And Dr. Wolf, what are the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder?
So essentially, whatever the trauma is, the person becomes sort of hypersensitized to it. So again, in the example of, let's just say an Iraqi vet. So if the Iraqi veteran had been driving in Iraq and constantly on guard, looking for an explosive device on the side of the road, sometimes when they come back here, they remain hypervigilant when they're driving, meaning that they're constantly on edge, wondering if that piece of trash on the side of the road is actually an explosive device. So that sort of thing. So it's when the person gets really keyed up from things that you and I aren't keyed up from. It can cause nightmares. It can cause significant irritability, because it takes a big toll on the body to constantly be keyed up and on edge and looking for danger when there isn't really any there. And so they develop significant insomnia and nightmares, and then moodiness and irritability again, because then their sleep is disrupted.
And we've heard words like disassociation. What does that mean?
Well, disassociation means that you're separating yourself from your environment, and that in and of itself is not diagnostic of anything. Women who have childbirth classes, natural childbirth classes, are taught LawNewz. That's an element where you're disassociating yourself from the pain. So it can be normal. It's more of a variation of hypnosis. Dissociation, when it becomes a dissociative disorder as a feature of post-traumatic stress disorder, is a much more severe condition.
And what are the symptoms of that, or what do you look for if you're looking for disassociation?
Well, again, I'll use the combat veterans as an example. So let's just say you have a combat veteran who had been to Vietnam, and sometimes when the weather conditions are just right and reminiscent of the high humidity, the high heat, and perhaps even the geographical, heavy, dense forest, sometimes these veterans all of a sudden view themselves as being there, and they're disassociating. They're picturing themselves in Vietnam as opposed to being, let's say, North Carolina.
And when they, in your particular example, try to recount what happened when they are in this dissociative state, are they able to recount details surrounding what they're in or what they've witnessed?
Environment, they're usually perceiving a slightly altered environment, and they're thinking of something usually very different. So they're not responding in a normal fashion. I've evaluated some people that were shooting the cable guy in the front yard, but it was a veteran who thought that he was in Korea and he was shooting the enemy. So sometimes the event doesn't make sense, but the person tells you what was going on. So sometimes it can be a flashback where they're suddenly picturing themselves there, and sometimes it's more of a separation from himself.
On the day of the defendant's arrest and the next day, the defendant gave statements to law enforcement about the murders of Jerome and Dora Faulkner. Did you review those statements?
I did.
And describe generally what you noted about those statements that the defendant gave to law enforcement on January the 1st to Detective Baker and January 2nd to Detective McPhee and Detective Hayes.
In general, the report spoke to following his father through the woods, looking for a camping spot, and being yelled at, told to come into the house, and at some point in time assisting with disposing the bodies.
And in the statements that he gave, and I would draw your attention to, in your report, if you have it in front of you, pages 50 and 51, or the details of the statement you actually noted in pages 37 through 45. First, with the statement to what you have noted as to West Virginia Police, was the defendant detailed in what he told to Detective Baker on that day?
Yes, there were quite a few details in that statement.
Was he able to talk about the events leading up to going into the Faulkner's home?
Yes, I mean, he spoke of waking up in South Carolina that morning. Detectives pointed out that he was being vague in the statement, but he did provide some details, and spoke of ending up parking in his driveway because he pulled the car up in his driveway, that he spoke of his father driving the vehicle, and he wanted him to drive off the roads just left and right. He spoke of looking at little houses on the side, picking out this house and telling him to pull on the next road. Told him to go up a little street into the forest and parking there and grabbing a sprayer that was a backpack with a hose and a nozzle and a pump on top. And he sprayed it into this guy's eyes.
Did he talk about knowing what his father's intentions were?
There were a lot of different versions of this event, so it's hard for me to recall at this second, so I need a moment to refresh my memory.
Sure.
I put a summary of his statement in my report, so I don't see that there's a comment about anybody's intent in here. They're just details about what happened.
So I would draw your attention, Dr. Wolf, to the bottom of page 39. And there's a sentence that said he said his father stopped at Home Depot. And if you could read from there.
Okay. He said his father stopped at Home Depot and bought a sprayer and stuff. He said he was going to put lye into it and threaten them with it. Eric Campbell acknowledged that when they came into South Carolina, his father had already told him that they were going to find a house to rob. He was going to get money from somebody by impersonating the person and stealing their identity. He was going to threaten the person with the sprayer. He said that his father was going to threaten them by spraying that in his eyes.
And did he talk about how the house was chosen?
He was asked how the house was chosen, and he said by random, just picked it. We picked it by he'd look at their vehicle, look at their house, and he'd pick an older person.
And continue.
He said when he had driven by, he saw the guy check his mailbox before sunset, around 4 o'clock. Eric said he was driving the vehicle at the time. Eric Campbell said there was a tree on the side.
And then does he go on to give details about what he saw? Well, just if you will continue to read the next paragraph.
He said that he had a crossbow in his hand and a gun. He asked the guy to come inside, and he started spraying him in the face. Eric Campbell said, I thought he was going to rob them. He was asked about the lie, the crossbow, and the spear. He said that his father said, I'm going to rob it. He said that he wanted to get the money out of them. He said his father said, I want to get as much money as I can out of them. He said he heard his father start to spray them and heard him scream. Eric maintained that his father was going to rob them. He was confronted several times about the weapons and maintained that his father was going to rob the people and did not specify that he was going to kill them.
And he acknowledged that he was with his father during this time, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And did these statements indicate to you any impairment in the defendant's memory?
No.
And drawing your attention specifically to page 51 in your report, why do you say that?
Like I mentioned yesterday, there was a vague but sufficiently detailed account of the versions, and this crime was unusual in the number of weapons used. So there were 6 different weapons used in this crime. This wasn't a 5-minute thing. This actually lasted over several hours. So that was 2 things that were going on that were different. And his account of it was consistent with the pathologist's report. So it was, an awareness of all the different weapons used. It was an awareness of the purpose. There were comments that the father spoke of torturing the victims in order to get the PIN number. Talking about telling the woman, the female victim, make it easy on yourself and give this information. So it's his recounting of these types of details that told me that his memory for that was reasonably intact.
And is this consistent, are these actions that the defendant took consistent with someone that was experiencing a triggering event because of post-traumatic stress disorder?
In my opinion, no.
And why do you say that?
Well, he might have experienced some horrifying feelings about having seen people get killed, but again, it's post-traumatic stress disorder, meaning that it wouldn't have been present during this particular time. So it could be that this particular night is going to give him some nightmares and mess up his sleep, but I do not believe that he would have had it at that time. Again, it's post-traumatic stress disorder. It's not disorder at the time of the offense.
And so with the actions that the defendant described and that he took when he talked to Detective Baker and talked to Detective McPhee, did you note this as being consistent with a dissociative episode?
There was no indication in these reports of a dissociative episode.
And why do you say that?
Again, because the information that he spoke of was consistent with the physical evidence and other information that was gathered from the crime scene.
Is this consistent with someone who is frozen with fear?
Not in my opinion.
And why do you say that?
There was evidence of his participation in this. Mr. Campbell reported to me that he spent 2 or 3 hours looking through the financials because that's what his father told him to do. But looking through financials is very complicated. It's a task where you have to have focus and attention on detailed information that requires a lot of cognitive processing, and he did that for several hours.
And in your opinion, does this show an intentional plan?
Yes, the going to someone's home with 2 bags of weapons is a plan.
Did the statements that you noted and that you reviewed that were given to law enforcement different from the statements that the defendant gave to you when you interviewed him?
Yes, there were several changes over time.
Interviewed the defendant in March of 2017. How would you characterize the statement that he gave to you then?
The statement he gave me was, again, vague, with even fewer details or acknowledgement of what had occurred. But when I pushed him to have him describe to me what was going on inside the house, he did give an account that Mr. Faulkner was still on the bed when he was in the bedroom, that the woman was next to him, that at some point each of them had a bolt in their chest or abdomen, and that he saw Mr. Faulkner before the bag being placed over his head. At some later time, Mr. Faulkner's body was on the ground and the wife was still on the bed. So this is what he reported to me.
What about in his May interview with you? Which you refer to on page 20 of your report.
Well, in addition to the parties on the bed, he said he recalled blood pooling. He did not recall when the bag had been put on over the man's head, but that the man did not have the bag on his head when he was sitting on the bed. He reported that the woman was on the bed after the man had already fallen off. He recalled seeing his father's arm swinging. He said that the scuba knife did not get used. He said that the telescope was never used. He reported that his father had put water in the sprayer the day before when he went to walk the mile perimeter around the truck trying to find a good place to camp. He said they were trespassing, so he wanted to set up the camp where nobody would be bothered. He said you make a circle around to make sure that nobody's around. He said that there were people using the abandoned house as a hunting ground, the one across the Faulkners, and he denied that they had been observing Faulkner's house.
And his description of getting to the home, was that different than what he had told law enforcement the day or about 18 hours after this crime occurred?
The description of getting to the home seemed to change every time I asked him. But the gist of it is that he gave this a long account of parking 2 miles away, running through the woods for over 30 minutes, and having difficulty following his father. Then suddenly a home appeared, and his father went on the back deck, and he followed him.
And that was different from what he gave to law enforcement, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
In fact, he told law enforcement that they went straight to the Faulkner's home after they packed these bags up. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note or notice other than the inconsistencies about the statements that the defendant gave to you? Specifically about his ability to take responsibility.
There was a distinctive pattern of minimizing any type of behavior that he had. It was from not knowing that there was lye in the sprayer, So he was able to attend to small details after the crime, like knowing that they had used the Faulkner's credit card for gas, even though he wasn't the one who paid for it. But yet, other details before that he was extremely vague about. So again, that more inconsistencies. And again, this is not consistent with a mental disorder.
What is it more consistent with?
Somebody who is changing their story of their own volition.
Did the defendant tell you anything about driving himself and his father to Walmart after the Faulkners were murdered?
There was no mention of a trip to Walmart.
Did you find that out from any collateral source?
I did.
And what did you find out, or what did you learn about that?
I learned that there was a video of the white car that was taken from the Walmart parking lot right shortly before midnight, and that car sat there for 10 minutes. During that time, his father was purchasing large bins and some beer, and again, there was a 10-minute shot of the car in the parking lot.
And did the defendant acknowledge that to you? Did you ask him about that particular time when he sat in the Walmart parking lot?
I didn't know about the Walmart parking lot, and anytime I attempted to ask him about details, he was very quick to say, I don't know. But driving, again, requires an ability to process, information. You're driving, you're performing goal-directed activity, and so driving to a Walmart and back indicates some, again, level of awareness. And furthermore, one of the other items purchased was lamps, and there was a power failure. So again, it's adapting to the environment. So adapting to the environment, again, is another sign that the person is aware of their circumstances and is altering their behavior as a result.
Lamps, of course, would be required to look through financial records in the house in the case of a power outage.
Yes, they would.
In addition to assessing the mental state at the actual time of the event, so the night of December 31st, did you also look at the activities and the behavior of the defendant around the time of the offense?
Well, I did, because looking only at New Year's Eve gives a very small glimmer into the behavior that was going on. I thought it was extremely important to back it up by 1 week or two to figure out what was going on in Texas before this whole trip to North Carolina.
And why was that important to you?
Again, to see if there were any changes in his mental state, if there was something going on. You know, why come to North Carolina?
And did you notice any indications from the information that the defendant gave you and the collateral information that you reviewed that the defendant was participating or at least aiding his father in criminal activity in Texas?
Well, certainly the jail phone calls were indicative of people working on a plan. There was mention in the jail calls about Fodor's guide to something like South America, which is a hint perhaps at leaving the country. So there's information there about looking for Holly, and those are just, again, elements that I observed, nothing illegal about any of that. But when there's a lot of vagary about where his father wasn't supposed to be at the house on Indian Acres. He also said that that Nick didn't want him at his apartment, but then he didn't say where was his father during this time. And then on the 18th, so 10 days later, when he's supposed to go to court, is the event that he had talked about taking him to the woods in this park in Texas. And then after that is the time where he was detected because of his cell phone, the father was. And then going to pick him up, at some point having these margaritas by a campfire, and he described that as a jovial event. Again, not consistent with somebody who's horrified of his father. And having a good time, again, having alcoholic beverages. And then again, there's just vagary about where is he for the next 6 days? And it's very unclear. There's like this gap of information. But very relevantly, on the 24th of December, so 6 days out and the day that they leave, Mr. Eric Campbell is actually stopped by law enforcement who's looking for his father, and specifically questioned about his father's whereabouts. And he denies any knowledge of it, but he's been working on this packing list and this car. So again, the list and the fact that these items have been crossed off indicates somebody's been working on this list, and it just so happens that this list and what's been crossed off is what shows up in the car. So again, a lot of activity involved ahead of time in Texas.
And when you say packing list, Dr. Wolf, I'm drawing your attention to the screen to State's Exhibit 451. Is this the list that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And did you see this, or at least a picture of it, in your preparation or in putting together your evaluation?
Yes, I did.
And did you ask the defendant about this?
At this moment in time, I don't recall what I asked him. Just a moment, please.
Certainly.
I found my section on page 17. He said that his father gave him a list of things to pick up, including camping gear, a sleeping bag, suits, a blanket, dress shirts, a tarp, a telescope, warm clothing, and weapons that were in the house. So he picked up a bow, medieval weaponry, a dull sword, and a crossbow from the house.
And the defendant was able to tell you and to recall what was on the list and the things that he had actually packed in the car. Isn't that correct?
This is what he reported packing to me, yes.
And is that consistent with what you see on this list here in State's Exhibit 451?
Some of the items are consistent, but there's several other items on this list that weren't mentioned that are peculiar items to pack for a camping trip.
What specifically?
Well, let me take a look at it again.
And if you need to reposition yourself, Dr. Wolf, I believe that's going to be okay.
Well, so for the first item, duct tape, eyeglasses, including broken ones, nurse uniforms, telescope, silicone molding, plastic, tire compressor, paint, airbrush, a dry suit for cold weather, meaning a diving equipment. So those are some unusual items to pack for a 2-day camping trip.
And being able to take a list, go through a home, find these items, mark them off a list, is this consistent with someone who is in the stages of some sort of post-traumatic stress disorder or triggering event?
No.
Someone who is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well, somebody can be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, any day, but even if they have post-traumatic stress disorder, it doesn't stop them from going through a list and putting these items in a car and having some awareness of each of these items' functions.
And did you note another list, State's Exhibit 408? Did you see this, or at least a picture of this list in preparing?
Yes, I did.
And what did this indicate to you?
So again, these are more items that were, speaking of the nursing uniform, for his father had been a nurse but had lost his license years earlier, and plaster, alginate, and the name John Hilson, John Hillman next to it. I think some of these are repeated items. I think there were zip ties in there somewhere too.
And did you, I'll draw your attention to State's Exhibit 409. Did you look at this, which is, I believe, the back of State's 408, in preparing for this, for your, during your evaluation?
I did.
And did you note anything specifically on this? What was noted there?
So what's written there is, what did we discuss up there in the forest? Specifics and basic plan.
Did you ask the defendant about that?
Mr. Campbell was very consistently vague anytime I tried to point out details.
So was he consistently vague when you asked him about the specifics that were discussed, or did you specifically ask him about that sentence?
I don't think I specifically asked about this particular sentence. It was just, again, I'd gone through the scenario several times, and it was difficult to get information. Many of his responses were, I don't know. I did specifically ask about purchasing of the lye at the Home Depot, and again, there was some comment he made to me of he didn't know those were going to be used on anybody, but again, that differed from the statements that he gave to law enforcement. It also isn't consistent with purchasing goggles and gloves a few hours later.
So while the defendant was still in Texas, you indicated that you noted interaction with law enforcement on December the 24th. You read information from Jose Reveles, the law enforcement officer, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think you indicated that the defendant acknowledged that he had seen law enforcement on that day, is that correct?
I don't recall him ever acknowledging that he spoke to law enforcement that day. Relevant because this is a time that Eric Campbell is by himself. There's nobody there by himself. There's nobody there who is in the car. It's just him speaking to law enforcement. So there's no pressure on him. This is, don't know where he is.
And did the defendant talk to you at all about cell phone use, or him using or taking a cell phone with him on this particular trip?
I did specifically ask about the cell phones, especially why you know, a guy who's almost 22 years old would leave his cell phone behind.
And what did he say to you?
That his father had him take the phone, his flip phone out and put it into the back of the car that they were leaving in the parking lot when they took the white Suburban.
Did he talk to you about any other means of communication? Did he talk about walkie-talkies? Did he talk about any other communication?
He did not bring up walkie-talkies. I saw the walkie-talkies on a list of evidence, and I specifically asked him about walkie-talkies, and he said that they didn't use them because one of them was broken. He also added that he didn't want to speak to his father, so he was glad it was broken.
And once the defendant and his father left Texas, did he indicate to you that he knew his dad was stealing license tags along the way?
He did speak of that.
And what did he say?
He spoke of having great anxiety when he realized that his father was changing the license plates on the car.
And what did he do about that anxiety, and did he tell you where that came from?
If you could refer me to where you are in my report.
Well, I guess specifically, or generally, what did he tell you about the license tags?
Well, he mentioned, like I said yesterday, that he didn't know what a stolen car looked like, and again spoke of this, great anxiety that his father was changing these plates. Where he said that first he didn't know what his father was doing; that his father would just go to the back of the car and then toss a license tag out of the window. Which again seemed inconsistent. I mean, he knew leaving Texas that his father was a wanted fugitive, that he was supposed to be in court for the severe aggravated assault on the stepmom, Holly Campbell. And if anything, changing the license plate makes them less visible to law enforcement. So it was again inconsistent with, it was an inconsistent report in my mind.
Did the defendant ever identify a specific route that they took from Texas?
He identified several different routes, but usually it was incredibly vague. Like, my father told me to go west, then go east, and I just wanted to go to a national park. We were supposed to go camping.
And did he mention to you anything about going through Atlanta?
No, he did not.
Did he mention in any other reports that you read about going to Atlanta?
I did read about the trip to Atlanta, getting all dressed up and going out, yes.
What, if anything, did you note, or what did that indicate to you?
Again, another indicator of socializing with his father. Getting dressed up, having drinks, going to a club.
And you indicated, or at least you talked about, the visit to Home Depot. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you that he went to Home Depot?
I would have to refer to my report to know exactly what he told me, but there was, again, minimizing the impact of the purchases.
And did you view a video from Home Depot during your preparation or during your evaluation?
I did.
I'm referring you now to State's Exhibit 158, if you can take a look at that.
Yes, this is the video that I viewed.
And do you note anything about the defendant in this particular video?
So the defendant in this video is the one with the black cap, and again, the behavior is quite unremarkable. There's attention to what's being placed in the basket, and later at the cash register, he has a very casual demeanor.
Is this consistent with someone who is in a dissociative episode?
No, it is not.
Someone who is exhibiting the symptoms of hypervigilance?
No.
Frozen with fear?
No.
Do you note anything about the items that were purchased?
I can't tell from this video, but I know there's an associated receipt.
And I will show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 159. And do you recognize, or did you look at this?
I did. I can't read it from here, though.
That's fine, and we will zoom in on it.
Yeah, it's the lighter fluid, drain opener, padlock, U-bolt, things like that.
And did you ask Eric Campbell about these purchases?
I did.
And what did he say?
He didn't know what they were going to be used for, or that they were going to be used to make methamphetamine.
Did the defendant explain or tell you that he knew how to make methamphetamines?
Yes, he did.
Was he pretty specific in that?
He was able to name a large number of chemicals. What I thought was interesting is that he threw in some additional chemicals that are not known to make methamphetamine, including the muriatic acid. And then the other items that they didn't have, such as lithium and Sudafed, weren't mentioned. Lithium and Sudafed are required to make methamphetamine.
Did he explain the padlocks or the chains or the U-bolts?
No.
And Dr. Wolf, after they, the receipt shows that they were in Greenville, South Carolina at the Home Depot on December the 28th, did you know about a receipt that showed any purchases from Walmart in Kannapolis?
Yes.
And that's what the state is showing there. Did you look at this?
Yes.
And what did you notice was purchased?
I believe that's the gloves and goggles.
If
you could blow it up, I could read it for sure, but I believe that's what the items are. Yes, so water, gloves, and goggles.
Did you ask the defendant specifically about this?
No.
And why not?
Again, I was already getting so many vague responses. I could not ask him about every single thing.
In the defendant's statement to Dr. Chaudhry, he mentioned that his dad had intentions to look for Holly when they left Texas, that he believed he would kill her. What does this, did he mention anything to you about that?
No, specifically there's no mention of looking for Holly. Again, unlike what was heard in the jail recordings and in Dr. Chaudhry's report, actually it wasn't in her report, it was mentioned in her notes, not in her actual typed report. But that is what's missing in his account of these stories is what they were doing in Hillsborough all this time. There's evidence through receipts that there were 2 to 3 days spent in Hillsborough. When I asked him about it, it was we just moved the car from one part of a parking lot to another with virtually no detail of any activity during the day. But there's definitely no mention of Holly. I specifically asked about Mr. Hilson's home because there was the passports that were taken from his home were one of the items retrieved in the vehicle. And he said that he just saw the stack of passports in the back of the car, had no idea how they got there. And there, again, was no mention of Holly, and the home that these passports came from was the home of Holly's friend from Canada from years and years, her male friend from Canada.
And was the defendant, was he ever, or did he ever give you any details about those 3 days that they were in Hillsborough?
Again, superficial details, like we went to the library, I didn't really look at anything, Dad looked at the computer, things like that.
Is there any reason, in your opinion, to have any significant memory impairment about what was going on in Hillsborough?
No.
And why do you say that?
Again, this is a pattern that he's exhibited, and he didn't mention being threatened by his father at any time. We actually have video of purchasing of the harsh chemicals. There's no time when he's reporting that he was in fear of his life from his father.
So no,
before the actual murders.
so no triggering event or trauma that's reported in Hillsborough,
Correct.
but he can't remember what's going on, or it tells you that.
He just said he didn't know.
After the Faulkners are murdered, there were two videos, a Kangaroo Express video and a Sheets video. And I know it's indicated in your report that you viewed the Kangaroo Express video. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to view the Sheets video?
I think that was the one that I couldn't get to open.
And on the Kangaroo surveillance, the Kangaroo Express surveillance video, what if anything, did you notice? Did you see the defendant in that video?
I did.
And what did you notice about him?
That he attempted to conceal his face.
And what, if anything, did that say to you, or why did you find that important?
Again, it indicates an awareness of the circumstances and also attempting to avoid identification.
Is that an ability or an awareness of your surroundings?
It's awareness of your circumstances as well, yes. Because if you look at the other videos, he's not concealing his face in the Home Depot.
And did you ask him at all about, why he didn't say anything to anybody or why he didn't alert anybody when he went into the Kangaroo or when he was away from his father?
He gave a general indication that he was following his father's instructions. I specifically talked to him about the map, about what was the map supposed to be, and he just said he didn't know, but he had purchased the wrong one and then went back into the store and got another one that must have been to his father's satisfaction. So again, it's somebody who has an awareness of the circumstances and is able to take in the information and change their behavior as a result.
Did you notice that he was talking and interacting with people on the video in the Kangaroo Express?
Yes.
That he said good morning to folks, talked to them about where he was going?
Yes.
Is that consistent with someone who is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well, again, somebody with even severe post-traumatic stress disorder can obviously say good morning, but it's not consistent with somebody who doesn't know where he is or is frozen.
And as a part of your review in this evaluation, did you watch a video of a traffic stop from West Virginia?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit Number 1. Is this the video that you viewed, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, it is.
Dr. Wolf, did you talk to the defendant about following his father, or whether there was some sort of pattern or signal that they had between the two of them?
I did. I asked him how was he supposed to know where to go, and he said that they had a pattern of, because I said since he said the walkie-talkies were not working, that he was supposed to tap the brakes twice to indicate a stop.
And the defendant understood that that was the pattern, is that correct? Or at least that's what he told you?
That's what he told me, yes.
Which lane they want to pull over? We're going to be just start at the 5. Can you verify that this is a stolen plate, please? Yeah, come on back here. Come back here for a second. Anybody else in the Suburban? Anybody else in the Suburban? Anyone else in the Suburban? Come on back here.
What do you notice, if anything, about this interaction?
He's able to follow the instructions. So again, he has an awareness of the circumstances and is able to respond to those circumstances. The other thing is that we can see that he's, aware that he's being pulled over, that there was a police officer behind him, and he pulled over.
Is this consistent with someone who is in the middle of an episode or a dissociative episode under extreme hypervigilance, frozen with fear because of post-traumatic stress disorder?
No. In fact, this is just a few hours after the murders, and his demeanor is pretty unremarkable. It looks like a routine traffic stop.
Before you get in my car. Come on here. Come on. Your license plate report is stolen. I'm sorry? Your license plate was reported. It's in NCIC. What do you call it being reported stolen? It was reported as being stolen. The license plate, there's a camera that reads license plate. License plate has been reported as being stolen. Did you ever have a license plate stolen and reported? No. Good, good. Tell me your name and your name. Come on over here where I can hear everybody. Who's the registered owner of this? Right here.
So, you viewed this video before.
I did.
Would your dad would someone's father standing beside them opening fire on someone else be a traumatic event?
Yes.
And what did you note that the defendant did at that particular time?
Well, let me back up for a little moment. It's, again, the type of behavior that he's demonstrated throughout. The officer confronts him about this stolen tag, which he's talked about repeatedly, and he's like, what do you mean? That's the typical response that I've been getting. So he had an awareness of the tag being stolen, but again, it's that pattern of evasiveness. That's not post-traumatic stress disorder speaking. That's a choice to be evasive in your conversation. So again, this act is relevant because he doesn't go back into his car. He actually goes into the other car where all the evidence is. The dead bodies and all the other stuff is in the front car. And he said that his father always taught him to leave the keys in the ignition in the car running.
And so do you find it, the fact that he ran to the truck as opposed to the Suburban, characteristic of the fact that he had no idea what he was doing?
It didn't seem consistent to me. I mean, to me, this was taking the worst evidence and trying to get away and trying to get rid of it.
Did the defendant tell you what he did after he drove away in the truck?
Yes. He said that he drove down the road and well, if I can refresh my memory, because again, I've read so many different accounts of what he said that I'm mixing them up at the moment.
Sure. I can draw your attention to at least your summation of it on page 55.
He told me that he did not know what he was doing. He parked the car into the ditch and kept going. And he told me that all the stuff was in his jacket. And specifically, we had talked about the pink purse and these jewels that were jewelry that was later recovered, and the gun. So at first I had wondered, well, how small was this purse, and is it one of those small ladies' purses that could actually fit in somebody's pocket? So I actually came up to look at the purse and saw that it was a good-sized purse that obviously was not fitting in a pocket.
And what did he other things that he had taken and, as he said, put in his jacket?
He said he just didn't know what he was doing.
And did he indicate, so did he say he knew what he actually did with those things? Did he tell you that he had buried them in the woods?
No.
And when you looked at the evidence, and did you review pictures from the West Virginia wood line?
I did.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 98. Did you look at that picture?
I did.
And was this the pocketbook that you actually viewed?
Yes.
And was it big enough to fit in someone's, I mean, was it small enough, I'm sorry, to fit in someone's pocket?
Absolutely not.
And did you view State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, I did.
And what did you notice about this particular picture?
Well, this is a set of pictures, but this is the hollowed out tree that the Faulkner's gold jewels and other belongings are in. But what I thought was interesting was that, that he managed to find a tree branch to actually fit over this to make it look like a natural tree and cover up the gold.
And when you say a set of pictures, did you look at all of the pictures from the West Virginia wood line?
I did.
And what stood out to you about that series of pictures?
Well, what stood out to me is that the car crashed sort of in a valley, and that these items are up at the top of a hill, and that the initial pictures of the scene look rather untouched. The leaves are untouched. You can't tell that there's a whole lot of walking that's been going through there. And again, even where the gun was buried, there's a leaf pattern over it to conceal where these items have been hidden very effectively.
And did you confront the defendant with that information?
I don't recall.
And did he mention anything to you about a gun in the West Virginia wood line?
He did.
And what did he say about it?
He said that his father had put the gun in his pocket, and he thought about using it to commit suicide and then using a rock to smash it.
And I'm showing you what's on the screen now, States 101. Do you see that?
I do.
And I believe Sergeant Wade testified that there was a rock over this gun. Did you view pictures of the gun, and have you viewed the gun?
I have.
And did you notice any smash markings on the gun?
I did not.
What is these items of evidence and the way that they're laid out, is this consistent with someone who is in a dissociative episode?
Well, it's not consistent with somebody who's in a dissociative episode, but concealing evidence is something that we use very strongly in a forensic psychiatric evaluation, because it speaks, again, to the person's mental state, having that awareness of what happened and avoiding apprehension. So this is another example, and what's relevant about this one is that this is during a time when it's only him. His father's not right there. This is only Eric Campbell acting on this.
Does this show the ability to make decisions?
Yes.
The ability to think intentionally?
Yes.
To set a goal and make a decision to take you to that particular goal?
I believe it does, yes.
And if you don't meet one particular goal, start afresh and make a new goal?
Yes.
I would draw your attention, Dr. Wolf, to pages 56 and 57 of your report, starting in the second paragraph in 2014. Are you beginning in your report here to talk about the defendant's diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
And tell the jury or talk to them about his ability to live independently and the things that he was doing in 2014 before this occurred.
Like I mentioned yesterday, I looked very carefully at what Mr. Campbell was doing the months and years prior to this event. And in 2014, like I said, he had ended this 3-year relationship with his girlfriend Chloe that summer. But that summer, he'd also gone out of the country to Canada to go work in these Spartan races, building in a team where he had been described as having leadership skills and doing very good work. He came back, had another job with an employer who also commended him on his work ability, and he did good workmanship, got along well with others. That particular employer also noted that Eric had been anxious to get his father out of jail, which again speaks to some eagerness on his part. He had also been attending, and again, going back to the community college. So there were lots of very normal activities during that time. There's also a lack of any mental health treatment, any mental health concerns noted during that time, and specifically his best friend spoke about him having only seen Eric depressed for 4 days, and that was after the breakup with Chloe.
And did you note, and do you have any thoughts or opinions regarding the defendant's diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well, I noted that there was no history of treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder or depression prior to his arrest. There's been a lot said about whether or not he was abused. There's a lot of conflicting reports about what was going on in the home for the 10 years prior to that. So I considered that his version of events may be entirely accurate, that for diagnostic purposes, let's say that they are 100% what Eric is asserting, but you have to have other symptoms to go along with it. So again, it's not just exposure to trauma, it's the consequences of your body not being able to handle that trauma. And there's no one who described him as being hypervigilant, no one who described him being irritable, no one who said he dissociated, no one who said he had a flashback, no one who described periods of insomnia or significant mood problems. So again, these are all features that people who have post-traumatic stress have. He may well have had a terrible childhood, but it does not mean that he had post-traumatic stress disorder. So I do not believe that he actually had the diagnosis at that time.
You note on page 57, you say regardless of the diagnosis, if PTSD is legitimate or malingered. So did you view this, all of these, all of what you considered in light of the fact that he may have post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
And what was your opinion as to that issue, as to whether that was important or not?
Well, again, it speaks to, was there a psychiatric diagnosis at the time of the offense? So even giving him the benefit of the doubt and saying that he has been exposed to all this trauma, again, you have to have some behavioral evidence and manifestations of symptoms, and that really are not apparent. So for years and years and years, there's no functional impairment. And again, there was no report, even when he went to the doctor, there's no report of any type of mood disturbance or anxiety. And these are questions that actually were asked.
Asked by
professionals
whom the defendant saw in his past.
Yes.
And Dr. Wolf, what is your opinion as to the defendant's mental state at the time the Faulkners were murdered?
Well, there's no evidence that he was not able to understand the nature and quality of the act, meaning what was the purpose of the behavior and what was going on. Having an understanding that a crossbow in somebody's abdomen is going to hurt. He had an awareness that stabbing somebody in the neck could be fatal. Having somebody get shot in the leg is going to be painful and could be fatal. So again, there's all these awareness of the lethality of these weapons. Spraying lye into somebody's face is going to be very harmful.
Is it your opinion that the activity that he described consistently demonstrates his pattern of goal-directed volition behavior?
Well, what he describes and what occurred may not be the same thing, but the behavior that was described in the house was goal-directed in the terms of even the part he acknowledges, which is getting the Faulkners' bodies into the truck, is goal-directed activity.
And drawing your attention to page 57 of your report, you say his behaviors on the night of the offense suggest knowledge of wrongfulness. Is that your opinion?
Yes, it is.
And you go on to describe that. Can you say under that how you get to that opinion, or how you, let me ask you, is it your opinion that the defendant could have formed the specific intent to murder the Faulkners?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that the defendant could have formed the specific intent to rob or plan to rob the Faulkners?
Yes, I'm saying that he doesn't have a mental disorder that prevented him from doing any of these things.
And do you hold this opinion to a medical or psychiatric certainty?
I hold it to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Yes, I do.
And you obviously recorded all of these findings in a report. Is that correct?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Wolf, I'm showing you what I've marked in State's Exhibit 645. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
I do.
And what is it?
This is my 58-page forensic psychiatric evaluation of Mr. Eric Campbell.
Your Honor, the State would move to admit State's Exhibit 645.
Exactly. Yes, sir. Motion to admit and apply.
I don't have anything further.
Witness with
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, you do not rule out the possibility that you post-traumatic stress disorder, do you?
Definitely not.
And you were here yesterday when a couple of jail calls were played, were you not?
I was.
And you heard his father speaking on those jail calls.
I did.
And he was a very assertive person, isn't that correct?
It sounded like it, yes.
He's a very aggressive person, isn't he?
Yes.
And now, you reviewed the history of this case as a whole, didn't you?
I tried my best.
Well, did you review the information about Eric Campbell's mother's aneurysm?
Yes.
And did you review the information about his sister's death?
Yes.
Did you review the information about the Department of Social Services, the Child Protective Service investigations?
Yes.
And of course, you reviewed the autopsies in this case.
Yes.
And the connection between all of those events was Edward Campbell, isn't that fair to say? That's one of the connections, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you specifically about some of the ways you characterize your conversations with Eric Campbell.
The person, also asking them about their mood, their sleep, their appetite, any things that are going on at that time. Is he hearing voices, seeing things? Is he oriented? Things like that.
And that's the one that was not recorded, is that right?
Correct.
Now, in that interview, did you get into the actual substance of this case, or did you, I mean, I know that it's all substantive in some way, but did you get into, was it mostly about the background and biography, or did you start talking about the events?
I don't believe that we talked of any substantial amount about the event on that day.
Now, you mentioned, you talked a little bit about Mr. Campbell's background, is that right?
Yes.
And you were aware of the diagnosis at Central Prison, is that right, at some point?
Yes.
And you were aware that Dr. O'Connell diagnosed him with post-traumatic stress disorder, chronic?
Yes.
And you were aware that Dr. Newman diagnosed him with chronic post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
And Dr. Straw agreed with that diagnosis, is that right?
I don't recall his name on there, but there were hundreds of pages, so I don't doubt that Dr. Straw would have been one of them.
And the chronic type was based on chronic, or the history of childhood abuse, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, you said there was inconsistent history of that. Is that right? Or inconsistent reports?
Yes.
Now, but you are aware that it was reported that Child Protective Services was involved?
Yes.
And there are plenty of times when children are actually abused without Child Protective Service being involved, isn't that right?
Absolutely.
And Child Protective Services was involved on at least 2 occasions, is that right?
That is correct.
And one of those occasions resulted in them being removed from the home.
That's correct.
And then, and that was on one of those, and in both of those situations, there was at least some question as to whether Mr. Campbell was being abusive to the children. Is that right?
My recall is that one of those events, Mr. Campbell had been arrested for assaulting his girlfriend and there was no one to supervise. And another time, Mr. Campbell was passed out. And so there was a question about his ability to provide good parenting.
And both of those times, the children, or at least Eric Campbell, was 7 or 8 years old. Is that right?
That's correct.
And those types of events can be traumatic to children. Isn't that right?
Absolutely, yes. It can be traumatic.
I mean, that's not a good environment. You would not recommend that environment for a child, would you?
No. I mean, it's a negligent household.
Well, it could be more than negligent. It could be dangerous, couldn't it, Dr. Wolf?
Absolutely, yes.
I mean, and in fact, the Child Protective Services were worried about substantial danger to the children, weren't they?
Yes, and they investigated it.
Now, and then they returned him to the home. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And did you hear the jail calls between Mr. Edward Campbell and his children?
I did not hear all of those calls.
Well, did you hear the jail calls where that were played in court?
I heard the ones yesterday, yes.
Hear him calling himself the captain?
I don't specifically recall that.
Okay. Did you hear him call himself the boss? And
I remember a man who was very loud and aggressive sounding.
And there's no reason to believe that in 2015, Mr. Edward Campbell's personality was substantially different than it was when the boys were children, is there?
Well, in 2015, there's a huge intervening event, which
I'm sorry,
is
not
his arrest for murder.
I apologize. I'm talking about 2014 when the jail calls were recorded.
I'm sorry, ask your question again?
Well, there's no reason to believe the man on the other side of that phone was any different than he was earlier in Eric's life, is there?
Oh, you're talking about Mr. Edward Campbell?
Edward Campbell.
Oh, okay. No, there's no reason to believe that that's atypical of him.
Right. I mean, he was in trouble in Florida for drugs and lost his nursing license, isn't that right?
That's correct.
He was in trouble in Texas for drugs and lost his nursing license.
That is correct.
I mean, even Holly Campbell described him as angry and at least verbally abusive, didn't she?
Yes.
And she described him shooting a gun inside the house while their infant was sleeping, didn't she?
Yes.
That's a dangerous environment for a child, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And subjection to that type of environment can be traumatic, can't it?
Absolutely.
And continued subjection to that type of environment can cause serious trauma, can't it?
Absolutely.
Now, you talked about a traumatic event, but a traumatic series of events can compound the trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder, can't it?
Yes.
Now, in and of course, you know what the DSM, Diagnostic Statistical Manual 5 is that correct?
Yes.
And now there's actually a subtype of post-traumatic stress that's called dissociative type, is that right?
That is correct.
And aren't the dissociative symptoms more commonly seen in instances of people with their trauma is sexual abuse or childhood abuse?
Well, I was going to say it's more common in the people who've had sexual abuse.
Well, and they include in the DSM childhood sexual or physical abuse, domestic battery. Is that right?
If that's what it reads, absolutely.
Now, You mentioned yesterday as part of your consideration Dr. Fox's case.
Yes.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning recess at this point. During this time, you continue not to talk among yourselves about this case. Continue not to talk to the parties, the witnesses, or the lawyers about anything at all. Further, you not to talk to anyone else, but allow anyone else to talk with you to say anything in your presence about this case. If anyone communicates with you or says anything in your presence about this case, you let the sheriff know back when you return. Whether it be individual research or investigation on your own about any issues touching on this trial, stay away from smartphones and do not form a express opinion about this case during this time. With that, will everybody else for remain seated on Tuesday 17th of you and ask that you return to the assembly of your room at 11:15 this morning. Again, we go by that clock. Thank you. The record should reflect your action for anything record state.
Nothing backstage.
Anything record?
No, sir.
Recess left.
Board meeting recess till 12:15.
Was it 51?
And welcome back, everybody, to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host this morning, Rachel Stockman, also editor-in-chief of LawNewz.com. You've been watching the Eric Campbell trial out of North Carolina, where we just had Dr. Nicole Wolf on the stand all morning long. She is the prosecution's rebuttal witness that they brought to counter the defense's line of argument that Eric Campbell was suffering PTSD when he went with his father to kill the older couple in North Carolina. I'm joined now by LawNewz trial analyst Deborah Blum, and also a frequent guest here on the network. Thanks so much for joining us and listening to some of the testimony we heard this morning. So basically, this Dr. Wolf counters everything that the defense witnesses have said, the mental health experts have said, and says no, that Eric Campbell was not suffering from PTSD. He was not in a dissociative state. He knew exactly what he was doing. In fact, some of his statements to me were countering each other. He was being evasive. These are all signs of someone being very aware of what they're doing, and not signs at all of someone suffering from a PTSD state. Your reaction to her testimony, do you think it's enough to sway the jurors away from that defense?
Well, both sides forgot to object, because both sides were asking questions that should have been objected to, and those objections would have been sustained. For example, you and I were talking about this while she was testifying. The prosecution had her talk about items that were brought for a camping trip, and they weren't the usual and normal items, or she claimed, for camping. How does she have any expertise to testify about what's usual for a camping trip? So I think that she testified to things that are way outside the scope of the testimony, even during the defense, or not outside the scope of the testimony, but things that she's not qualified to testify to.
Yeah, I was kind of struck by that too. There was no objections by the defense during any of her testimony, any of her questioning by the prosecution. And she really, like you said, was commenting on things that, how did she have any expertise on some of the things she was commenting on? They then asked her specifically, did he have this specific intent needed, which is of course a legal term, to commit this crime? And she said yes. Strong statements, because of course that is one of the facets needed to convict him of first-degree murder, but I think she might have gone out on a bit of a limb on some of her testimony, and if I was a juror, I would think that too.
Well, perhaps the defense didn't object because they wanted to be able to argue in summation that she is somebody that you can't believe her testimony and you shouldn't find credible, and you shouldn't take her opinion as expert testimony because she's not qualified to be giving that opinion, because you heard her speak of so many things outside of her expertise that it doesn't seem like she's really contributing anything, that she's biased against this young man, and that she is just willing to say what she needs to support her initial findings.
Right. At the same time, though, what's her incentive to exaggerate, right? I mean, I don't, unless she's working for the prosecution and just wants to see him get convicted, which could entirely be the case.
Well, she's a court employee, but I guess her position would be that she wants to back up her initial finding, and she's going to stick with her initial finding. I just think that the direction that it's gone in, and having her testify to things that she really shouldn't be testifying to, and her forming an opinion on those things, takes away from her credibility.
Well, it's interesting. They played at one point a video of a traffic stop that occurred after the crime, and she was talking about, oh, why, you know, she was asked, why do you think he went back to the vehicle? And she said, oh, he was being evasive. You know, really getting into some stuff that goes beyond the scope of her being a mental health expert. But, you know, again, the fact that he was so with it, and he did seem to have a pretty clear understanding of what he was doing, does hurt the defense, I think.
Well, a lot of times people that are the victims of abuse learn how to have a very tough exterior and function in daily life, although usually with post-traumatic stress disorder it impacts their ability to function. But there are other things, other mental health disorders that people could have as a result of continuous abuse, so they're able to seem like they're functioning, but inside they're not. So probably that's something the defense is going to argue. And also with respect to intent, I assume the only reason that the judge allowed her to speak to intent, the judge could always intervene and say, you know what, you're not going to talk about that.
You're not a legal and this. Exactly, that goes beyond the scope of your expertise.
Right. So the only reason that I imagine that kind of testimony was allowed is for her to say, yes, I believe that he's able to form the requisite level of intent, because that, of course, is a big element of the crimes here.
Moving forward, it sounds like we're going to get the closings this afternoon. It's 11:05. They usually take their lunch break at this time. The judge, we always commented on, is very adamant on always being on schedule. What do you think, as we go into these closings, that the defense, both the defense and the prosecution, need to nail in order to win the case?
Well, I think that the defense here needs to just hammer home on the fact that you heard from family members as well as other people that were known to the father in this matter, and that he was a vindictive, abusive man. So it's totally possible that his son, and 100% believable that his son really did not plan out any of these acts, that he was just too afraid of his father to stop him, and the only possible thing that you could find him guilty of is the robbery or some of the lesser included underneath the robbery, or, you know, misdemeanor charges. So they try to spare him a lifetime sentence. So, you know, they're not going to determine whether they take his life or not until a determination is made that he's guilty of murder. So I think at this point in time, their main focus is just that he had no intent to commit a murder, and his mere presence is not enough to convict him.
So I thought that the defense's case was pretty good. They had the family members testifying to the abuse suffered at home. They had the 3 mental health experts all coming up pretty much with the same diagnosis, that he suffered from PTSD from all the abuse he suffered from his father. I want us to listen to one of the episodes that, and we may have to cut out early from this if court goes back into session, but let's listen to the aunt of Eric Campbell. This is clip number 67. Sherry Barnes, aunt of Eric Campbell, kind of describing some of the abuse that Campbell faced at home with the father.
Hi.
You will state and spell your name for the court.
Sherry Barnes, SherryBarnes.
And who are you, Ms. Barnes?
I am Eric Campbell's aunt. Edward Campbell was my brother.
Now, I want to start in 2011, when Eric was 18 years old. Do you remember going to Ed Campbell and Eric and Nick's home in 2011?
I do.
If you could tell us what were the circumstances of you going?
Occasionally I would pass through Texas because of work. It depended on what I was doing, but I would always try to make some time, even if it was just a day or two, to visit.
And during that time, did you have any arguments with your brother?
My brother and I historically had quite a lot of arguments.
Was there an incident related to ducks that you recall? Was there an incident related to the ducks that you recall?
My brother and I had been talking, and he got up all of a sudden, and because he heard something, and he went to the back door of the house, and he got really irritated, and went and got a gun, and I asked him what he was doing. He said he was going out to get the ducks because he was sick and tired of them going to the bathroom in the pool. So he was going to make sure they didn't do that anymore.
And what happened next?
He went out the door, and I went to go after him, and the boys were, I think, just in the other room, but I heard one of them say, "Just let him go." And so I just stepped back into the house, and he came back in later.
Do you know what he did while he was outside?
I'm assuming he shot ducks because I heard the gun.
Did you hear gunshot?
I did.
Did that bother you?
I'm an animal lover, whether it's ducks or dogs or cats, so yeah, it bothered me. I think there's other ways you can deal with things like that besides killing something.
Now, did you see Eric while you were on that visit?
I did.
And do you know if Eric was living in the home at that time?
I am not 100% certain, but I think he was. I know that when I arrived there, I knocked on the door. I hadn't told them I was coming. I had been trying to call my brother for quite some time, and he didn't answer the phone. So I just showed up. And when I knocked on the door, it was Eric that actually came to the door and let me in.
And what was Eric like during that visit? He was around 18 or 19.
I have 4 kids, 2 boys and...
And welcome back to the LawNewz Network. You were just listening to the aunt of Eric Campbell take the stand. She was one of the defense witnesses and painted the picture of Eric's father being someone who was very violent, talking about an episode where he killed ducks who were, I guess, annoying him. We are told that things are back live in the courtroom in North Carolina, so we're going to take you there and have a listen, and we'll be back right after this to analyze what's going on live in court. And I apologize there. We thought court was going back into session in the Eric Campbell case. They were just taking a little bit of a morning recess, and then we aren't back live. So as soon as things are back live, we'll take you in the courtroom. In the meantime, I want to bring our guest in, Law News trial analyst Deborah Blum. She's been with me all morning. Thanks so much. We were listening to the aunt of Eric Campbell describing an incident when she visited the house, and it was kind of a really disturbing incident where the father just shot up a bunch of ducks for apparently really no reason. Kind of this show being emblematic of what happened at home and the father's violent tendencies. She was one of several family members that took the stand. How effective are family members testifying to this kind of violence when, I mean, the jurors would assume they would have an incentive to help their family member get off on this? In other words, should we believe these folks?
Well, I believe here that the jury will believe these witnesses because they are all saying a consistent story that Edward Campbell, the father, was an extremely violent man, and they're essentially all giving similar examples. So it's like in a sexual abuse matter where, for example, Bill Cosby was charged with sexual acts against multiple women, and there was a pattern there. So when there's a pattern, it's very hard, or at least I would think that it would be very hard for a juror to disregard the pattern.
Exactly. And again, I found most of the family members who took the stand, and especially the aunt there, to be quite believable that this is what was happening.
And there were other people that took the stand that were not family members, that had lived with the family, that also testified to the same thing, that the father did really crazy things that were extremely violent, that he was verbally and physically abusive.
So I don't think the question is really whether the father was abusive. I think that that's pretty clear, and I think even the prosecution would agree that the father was abusive. The real question in this case is, did that cause Eric Campbell to go into this PTSD, post-traumatic disorder state where he was not in control and didn't have the capacity to understand A, what his father was doing, and B, stop his father? And that's what the case hinges on.
Well, I think the prosecution is going to argue that he had the capacity to understand and that he should have done something. And the defense is going to argue that even if he understood what was happening, there was no ability to react due to the years of abuse he faced at the hands of his father. He just simply could not react in that moment. He feared his father. He feared that the father would go on a further rampage, killing himself, killing more people. So their argument is just going to be that this young man thought his father was going to rob people, take their credit cards so they could further finance their trip or further finance their life in general, but he had no clue that he was going to murder them, and that the murder occurred so quickly that there was nothing he could do due to his mental state to stop it.
And I think one of the things that the jurors are really going to evaluate is how he performed, so to speak, when he took the stand in his own defense. Our trial watchers here at the LawNewz Network are commenting all the time and were very vocal during this when he took the stand, and most did not believe him.
I'm actually surprised by that because I think that he testified very credibly. A reason they might feel that way is because his brother also took the stand, and the brother, for lack of a better word, looked a bit more disheveled, less put together.
Yeah.
So perhaps because his defense attorneys dressed him up for the trial, had him dress in a professional manner, they might be having a hard time connecting with him because this is not a young man from means. So it's not like someone who would typically dress that way. He doesn't work at Goldman Sachs.
Well, that's a really good point, because here you have the brother that's kind of hunching back in his chair. He looks disheveled. And then you have Eric Campbell with his glasses on and looking all put together, and that may raise a red flag in the juror's mind of, wait a second, is this all a huge act and he knew perfectly well what he was doing.
I don't know. When I was at the Legal Aid Society of Nassau County, I won my trials, and typically my clients were indigent. I mean, they were indigent,
right.
And I would bring my father or his friend's suits and give them to the clients so they could look more put together during the trial, and that seemed to work. So, you know, I didn't get my father the tax deduction, or his friends the tax deduction that they wanted, and I do feel badly about that. But I do think that you should have your client look presentable, but I can understand why the viewers at home are having a hard time thinking to themselves, can I believe this person when he is pretending to be someone else by dressing up and having the glasses, looking completely different than how they perceive him to look.
And again, I think that is in addition to whether the jurors buy into the PTSD defense, they're also going to be assessing how he did on the stand and whether they believe him or not. Let's play, Deborah, a really short clip of Eric Campbell when he was on the stand. This is clip number 40. It was during cross-examination. And if you're just joining us here at the LawNewz Network, we're in a short morning recess in the Eric Campbell case. And as soon as things go live back in that courtroom, as we always do here on the LawNewz Network, we will take you live there. In the meantime, let's take a listen to how Eric Campbell did on the stand as we wait for things to go live. Clip number 40.
I came on, and you said, and the guy opens the door and asks him, can I help you?
Sure.
And my dad says, my truck's broken down, can I use your phone?
Yeah.
And of course, just when I send you to some tape, things go back live in the North Carolina courtroom. It looks like Dr. Nicole Wolf is back on the stand, so let's take a listen to that.
I'm talking about phone hand that's been marked as defense exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Does that appear to be Dr. Fox's report?
It is.
Psychological testing. Now, when someone's doing an assessment at Central Regional Hospital, you're the primary sort of, under these circumstances, you're the primary contact. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you asked for her assistance in this.
I did.
And she's a PhD psychologist, is that right?
That is correct.
And so you asked Dr. Fox, did you ask her to do these particular tests, or did you just ask her to answer these particular questions?
I asked her to do a psychological assessment with Mr. Campbell.
So you didn't tell her do this test or this test. That's sort of her specialty, is that right?
Yes.
And so one of the questions was, do a psychological evaluation to rule out feigning or exaggeration of psychological problems. Is that right?
Yes.
And to assess personality traits and psychological function.
Yes.
Is that right? So Dr. Fox decided to do, and I think you mentioned the SIRS, the SIRS test.
Yes.
And that's a test particularly designed to determine if someone's malingering or exaggerating symptoms. Isn't that right?
Symptoms of a mental illness, yes.
Well, and the symptoms are particularly related to physical or psychological conditions, right? For malingering. That's what the DSM says anyway.
Right. This particular test is for feigning psychological symptoms, but especially psychosis.
And also, one of the questions she considered, or Dr. Fox considered with her testing, was a test to assess personality traits and psychological functioning. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that was... You talked a little bit about the SIRS test, and I forgot exactly what you said, but the bottom line was, the way Dr. Fox phrased it was, these results suggest that Mr. Campbell was not attempting to feign psychological problems, including psychotic symptoms on this measure. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And so her conclusion was he was not making any efforts to exaggerate any sort of psychological symptoms.
On this test, correct.
on this test, and did she say he was feigning psychological symptoms on any other tests?
Well, she noted an inconsistency.
I'm sorry, you're saying...
Well, for instance, on the MMPI, he endorsed symptoms of anxiety and depression, but didn't actually state them during the associated clinical interview.
Right, he didn't go in whining about being depressed. He didn't say, I'm depressed or anything, right?
No, he didn't. It's just another inconsistency that
right,
you would expect that if somebody's telling you, I don't have any anxiety or depression, that they're also going to not endorse that on a test.
But you would be more concerned, wouldn't you, Dr. Dr. Wolf, if someone goes in and is exaggerating psychological symptoms, wouldn't you?
I note all of it. I'm not particularly, I note all of it. So right. I notice a discrepancy in symptoms over time, and also, again, during the same clinical interview, if somebody tells me they don't have something, but then they endorse it on the test I'm giving them that same day, that's something else I consider.
Okay. But he basically said, I don't feel depressed on this particular day. Is that right? Or he didn't note particular symptoms associated with depression or anxiety at that time?
He did not endorse it during the clinical interview, but did endorse some, not to a malingered level, during the MMPI test, yes. Okay.
Well, let's talk about exactly what she says. And with the MMPI yesterday, when the prosecutor asked you, you mentioned anxiety and depression endorsement. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, in the second, on page 2, under the MMPI in her report, she says validity measures suggest that Mr. Campbell responded to these test items in a consistent manner. He did not approach the test with a tendency to minimize or exaggerate psychological problems. So the report was considered valid. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, and she does talk about elevated levels that would indicate some anxiety and depression, or feeling worried, apprehensive, and feel pessimistic about the future on the next page, doesn't she?
Yes.
She also talks about something called the PK scale, the T equals 70, doesn't she?
Yes.
And that's not something that you mentioned yesterday, is it, Dr. Wolf?
No.
You didn't discuss that with this jury, did you?
I wouldn't, because I'm not a psychologist, and so this is beyond my expertise.
Well, I mean, through the state's lens, what he really endorses is depression and anxiety. Isn't that true, Dr. Wolf? I mean, that's what you said yesterday. That was your interpretation of the test, right?
Actually, I do not interpret the test. That's what I'm trying to say. I just have Dr. Fox does that, and I have her conclusions. I do not do test interpretation.
The prosecutor asked you about this test yesterday, didn't she, Dr. Wolf?
She asked me about the MMPI, yes.
And you gave her an explanation that there was some indication that he was anxious and depressed. Isn't that right?
Yes, from the summary and analysis section.
And in fact, on page 3, Dr. Fox's explanation under the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph talks about the PK scale T equals 70, doesn't it?
Yes.
And some studies have shown positive correlations between high elevations on the PK scale and symptoms of post-traumatic stress, well, PTSD, although most of the research has focused on compact-related post-traumatic stress disorder. Is that right?
That's right.
And then she says there is accumulating evidence that scores on the PK scale are related to general distress. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, and so, in all fairness, Dr. Wolf, that's another test that would certainly point toward there being a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder, wouldn't it?
The MMPI alone doesn't specifically state that somebody has a diagnosis. These are diagnostic considerations. So does it point in that direction as a possibility? Yes.
And of course, that's something that you haven't ruled out overall, isn't that right?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the terminology and things that you have described as you've testified, Dr. Wolf. If I can find my notes here. When you were first asked about your interviews with Eric Campbell, you described him as being vague. Is that right?
Yes.
And evasive. Is that
Yes.
right? And you said a lot of times he would say, I don't know. Is that right?
Yes.
And of course, but 2 out of your 3 interviews were recorded, weren't they, Dr. Wolf?
Again, there were 3 taped interviews, 2 in March, 1 in May, and then that initial hour and a half. So I have about 9 hours of videotaped interviews and an hour and a half that was not.
So do we have the second taped interview? I see 1, 2, 3. That include that one. The 3 March 10. What's 3? Okay. Now, on your report, I'm just a little confused, Dr. Wolf. On your report, it says February 28th, 2017 was the original interview. Is that right?
Right.
And you did not tape that one, is that correct? Or video,
Correct.
I recorded whatever we...
I mean, just written notes is all I have on that one.
Okay. And on 3/3 through 3/10/2017, that was the entire time he was at Central Regional Hospital, is that right?
Right. He was on the inpatient unit of the pretrial evaluation unit from March 3rd to March 10th.
Okay, and so your interview was March 10th, is that right?
On page 4, I have the right under where I put medications on discharge. That next paragraph, Mr. Campbell had videotaped interviews on 3/3 for 1.5 hours, on 3/10 for about 3.5 hours, and then the next paragraph, he had another videotaped interview on 5/3/2017. It was almost 4 hours.
Do we have the 3/3? Do we have 3/3?
I turned over the SD cards and somebody else made discs. I'm not sure. I never actually viewed the disc to see what was on there.
Okay. We'll need just a moment to figure this out, Your Honor, because we have, if we can have just a second.
Yes.
I'm going to you what's been marked. Defendant's Exhibit 58 and Defendant's Exhibit 59. For purposes of professional recollection for these next questions, if you want to take a look at those.
Sure.
Dr. Wolf, do those appear to be at least transcripts of 2 of your interviews?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Wolf, you, during your questioning of Mr. Eric Campbell, you considered a very broad sort of, pretty much considered his whole life. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I mean, you asked him questions about his childhood, is that right?
Yes.
And you asked him specific questions about his relationships within his family, is that right?
Yes.
You asked him questions about his school history, is that right?
Yes.
You showed him photos of his childhood, is that right?
I did.
And you talked to him about his high school experiences.
Yes.
You talked to him about events leading up to leaving Texas, is that right?
Yes.
And you talked to him about the events surrounding Faulkner's death, correct?
Yes.
And the events that followed, is that right?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason you do that is to try to get sort of a history of, sort of a biographical history of his life, but also to determine how relationships might have affected his life, isn't that right?
Sure.
And you knew in this particular case that his father was also charged with this offense.
Yes, I did.
And his father had committed suicide, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you knew that the common denominator between pretty much the beginning and the very end was Mr. Edward Campbell, isn't that right?
Yes.
I mean, he was always present in these events that occurred, isn't that right?
Except for the 2 that I discussed, the ones prior to leaving Texas and then the ones in West Virginia.
Correct. Now, when you started talking to him about his childhood, and I'm referring to the March 10th interview, when you started that that interview, the first thing you asked him is how he felt. Is that right?
Yes.
And he said anxious.
Yes.
And then in the next part, you told him if there's something you don't want to talk about, just tell me. That's fine. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And he never said, I don't want to talk about that, did he?
Correct.
Never in the interviews did he say, I'm not going to talk to you about a particular subject.
That's correct.
And you asked him specifics about some things that happened in his childhood. Is that right? Like you asked him when was Holly pregnant with her first baby? Is that right?
Yes.
And he said, I think it was 8th grade. That's on the first page.
Yes.
And then he actually disclosed to you that he was being disruptive in class when he was young, and that's why they prescribed him Adderall. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You asked him about the decision to homeschool. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And he told you that he and his dad discussed it and thought it was a good idea. Isn't that right? Because he wanted to complete high school early, right?
Yes.
And then he said later it sort of turned into babysitting.
Yes.
Described it as being very lonely.
Yes.
Now, he later talks to you about how sort of these building projects grew from just an idea to doing a lot of work around the house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you ask him some specifics about his relationship with his dad and some of the physical abuse. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And he gave you detailed explanations about that, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Then when you said how much later after that did you go back to high school, he said 11th or 12th, I guess. I don't know. But the school records say it was 11th or 12th, correct?
It was 11th.
I'm sorry? It was
said
11th grade
it was
when
11th,
he went back.
yes.
And he said, I don't know the time scale. Isn't that correct?
That's what he said.
And you asked him, how'd you all decide to go back?
Yes.
Now, you asked him specifically about his high school transcript, didn't you? Or the types of classes he took.
Yes, I asked him about the types of classes he took.
And he described those, didn't he?
Yes.
I mean, he wasn't being vague or evasive about any of that, was he?
No.
Now, you mentioned yesterday, you said something about, I think the prosecutor's question was, when you're talking about bailing his dad out, she said, did he ever own that? Isn't that right? Wasn't that her question?
Something like that, yes.
And didn't he say to you when you said, on page 33, she knew that we're trying to bail my dad out, talking about Shane's grandmother?
Yes.
He admitted to you that he was trying to bail his dad out, didn't he?
Yes.
So he did own it, didn't he, Dr. Wolf?
Well, yes and no. Again, it's that tendency he has of giving incomplete answers. So, on one hand, he says that he'll say things like that Shane's grandmother knew that they were trying to bail him out, but then it's my brother and Aunt Sherry, bonded him out, as though he didn't have any responsibility for getting the money for that.
Well, isn't it certainly possible, based on the evidence, that it was Nicholas and Aunt Sherry who actually came up with the money to bail him out? Isn't that true?
Well, overlooking some didn't,
And didn't Eric Campbell testify that he was trying to sell property to help bail his dad out?
Yes.
And didn't Nicholas Campbell actually, wasn't he the one who posted the bond for his dad?
Yes.
So through the state's lens, that's inconsistent, is that right?
Are you calling me the state?
Well, I mean, if you're looking at it one way, that's inconsistent, but if you're looking at what he told you, he says, we're trying to bail my dad out.
Again, there's different reports about how he phrases things. But yes, overall, I agree with you.
And on the next page, you mentioned that Shane's grandmother knew y'all were trying to bail him out. How did she find out? And he said, I told her. Isn't that right?
Yes.
I mean, he never denies to you that he was participating in trying to get his dad out of jail. Isn't that right?
I think because you're missing the other interview, this was me reiterating. You're missing the previous interview. That's the problem.
Do we have it? Okay. Now, and you ask him about the time around when his dad didn't go to trial. Isn't that right? Didn't go to court in Texas.
Yes.
And he specifically said, the only thing I do know for sure is he skipped trial. He admits to you that he knew his dad didn't go to court. Isn't that right?
Yes.
He said, I don't know the dates, but I know he didn't go to court. Isn't that right?
Right, but telling me the only thing I know is that he didn't go to trial, again, is one of those evasive comments that I'm referring to.
Well, the question was, did you drive there? How were you going to school? You still had a car. So that's 3 questions. And he says, yeah. I'm sorry, page 35.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
The questions you had for him, did you drive there? How were you going to school? You still had a car? And Eric Campbell, yeah, I had my brother's truck, the Nissan. My brother was using my dad's Tundra for work, and it worked out. Out of all the things my dad didn't lose after he got out, the only thing I do know for sure is he skipped trial. And these are events relayed to you several years later, is that right?
It is.
And he's telling you what he thinks everybody was driving, right?
Absolutely. There's 2 years later, and everybody can have faulty memory, especially after 2 years.
But he was emphasizing the one thing he did know was his dad didn't go to trial, right?
Yes.
And that's the one thing that reflects negatively on him, is that he knew that his dad didn't go to trial. Isn't that right?
Yes.
I mean, whether somebody's driving a Tundra or a Nissan really is not the most critical matter at that point, is it, Dr. Wolf?
No.
And then he asked you, I mean, you asked him about how his dad got out to the woods, is that right?
Yes.
And he told you he took him, isn't that right?
On that occasion, yes.
Well, he said that he didn't know exactly the name of the park, but he said he did take him there, isn't that right?
Well, this time he called it Sam Houston.
He said, I thought it was Sam Houston Park, isn't that right?
Yes.
And he said he skipped bail, correct, Dr. Wolf?
Yes.
I mean, not knowing the name of the park is certainly not as significant as the fact that he knew he skipped bail, is it, Dr. Wolf?
Absolutely.
And it certainly wouldn't be exaggerating or evasive on the critical features, would it, Dr. Wolf?
No.
And the prosecutor asked you about this list. Page 41. And there was some discussion about how he got there and how his dad got there. Is that right?
Yes.
But in the end, he said that they had a meeting. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And he said his dad gave him a list of things to pack.
Yes.
He didn't try to deny that his dad gave him a list of things to pack, did he?
No.
And again, one of the critical elements here is his dad. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The man we heard on the video and the phone yesterday. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And he talked to you about the reasons he wanted to go on this trip, didn't he, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, he did.
And he told you he was concerned about his father, didn't he?
Yes, he talked about wanting to get him off of drugs and keep him clean.
And he also talked about being mad at him, didn't he? Page 43.
Yes.
He was both mad at him and wanted to help him. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And that's common with people who've been in abusive relationships, isn't it, Dr.
Yes.
Wolf?
I would
It's very
agree with
common
that.
to go back and try to help the person who's abusing you, isn't it?
I would agree, yes.
It's common for people to hang on. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And it's especially the case if it's a child of an abusive parent, isn't that right?
I would agree with that, yes.
And because the child, he's the only person he ever had, isn't that right?
Yes.
In this case, the only consistency was Edward Campbell, isn't that right?
Right.
I mean, there were women in and out of the home, but for short periods of time, isn't that right?
Well, his stepmom was around for 10 years. I wouldn't call that short.
Well, she testified that she didn't have much of a relationship with Eric. Isn't that right?
I didn't hear all of her testimony, but she was in the home for 10 years.
Okay. Now, you mentioned on page 42, you asked him about some of the items that his dad asked him to pack. And he gave you a list of some of those items, isn't that right?
Yes, he did.
Now, he left some of them out. Or did he?
I would have to have the video to remember. It was again 9-10 hours of interview, and some of these things I went over on more than one occasion, so I cannot recall at this particular moment.
Well, did you say, I'm sorry, what kind of gear on page 42?
Yes.
And camping gear, a sleeping bag, suits, like dress suits. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is stuff that you went out and bought or you got from the house? And then he describes getting it just from the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Some food stuff, a lot of camping stuff. There was a tarp that we used last time we went camping.
Yes.
A telescope, some warm clothing. And he asked me to bring some weapons that were in the house. A bow, some medieval weaponry, a sword, a dull sword. Play-acting one, saber, and a crossbow. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And he's fairly specific about the things that he told you they were getting, isn't that right?
Yes.
And there was consistency between those things and what was on the list, isn't that right?
There was definitely some consistency.
Well, the fact, I mean, Dr. Wolf, you just mentioned that you couldn't remember everything about this interview. It would be reasonable for a person not to remember every single item on a list that he got 2 years before. Wouldn't that be true?
Absolutely.
And you mentioned yesterday that you thought his explanation about the SUV was ridiculous, isn't that right?
Yes, I did.
And on page 44, you ask him about the SUV, isn't that right?
I've never seen these notes typed up before.
No, that's fine. Take your time. I apologize. But you have seen the videos, isn't that right, Dr. Wolf?
I haven't seen the video. I took a video of my interview. I haven't seen it since. I have my handwritten notes, and that's all I was relying on. We're on page 43.
The bottom of 43, well, on 43, about the middle of page, it starts Eric Campbell, isn't that right?
Yeah.
And he gives a long narrative there for the rest of the page.
Yes.
And that's not vague or evasive there, is it, Dr. Wolf?
No, it was pretty detailed.
And on the next page, he actually talks about his attorneys challenging him about the SUV, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
But in the context of this conversation, he's already admitted that he knows that his father's leaving Texas to evade the court, isn't that right?
Yes.
And then he talks on the next page about going to Louisiana and his dad stealing the license plate, isn't that right, on page 45?
Yes.
And that's another long narrative, isn't it, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, it is.
And he talks about his suspicions when he realizes his dad has stolen the license plate, doesn't he?
Yes.
And Louisiana's not that far from Houston, is it, Dr. Wolf?
No, it's not.
And on page 46, he talks about, on the top paragraph, he's talking about the encounter he had with his father over the license plate, isn't he?
Yes.
And he says, he's just physical, kind of walks up on me a couple inches away, just yelling at me. I just backed down. I believed him. I really, really wanted to believe him. Is that what he says?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Wolf, is it fair to say that it's not hard to imagine the man we heard on the jail recordings yesterday doing that, is it?
No, not at all.
And based on what we know about Edward Campbell, it's not hard at all imagining him doing that, is it?
No.
And based on what we know about people who've been involved in abusive relationships, it's not really hard to imagine a person wanting to believe the abuser, is it?
No.
I mean, it's very common to want to help that person, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And sometimes believers become enablers, isn't that right?
Yes.
And that's what Mr. Campbell said. He said he really wanted to believe him, didn't he?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, that Mr. Campbell had in high school, isn't that right?
Yes.
And one of the issues you brought up was him being caught having sex in a car with a girl, is that right?
Yes.
And both of them were, based on what the teacher saw, were disciplined by the school, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And they were both disciplined the same, isn't that right?
I don't recall if they were both disciplined the same.
And it was only later that there was some allegation that Mr. Campbell had done something wrong, isn't that right? Something criminal.
I don't recall the timeline. I just remember the matter was disposed, and that was not, it did not turn into a criminal prosecution.
Right. And in fact, the young woman admitted that it wasn't true, what she had alleged, isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that there was some inconsistency in what Mr. Campbell told you about substance abuse, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you started your May 3rd interview talking about his use of substances, isn't that right?
What I'm noting is I was asking him how he had been doing because I hadn't seen him in over a month.
Right.
And he spoke about stopping the effects or...
Right. And on page 3, you asked him about what the first substance he had used?
Yes.
And he said it was alcohol?
Yes.
And he told you he was about 15 or 16 years old when he first used alcohol?
Yes.
And then you ask him in general about his use of alcohol.
Yes.
Now, the time between when he was 15 or 16 years old and when he was stopped in this case was 5 years, isn't that right?
He was almost 22.
Right. So possibly 7 years, 5 to 7 years, depending on which one. And you ask him if he used on weekends or anything like that, is that right?
Yeah, I was trying to establish a general pattern of use.
And he said, I'm not a fan of beer, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you said, well, on page 5, you said, what was the next substance you used, correct?
Yes.
Marijuana, right?
Yes.
He said he was 14.
On which page?
It's on page 5.
Yes.
And so that's a year earlier than the first alcohol use, but he's still disclosing using an illegal substance, isn't that right, Dr. Wolf?
Yes.
I mean, he's inconsistent about the timing, but there's nothing that benefits him about that, is there, Dr. Wolf, from a psychiatric standpoint, is there?
No.
It doesn't affect a symptom of the case, does it?
People routinely misrepresent their use of substances, so that's nothing of huge remark.
Well, if anything, he also told you he used methamphetamine, isn't that correct?
Correct.
In fact, didn't he tell the first officer in the first report that he had used that in the past?
Yes.
So there's nothing evasive about that, right?
No.
And it doesn't reflect very well on people in general, does it?
No.
And now, the next page, you actually talk to him about the process of making methamphetamine. Is that right?
Yes.
And did he indicate to you he'd learned that from his father?
Yes, he did.
And you expressed some knowledge of that.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And you said that the ingredients in that they bought at the Home Depot were not consistent with making meth. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Where's that? Give that. So, huh? Well, I'm looking for the receipt. Oh. What number is it? I'm sorry. I apologize, Judge. We're under approach with what's large as Offense Exhibit 159. Now, Dr. Wolf, how do you have knowledge of making methamphetamines if you
I haven't personally made methamphetamine, but I've had
I know that.
evaluations of patients that were incompetent to stand trial, yet they were able to make methamphetamine. So I had to figure out how much cognitive resource it actually took to make methamphetamine. And as it turned out, the person was incompetent to stand trial.
Right. So what's our next number? Huh? May I approach you? Well, if I would approach with what's marked Offense Exhibit number 60. Now, I want you to take the Home Depot. This is Attorney General Josh Stein's list of methamphetamine ingredients. Do you see muriatic acid on the Home Depot receipt?
I do.
And do you see it on Attorney General Stein's list of ingredients?
I do. I stand corrected. I did not know that was part of making meth.
And do you see Ember's lighter fluid on there? On the Home Depot receipt? On the Home Depot receipt.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
And do you see starter fluid on Exhibit 60?
Yes.
And do you see drain opener?
Yes.
And do you see drain cleaner?
Yes, I
on the
do.
Home Depot receipt. Now, Dr. Wolf, you watched the video of the Home Depot. Who was driving the cart there?
I think I forgot to silence my phone. Sorry. The father and the son were in the cart.
Well, the father was driving the cart, wasn't he?
I'm sorry. Yes.
And the father was the one putting all the ingredients up on the counter, wasn't he?
Yes.
And Dr. Wolf, you spent some time asking Eric Campbell about his dad's prior charges and things too, didn't you?
Yes.
And those were some of the things he didn't know, right? He said, I don't know what happened to my dad's charges when I was a child, right?
Yes.
And assaulting Linda, isn't that right?
Yes.
And he said he didn't know what happened with those cases. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
I mean, and that would be reasonable, right?
Yes.
And you talked a fair amount about which campground it was and what the name of that campground was. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And he told you he didn't really know the name. Isn't that right?
Yes.
He wasn't sure of the name.
Yes.
But at the same time, he told you that when his dad told him to pack up the gear and put it in the truck, he did it, didn't he?
Yes.
And you ask him, about what his dad's plans were, didn't you? On page 36 and 37.
Yes.
And of course, you're asking him what his dad's plans was. And it's fair to say, Dr. Wolf, that it would be very hard to determine what the man we heard on the recording yesterday's plans were, wouldn't it?
Objection to that.
I don't know.
Well, he said he was probably going to set up some hovel in the woods. Is that right?
Who do you mean by he?
Eric Campbell was talking to you, and he said that his father was probably going to set up some hovel in the woods, live in the mountains, a simple life or something.
That's what Eric Campbell reported.
And he's also reported that his dad talked all the time, hasn't he? He's testified to that.
Yes.
His dad had lots of different plans all the time, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you mentioned the walkie-talkies. Actually, what he told you is one was lost, right?
If that's what is on the recording, I'll go with that, because again, I'm writing down while I'm talking, so
Right.
I would go with the transcript.
He didn't say it was broken. He said it was lost.
If that's what the transcript says, then that's what I'd say. My recall was that one wasn't working, but that's...
But they found one in the car, not two, right? Ultimately.
My recall is only one was found.
And there's some discussion about what he was doing afterwards, isn't there, Dr. Wolf?
Yes.
And he talks about buying a map and then taking it outside, doesn't he? Page 40.
Yes.
And he tells you his dad said that's the wrong one, right?
Right.
So he took it back inside, didn't he?
Yes.
And he mentioned his dad started pulling fuses out of the truck, page 41.
Yes.
And the fuses were pulled out of the truck, weren't they?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
The fuses were pulled out of the truck, weren't they? Isn't that the evidence in this case?
I believe they were, yes.
And on page 43 at the bottom, you say, so your father decided who was going to drive which car?
Yes.
And he said, my father decided everything.
Yes.
Now, you've talked about this rock that he said he smashed. And I think your testimony was he was inconsistent because he said he smashed the rock. Is that right?
He smashed the gun with the rock, yes.
And then, but on page 49 at the bottom, he said he picked up a rock and put it down, and then I hid the rock.
Except that right before that it says bashed it with.
Bashed it with. And didn't the crime scene investigator say he found the gun under a rock?
Yes.
And Mr. Campbell never said I broke the gun or I splintered it or anything like that. He said I bashed it with it. Is that right?
Yes.
And now, the prosecutor asked you if he ever mentioned a purse, and I believe your answer was no. Is that right?
No, we talked about the purse.
Well, she talked about hiding the purse, but do you remember him talking about it?
I see my notes here that we talked about the purse.
And he said there was a purse on the passenger seat. I picked it up and I walked away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
He told you that.
Yes.
How many total hours did you interview Mr. Campbell?
Around 10.
And how many hours had he been interviewed before you interviewed? Do you know?
No, I do not.
Well, do you know that he met with Detective Baker on the 1st of January?
Yes.
And have you seen the video of that?
Yes.
And did you see his face swelling up?
I did.
And did you see the video of his interview with Detective McPhee the next day?
I don't remember which videos I watched versus which transcripts I've read.
But you reviewed those, is that correct?
I reviewed them.
And did you review the interview with the 2 state police officers a few days later?
Yes, I believe I did.
And the FBI later?
Yes.
Now, when you were talking about post-traumatic stress disorder, Dr. Wolf, you talked about the types of trauma that could occur to a person, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you emphasized the fact that it's post-trauma, after the trauma, isn't that right?
Correct.
So, but the reality is if the trauma occurs early in life and the person stays in the same environment, the trauma continues, isn't that right?
Well, that would constitute the chronic post-traumatic stress disorder, yes.
And that's what all of the psychiatrists at Central Prison have diagnosed Mr. Eric Campbell with, isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Well, Dr. Newman diagnosed him with that, isn't that right?
There have been a few psychiatrists who've diagnosed him with post-traumatic stress disorder, but I saw other diagnoses in there as well.
He's been treated for post-traumatic stress disorder for the last 2 years at Central Prison, isn't that right?
That's what his treatment team is saying, yes.
The chronic form, isn't that right?
Yes.
And that's based on childhood, severe childhood abuse, isn't that right?
Yes, by his report, yes.
And, well, by more than just his report, isn't that right?
Well, no, actually, that's the part that I'm trying to say, that the reports vary significantly.
Well, there's certainly indications that to support or corroborate the self-report. Isn't that true, Dr. Wolf?
There are some elements that can be corroborated, but I don't know that, that there are some distinct differences.
Well, Dr. Wolf, have you examined, you've said you've examined about 2,000 people, is that right?
I have.
Have you examined people who've harmed children?
Yes, I have.
And you've examined people who've harmed children who've never been caught for harming children, haven't you? Before they were talking to you. Isn't that true?
How did you restate your question?
Well, isn't it true that some people harm children without getting caught?
Yes.
And isn't it true that in this case, there was certainly indication that there was strong suspicion that Mr. Campbell was physically abusing his children?
What I reviewed on his history were reports that there were situations that were investigated, and when psychologists who do this type of work with child protective custody assessed him, they did not see it.
Well, didn't they say they were concerned about physical abuse in the home?
Yes, they expressed concern, but no one said he's been physically abused.
Well, didn't they say that they were concerned about future abuse in the home and danger to the children?
Yes, they did.
Now, and Dr. Wolf, you saw the bullet holes in the wall, didn't you?
I did.
And that in and of itself is dangerous to a child, isn't it?
Yes.
And a person who will do that doesn't need to be raising a child, does it?
Objection.
I think I'm an expert on who should be raising a child, so I'll defer on that one.
Well, have you had cases where one of the allegations was a guy just shut off rounds in the house while his baby was sleeping before?
I'm not sure I'm following your question.
It's an unusual thing to do, isn't it, Dr. Wolf, to shoot a gun inside a house with a baby sleeping?
Yes.
And it's very dangerous for the children, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's certainly consistent with childhood abuse, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say yes. Now, and Dr. Wolf, you're aware of the assault of
Holly Campbell, is that right?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware that that assault lasted for nearly the whole night, didn't it?
Yes.
And that Edward Campbell used multiple weapons on Holly Campbell, isn't that right?
I don't recall the, yeah, yes, there was an attempted hanging and a pipe, as I recall, yes.
And a handgun, isn't that right?
Yes.
And there were other children in the home at that time, isn't that right, Dr. Wolf?
Yes.
And Dr. Wolf, you talked a lot about the functioning of someone with post-traumatic stress disorder in your testimony, is that right?
Yes.
And there are people with post-traumatic stress disorder who at least appear like they're functioning okay at times, isn't that right?
Definitely.
And the truth is that sometimes without stressors, those people function very well.
Yes.
And the stressors are what bring on the dissociative or the other states, isn't that correct?
Yes, there's usually a stressor associated with it. But
and the stressor can be someone who's, I'm sorry, I thought
but the main reason that not everyone who's experienced trauma, the reason that not everyone who has experienced trauma has PTSD is that you have to have functional impairment from your trauma.
And the people who might experience these types of episodes are certainly one of the stressors could be interacting with the person who committed the trauma to begin with, isn't that right? In the first place, I should say.
Well, the dissociative episode should have something to do with the trauma, yes.
And traumatic events are what cause the dissociative episode, isn't that right? Or
not
can
necessarily.
Cause. But they can cause the dissociative episode, isn't that right?
They can.
And certainly see the person who's abused you all your life commit these types of acts would be traumatic, wouldn't it, Dr. Wolf?
I think so, yes.
Nothing further.
Yes, sir. Dr. Wolf, in your opinion, did the defendant have functional impairment, or do these records reflect that the defendant had functional impairment?
No, and what I mean by functional impairment is somebody who's able to interact appropriately in social settings and work settings. That's by my review of the records and looking through all the people who knew him, his functioning was good.
Have you ever evaluated someone who was having a dissociative episode during a criminal act?
I have.
And what, if you can describe that?
Well, there have been more than one persons that I viewed as having a dissociative episode even during a murder. And one of them was a young man who'd had terrible childhood abuse with sexual trauma committed by numerous men. And there was an episode that he did not recall, but that somehow he was linked to the murder of the old man. And it was related to his re-experiencing the sexual trauma somehow, but he didn't have a recall of this murder.
So he had no recall of the event?
No. He thought that he might have done it because he saw blood on his robe.
Defense counsel asked you and said several times that Ed Campbell was the common denominator when the defendant was engaged in, or at least knew that there was criminal activity or anything bad that went on in the household. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
In reviewing the juvenile records, was Ed Campbell present when the defendant broke into and vandalized a church when he was a teenager?
No.
Is the defendant charged with making methamphetamines or marijuana in this case?
No.
Did you see anywhere in the evidence that you reviewed that there, and I understand that you are not a drug expert, but did you read anything or see anywhere in the evidence collection that there were in fact methamphetamines that were collected out of the truck or the SUV?
No.
And Central Prison, the treatment team at Central Prison has made a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. What is different in what they do versus what you have done here?
Well, again, the difference with Eric Campbell at Central Prison is that he's been arrested. So there's a huge stressor that wasn't present before. So having murder charges is enough to give anyone anxiety. So he was treated with an antidepressant. He also since stopped that antidepressant, telling me that the antidepressant wasn't going to change the source of his depression. And he said he was fine without it. So it was, again, there's a huge intervening difference with what they're seeing. And he may well have had trauma from New Year's Eve, New Year's Day.
And I don't have anything further.
Well, I think I need to give me just a second. Actually, what he told you about and effects are used to treat post-traumatic stress disorder too, isn't it, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, it is.
It's not just an antidepressant, is that correct?
Well, it's categorized as an antidepressant.
But it's used to treat post-traumatic stress disorder, correct?
Almost all the antidepressants are also used for post-traumatic stress disorder treatment, yes.
And what he actually told you about discontinuing use was that he had some trouble in moving around from different places, that he didn't get it some days, isn't that right?
Yes, he told me that as a result of having to go between facilities, some days he wasn't receiving it.
And the withdrawals were uncomfortable.
That's what he reported.
So he quit taking it at that time.
Yes.
So it's really not, it's not that it didn't, he didn't say that it didn't help, is that right? He said that he didn't like the withdrawals. Isn't that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Now, you mentioned functioning appropriately. One of the things you look to is the circumstances of a person's functioning, isn't that right?
Yes.
And the things you named, his relationship with Chloe and some of his work life, happened after he left the home, isn't that right? After he moved out.
Yes.
And Ed Campbell wasn't with him when he moved out, isn't that right?
Correct.
Now, but despite that, he went to 2 different community colleges over 2 years, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you said he was above average intelligence.
Yes.
And he didn't do well in the first community college, did he?
No.
And he had 3 or 4 jobs over a 2-year period, isn't that right?
Yes.
And they were different types of jobs?
Yes.
And they were all pretty, not high-paying jobs, is that right?
No.
Nothing further.
Nothing further. Yeah, Judge, I am asking that, but I would ask if she just wait just a minute after the jury's released. I think we just need to talk about something.
You object to him?
I don't think so, Your Honor, but let's just wait a minute so we can talk and then we'll figure that out.
Okay. Any further evidence?
No, sir.
Like, I need to bring them back, find out who you all
Yeah.
are. We'll take our lunch and recess at this point. About this case. He did not talk to the parties, the witnesses, or the lawyers about anything at all. Further, did you not talk to anyone else, allow anyone else to talk with you to say anything in your presence about this case? Anyone communicated with you in any way, any fashion? Did you let the sheriff go back in your opinion? Doing individual research and investigation on your own about any issue touching on this file, stay away from the smartphone, and do not perform or express an opinion about this case during this time. With that, while everybody else will remain seated, I will excuse the seventh interview and ask that you return in assembly agreement at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The record should reflect who's asked for anything reference that.
Your Honor, I would just say it does appear that there is a third video, a 1.5 hour video on March the 3rd that we do not have. We will certainly look about getting that, and I didn't know if that would change. I just didn't want to let her go if the defense had any extra questions about those particular things. We will get them to them as soon as we can and turn them over. It's an 1.5 hour video. I don't know why it's not on the card. I know Dr. Wolf said she didn't review them. There was a very complicated get it converted and had to put it on a disc, and anyway, that's where we are with that. I mean, it's noted that there were 3 interviews and okay.
Nothing other than that, Your Honor.
The sheriff says that's 2 o'clock.
Well, that's it for evidence in the Eric Campbell case. We just saw Dr. Nicole Wolf, a witness for the prosecution, who was talking about Eric Campbell's state of mind. Does he have PTSD? Remember, this is the father-son crime spree that resulted in the murder of a couple in North Carolina. Eric Campbell, the defendant in the case, says, "My dad made me do it." He suffered years and years of abuse at the hands of his father, resulting in committing a felony murder. Said he couldn't do anything about it because he had to go along with his father. Interestingly enough, his father, who was also arrested on the same charges, committed suicide before the case could go to trial. So it's only Eric Campbell's story. Critical piece of the puzzle here is the expert testimony. We saw several experts from the defense side saying Eric Campbell suffered PTSD. We heard multiple witnesses testify as to the abuse that Eric Campbell suffered as a child into his adulthood, growing up, that he could not have possibly stopped his father from committing these crimes, and that he was scared himself and had to participate. Well, the prosecution's expert that we just heard from paints a very, very different picture. She says he was cognizant of what was going on at the time of that murder, that he wasn't suffering from an episode, and that PTSD, she's not really buying it. So we're going to need some input. I'm just a lawyer, so we're going to need some input by a medical expert, and we're going to have a psychiatrist on shortly. In the meantime, I'd like to review some of the medical testimony and the expert testimony that the defense put forward. We really want to get a doctor's take on this evidence. This was Dr. Aisha Shadari. Now, she was a medical expert for the defense. She testified that the defendant had PTSD, basically feeding into the defense argument that Eric Campbell can't possibly be held accountable for these murders because this was all manipulation, coercion, and the fact that his father made him do it. I'm interested to hear what you guys think and also what our expert thinks. So now let's throw to the clip Dr. Aisha Shadari.
one of the things that was remarkable was the documented experiences of traumatic life events that the psychologist conducting the evaluation identified at the time of her examination. The other thing was that Eric Campbell described himself as happy all the time and denied any feelings of sadness, which seems out of sync with all these traumatic instances, including his mother suffering the brain injury and being placed in a nursing home, and his father being incarcerated, which is suggestive of underreporting. It's also remarkable that she documented his tendency to use fantasy thought at a level that, so what she says here is he does tend to use fantasy to excess as a means of coping. This is known as a common defense mechanism among children who are experiencing trauma and violence in their lives. There's another finding here where he talks about, Eric reported that he sometimes has nightmares, and they're usually about someone wanting to kill children. Another thing that was remarkable was when asked to talk about his most, well, it says here, Eric is uncomfortable when it comes to openly discussing painful emotional issues. For example, when asked to describe his worst experience, he refused and stated he did not want to talk about that. Because of this discomfort, he may become socially constrained or even isolated. This finding is particularly important because of his age. It suggests that many of the everyday exchanges that contribute to development are either avoided or approached with excessive caution. So all of this is remarkable because this was at a very early age and long predated the incidents that lead to the current charges.
Now, you mentioned that there were some, in your mind at least, when you reviewed Nicholas Campbell's report, that there were some distinctions that you attributed to the difference in their ages. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, it's remarkable because Nicholas was 4 years older than Eric at the time that this report was conducted. There are several instances in which it appears as though Nicholas is actually trying to appear, again, better than he actually is. He's responding with sort of ideal responses. Again, similar to Eric, but in other areas apart from just feeling happy. He also was unable to. When there's a test known as a sentence completion test, and in Nicholas's case, the psychologist noticed that he was very guarded. It says here, on a sentence completion task, he was also very guarded, but he completed the sentence, my nerves are running short. That's the completion of the sentence from Nicholas. The psychologist writes, of particular significance was his sentence, I can't feel anything. Again, these are symptoms that are indicative of stress that he's not reporting. And I can't feel anything is specifically an indicator of numbing and avoidance symptoms in people who are experiencing trauma.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, based on just that information, would you be able to diagnose a child or something like that with some sort of mental disorder, just based on that information?
No, not on that alone.
But would those be things that you would consider important in follow-up?
Absolutely.
Now, there's also Exhibit 50, which is the family evaluation, and were there things in that evaluation that were significant to you in your review of this case?
Yes, sir. There were. This was a family evaluation conducted of Edward Campbell, Nicholas Campbell, and Eric Campbell. Some of the remarkable things, first of all, was that the psychologists conducting the evaluations, sorry, not psychologists, mental health professionals who were conducting the evaluations actually administered rating scales similar to what we talked about earlier, to what I had administered to Eric. And in those rating scales also there was sort of embedded questions that are designed to identify exaggeration or falsification of information. And it's notable that it says, Mr. Campbell received a clinically significant score on the defense responding subscale. Significant scores in this area suggest that the respondent may have answered in a socially acceptable manner. Therefore, all scores should be viewed with caution.
And when it says Mr. Campbell, who are they talking about?
They're talking about Mr. Edward Campbell.
Okay, the father.
The father, yes. So that's remarkable. The other thing that's remarkable is that in the section under summary and assessment, the report actually identifies areas of concern, child vulnerability, children exposed to violence, children's ages being 8 to 12, placing them at risk, caregiver capability, father engaging in violence with girlfriend, father has a history with APS and CPS, Animal Protective Services and Child Protective Services. Father has, there's a typographical error in the report, but the meaning is that father has not completed the grief process for loss of his wife. And father lacks family resources. Father admits caring for wife has impeded his ability to care for children.
So were these all things that you considered in assessing whether there was as corroborative evidence or corroborative information to the...
We're reviewing some testimony in the Eric Campbell case. This is a defense witness, a psychiatrist who's testifying about Eric Campbell and how he has PTSD and how PTSD is the reason that he went along with his father's plan to rob, murder, and light the house on fire of the two victims in this case. Now, we know Eric Campbell, his defense has been since the get-go that he was abused at the hands of his father. He's this victim of a manipulative father. He did not want to participate in a robbery. He thought he was going camping. In the end, his father told him, hey, I marked this house. We're going to go rob this house. But Eric says, I had no idea anybody was going to get killed. I didn't participate in these murders. And the defense team said that he should not be held responsible for those murders. Interestingly enough, the felony murder rule says that if somebody is killed in the commission of a felony, that you'll be responsible for those murders whether you intended for those murders to occur or not. So the defense is really arguing that Eric Campbell wanted nothing to do with his father's illegal activity and that he should not be held responsible for the deaths because of that. How do they prove that? Well, the only way is by getting this expert testimony out there. The defense experts have all testified that Eric Campbell suffered from PTSD, but the prosecution's expert say quite the opposite, that they don't believe he suffered from PTSD or that whatever condition he might be suffering from if he was abused as a child could not be alleviate him from responsibility for these criminal acts that he's accused of. So evidence has now all been presented in the Campbell case. We're in a recess until 2 p.m. where we will, assuming we will hear closing arguments. The judge has not said that, so we're not sure, but we anticipate that's what's going to happen after this lunch break. In the meantime, we're going to continue to listen to the testimony of Aisha Shadari. Now, this is the defense expert testifying regarding the defendant's state of mind at the time, also the abuse that he suffered and how that might have impacted his condition, PTSD, depression, and how all of that plays into the case. We're going to, in a few minutes, we're going to have an expert come on and try and break down and explain some of the medical expert testimony that we've been hearing and his take on what this means for the case, what it means about Eric Campbell's state of mind at the time the crimes were committed and the murder, and how that abuse would have impacted his ability to stop the murders, to not participate with his father. Remember, the defense said Eric Campbell could not have possibly stopped his father or taken himself out of this situation because he was terrified of his father due to the abuse he had suffered at his hands. So this is really going to be interesting stuff. We have a battle of the experts that's a critical point of this trial, and what the jury is going to be deliberating whether or not Eric Campbell should be responsible for these murders. Let's continue with the testimony of Aisha Shadari now while we wait for our expert.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you just repeat the question?
Well, in this particular case, Eric Campbell's father was also charged in this case. How did the fact that his father was involved impact your consideration of this case?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for clarifying. At the time that these events were occurring, the events that were leading to these charges, I think this is very important to identify that not only is an individual who experiences, who suffers from PTSD, operating at a different mental level than a person who doesn't have PTSD, but in addition, that they're not just experiencing a stressful situation. Mr. Edward Campbell was actually experiencing a horrific situation. He was...
You mean Edward Campbell or Eric Campbell?
I'm sorry, Mr. Eric Campbell was observing this horrific act of violence, and the person who was perpetrating that horrific act of violence was the same person who had perpetrated recurring chronic acts of violence on Mr. Eric Campbell since he was a young child. Not only did that occur, but then also after the death of the victims, Mr. Edward Campbell, Eric's father, went on to tell him about how he had actually killed Eric's sister when she was an infant, and kept talking about how it's not usually this messy. And for Eric, this was a horrifying thing to add on to what he had already experienced. So a lifetime of being the victim of physical and emotional traumatic abuse on a daily basis, of being beaten to the point where he was beaten into submission, and then witnessing this horrible act of violence committed by the father who had committed acts of violence to him, and then being told that his father had also killed his sibling, which he had never known before that. So yes, I think it's very significant that the perpetrator of this act of violence, this horrific crime, was also a person that Eric had suffered from violence as a result of his actions.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether due to a mental condition or disorder, Mr. Campbell had the mental capacity to form specific intent to kill on the night of these events?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is that due to being incapacitated by his symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, as well as being incapacitated by the chronic effects of post-traumatic stress disorder, that when faced with the events of that night, he was unable to have the ability to exercise appropriate judgment or caution.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. Campbell had the mental capacity to form specific intent to take property with the intent to permanently deprive the owners of its use?
Yes, sir.
And what is that opinion? Is it the same as...
Yes, my opinion is that he was unable to form a specific intent because of the way that his brain was functioning at the time of the events.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. Campbell had the mental capacity to form specific intent to commit the felony of robbery with a dangerous weapon?
Yes, sir. My opinion is that he did not have the capacity to form specific intent.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. Campbell had the mental capacity to form specific intent to kill the Faulkner's dogs?
It's my opinion that he did not have the capacity to form specific intent.
Now, I want to go back just briefly and talk to you about the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. And you've named some of them in general. But I want you to talk to us a little bit about the symptoms as they relate to Mr. Eric Campbell, based on your...
And on page 4 of your report, second paragraph, there are several recorded instances where the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services substantiated neglectful parenting by Ed Campbell. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
And Eric was placed in foster care frequently. But that's not accurate.
Yes.
Is it accurate?
No.
But it's in your report that you based your opinion on.
Yes, this is a preliminary psychiatric report, and that there are that would be one of the inaccuracies in my report.
So have you done a final report?
My final report is being presented in this testimony.
Where is it?
As part of my presentation, as part of the conversation we're having.
So you haven't, the only written documentation that you have made of this report is what you are deeming the preliminary psychiatric evaluation that you presented with all of your opinions that you have stated here in this courtroom. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But this is not your report.
I would say that is my report. Unless there's other additional information that emerges, that would be the report that I've submitted.
Well, all of this information you already had, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you had the Department of Social Services records before you testified in this courtroom today, didn't you?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you knew that him being the defendant being placed in foster care frequently was not correct. Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
But yet it's recorded as that in this report that was given to the state with your opinion in it.
That would be an error in my report.
And the same with the defendant not residing at the residence for the past 3 years. You knew that information before you testified today. Isn't that correct?
That's true.
And that also is an error in your report.
I would say neither of these is an attempt to mislead by omitting any information.
But it's what you based your opinion on.
What I would say is it's not merely the instance of his address or the frequency of him being held in foster care. I think what is relevant to my report and what really is the foundation of my report does not explain the address of Mr. Shane Worman's grandmother's home or how many times he was placed in foster care. The foundation of the report is based on a consistent pattern of isolation, of underreporting, of also his consistent reporting of the events that led to the present charges, the findings that not only I but also Dr. Fox had on his psychological evaluations that really identify that Eric Campbell, throughout the course of my assessment as well as Dr. Fox's, has not been trying to hide any information. So yes, there's an error in the frequency. Yes, there's an error in the address. Neither of those is indicative of any changes in my opinion on the mental state of Eric Campbell.
Well, you said that this was preliminary and that you were going to give some final report at some other time. Is that, or as you testify?
That's not uncommon to identify preliminary findings as well as final findings in testimony.
So you're going to prepare another report? Is that how that works?
There's no indicator that that needs to happen. We're here with the findings that I've already presented.
And in those findings, you just said, and you noted on page 9 of your report, under the history of the incident in question, you noted that it is also on the after history of incident in question, it's the first paragraph there, the last sentence. It's also notable that the account Eric gave me of this incident is very consistent with the police interview transcript. Is that what you stated here?
Yes.
And so would that be the police interview transcript that you reviewed of the defendant talking with Roger Baker on January the 1st of 2015 in West Virginia?
I don't remember the name of the officer.
Well, what police interview transcripts did you review?
I don't have them in front of me. I wouldn't be able to give you the names of the officers right off my memory.
On the front of your report, in the the second paragraph where you discuss what you examined, it says discovery files pertaining to this case. Does that include statements that the defendant gave to a law enforcement officer on January the 1st of 2015 while he was in West Virginia?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
And also a law enforcement interview that he gave to detectives Doug McPhee and Steve Hayes January the 2nd of 2015 while he was in West Virginia. Did you review that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And is it your opinion that the account that Eric gave you is very consistent with the police interview transcript?
I would say it's surprisingly consistent given the mental state and given the events that he had just gone through at the time that he gave those reports. And I think it's remarkable that even though several months have passed intervening, the reports, the basic account that he's provided has remained fairly consistent, not only with me but to other people that he reported.
Dr. Chaudhry, is it, so when did you interview Mr. Campbell?
The first time I interviewed him was in November of 2016.
We're reviewing some expert testimony in the Eric Campbell case. That's the defense expert witness testifying about Eric Campbell's state of mind. He suffers from PTSD, and the defense says he should not be held responsible for the murder of a North Carolina couple because of it. He was manipulated by his father, coerced into committing this crime, and the defense says it's because he suffered PTSD, suffered severe abuse as a child, and that he was unable to extricate himself from this criminal situation, this father-son crime spree that took place because of it. Prosecution, a little bit of a different story. Not the first time you have two experts on the stand who have competing views. I'm just a lawyer, so I need somebody to come in and talk to us about what this all means, and I'm sure our viewers do too. So we have Dominic Sportelli. He's a board-certified psychiatrist. Dominic, can you break this down? We need you to break this down for us. So in the law, we have this classic situation, which I'm sure you're familiar with, battle of the experts. Defense expert says this, prosecution expert says that, and a jury scratches their head and says, I'm not really sure what to believe. So we need you to break this down for us and explain. So first of all, defense theory of the case is that Eric Campbell suffered these years and years of abuse at the hand of his father, and he has PTSD. How is this a defense to a crime like this? What would the defense have to establish in order to show that he really didn't have the ability to form the intent to commit a crime or exercise appropriate judgment?
Yeah, great question. So I think the first ground rules here is let's talk about what is PTSD and what is the diagnosis of PTSD so our viewers can understand. Post-traumatic stress disorder is an accurate diagnosis in the DSM, so it's a valid diagnosis. When someone experiences trauma, and trauma can mean a lot of things. It could be physical abuse, as in this case, emotional abuse, as in this case. It could be experiencing wartime events, things like that. the person continues to have memories, dreams of the events, relives the events. They can experience something called emotional detachment, where they avoid the circumstances that may remind them of the events, or they may even dissociate. Now, dissociation is really interesting because you're not mentally present. It's almost a fugue state, which is pretty common in PTSD. The other things that you see in PTSD are anger, irritability, sleep disturbance, hypervigilance. That's an important one. People tend to be on high alert when they have PTSD. And let's not forget something else that's really important and may cloud this discussion with this legal circumstance, is that post-traumatic stress disorder has an enormous amount of comorbid issues. Comorbid meaning other psychiatric phenomenon like depression, anxiety, psychosis, all these other things that still play into this. So that's PTSD, to get a better understanding of how we diagnose it. The important thing here is, number one, first of all, is the diagnosis of PTSD an admissible thing? Well, it is, because there's a large research base in PTSD, and it's an accurate DSM diagnosis. So we do have that basis. So the diagnosis is real, let's say. Now here's a couple important things. Is it an accurate diagnosis? So who diagnosed it and how did they diagnose it? That's going to be important for both the defense and the prosecution. Now this is where it gets tricky. I listed all of those things that PTSD can sort of manifest as, right? But what aspects of that PTSD play a part in the case? Specifically, what were the clear and direct connections of the PTSD symptoms and the criminal act? That's very, very important, and then that has to be dissected.
Yeah, Dominic, those are all such great points, and thank you for breaking that down, because it is a complicated diagnosis. When you think of PTSD, you think of somebody hearing a crash and all of a sudden being reverted back to maybe if they had been in an accident before, something like that. But here, it's a little bit different, because they're talking about, from the defense perspective, a barrage of witnesses that knew Eric Campbell and Ed Campbell, his father, from childhood, you know, up to almost the present, who say that, yes, Ed Campbell was a very violent guy. Yes, at certain points during the course of our childhood, I saw him be very violent, be very dangerous, be very scary. I saw him abuse Eric. But when it comes down to it, there's another piece of this puzzle that the prosecution points out, which I'm sure we'll hear in closing. That's all terrible, and a child should never be abused. But you're in a car with your father, you stop at a store, you buy these materials that seem to be quite suspicious, that are ultimately used in the murder and the burglary and then murder of a couple. So is it that you have these issues in your childhood and it can really lead you down that path?
Well,
I mean,
I think the potential important discussion here is throughout the course of this. Now, we know it's post-traumatic stress disorder because this child was abused, right? How much emotional numbing is this individual experiencing? Because emotional numbing is a very important part of PTSD too. There's this dissociation. You're just removed from the circumstance. And then there's almost this, and I hate to use the term self-defense in a legal way, but it is a personal defense to just go along with what this abuser is doing in fear of any further abuse. So there's potential there for sure.
Dominic, I'm so glad you brought up that point, because that's a big part of the defense case. That part of the reason Eric Campbell did not want to participate even in this burglary. He didn't know it was going to happen. He did know it was going to happen when they actually entered the house. He admitted to that. But the intention wasn't to go out and burglarize this house. He thought he was going camping with his father, and then his father says, actually, we're going to go to this house. We're going to burglarize it. He participates. He says he did. The reason, though, he says, I'm terrified, I'm scared of my father. And could that potentially be reverted back to what we're talking about, this childhood abuse that he allegedly experienced? Is that a valid connection?
Unfortunately, yes. You know, I hate to say, you know, I really hate to say it, but yeah. You know, this is very similar to cases that you've seen where people have been kidnapped for years and they start to sympathize with their captors and they do things that the captors tell them to do. Number one, in fear, and then almost, I don't know if you've ever heard of something called Stockholm Syndrome.
Definitely,
that you start to sort of empathize with that person who's sort of taken over your life. So there's a lot of psychodynamics that play into this, and unfortunately the answer to the question is yes. I think someone can get to the point where they're so emotionally numb and so fearful, potentially fearful of any reprisal that that individual might have on them, that they'll just go along with whatever they say.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting, Dominic? In some of the testimony that we heard from some of the people that knew Eric Campbell and Ed Campbell growing up, what you said from a medical perspective came out in the testimony that at some point during his childhood years into his teens, he said, well, I just do what my father says. He's my father. And his brother actually said something similar, that that was their dad, and they followed his rules, and if they didn't follow his rules, that there were serious repercussions. So certainly there seems to be some justification from the medical perspective that if you can establish that Eric Campbell, or if a jury believes that Eric Campbell suffered from PTSD due to this abuse, that perhaps this was a case of total coercion and maybe he shouldn't be held responsible for the murders. Now, that being said, what does that mean? Because you have competing medical experts that are coming to different conclusions, essentially looking at some of the same medical history records and whatnot from Eric Campbell's past and present. So I want to move into that. What I found very interesting is the witness that we were just watching on the stand, the defense expert. She talked about establishing what his state of mind was, both before, after, and currently. So she's talking about before the commission of the crime, during the commission of the crime, and now. So we're talking PTSD, depression, and other potential conditions. How do you go back and recreate that? How do you know what somebody's state of mind was before the commission of the crime and during the commission of the crime from a medical perspective?
Yep, really interesting question. And here's the truth. When you're dealing with the subject, the individual, of course it's biased because you can't go back. You can never get a clear picture of what someone's accurate state of mind was 5 years ago, right? It makes perfect sense. So what you need to do is, number one, you need to rely on any previous records of any kind. So if he was evaluated at his school by his principals, by any child study teams, by any psychologists, counselors, you look at those records. So that's the most important thing. That'll probably be the clearest evidence that you have. They also do subjective interviewing. Let's go back. Let's talk about your childhood. Let's talk about when you were 15. What was your life like? Tell me about what made you anxious. What sort of things worried you? How did you feel? So you can subjectively go back with the patient themselves, with the individual themselves, but it's always going to be a little bit biased. The most accurate way to do that, as stated, is to look at records, and hopefully they have some sort of accurate records. Otherwise, it's going to be biased.
Yeah, and that's why I find it so interesting, and that's why your input is so appreciated, because in the law, we establish intent all the time. We argue about intent. That's the crux of it. Most criminal cases require some sort of state of mind, whether it be intentional, reckless, negligent, whatever. And we establish that by using circumstantial evidence, witness testimony, because of course, you can never be in someone's head. We're not going to know what they were thinking at that moment. From a medical perspective, it's a little bit different. You're looking back at records. You're also doing these interviews. And another interesting piece of this puzzle is some of these what are considered to be objective tests. Now, I'm interested in you telling us a little bit more. We need some education, or at least I do. Maybe our viewers tend to know more than me many times about the subject matter in this case. But I would like some information about some of this subjective testing, because from a legal perspective, we see it all the time. It's like, oh my gosh, these two experts have the exact same information, but they're coming to dramatically different conclusions. So we have a test here, a PTSD screening, which was conducted by the defense expert a psychiatrist. Now, this goes through basically a scoring system where 0 to 19 is considered asymptomatic, and then you get all the way up to extreme when it's 80 plus. The conclusion in this case was that Eric Campbell's scores on the scales are 65 for the present day, but for his lifetime, he scores a 100. Could you tell us a little bit about what that means, and also if you could give us a little bit of information, what's encompassed in this objective test?
Yeah, so the objective testing is basically a questionnaire, but it's a very long questionnaire, and it has a lot of various questions to try and avoid as much bias as possible. Now, you have administrator-rated questionnaires, and then you have self-administered questionnaires, right? Meaning, one, Eric would fill out all the paperwork on his own, and the other, the administrator of the test would interpret what the individual is saying and then score it, right? So those are the two ways that it's usually done. And both are usually done to see if there's any discrepancies among both. Now, again, it's a basic questionnaire. There are a lot of questions, and the questions are geared to look at current symptoms, previous symptoms, so they do their best. These psychometrics, the people that develop these tests really do their best to try and avoid any sort of bias and create the best validity that they can with these tests. So, and they're also put to the test as well as far as research. So for the most part, the ones that were given that I reviewed were fairly valid tests. And the fact that he received a 100 score on a lifetime PTSD scale is very, very high. I mean, this is someone that's truly and sincerely suffering from post-traumatic stress and, and the emotional discontent that goes along with it. So that being said, the post-traumatic stress test was very, very high. I know I'd like to talk about, too, is some of the other tests that were undertaken, like the sociopathy scales and things like that. And the reason I bring that up is because, and we'll talk about this, right, because you have that data, the sociopathy scale was low. It wasn't that high, which is very, very interesting from a psychiatric perspective, because sociopathy is basically the lack of empathy. And when someone doesn't score high on that, you know that they feel empathy for others, empathy, sympathy, and they do have a sense of right or wrong. Now that can go a couple different ways for Eric, right? Because he has a sense of right or wrong, but yet his post-traumatic stress was so high that it maybe overcame that sense of right or wrong, right? It's a very, very interesting finding.
Yes, absolutely. And that's, I think, an important distinction. That's what we were hearing from the defense expert. You're talking about the test, I can't say it right now, psychopathic test, what you were just describing. And there's a scale, and it's a criminality scale. And it talks about where people who are criminals usually fall, and he was nowhere near that. So from a medical perspective, it's possible to not be in that realm, but the PTSD is so severe that it clouds the judgment, that it makes it so you can't exercise the judgment that you would normally exercise, despite the fact you know that your actions are wrong. And the expert that was on the stand for the defense said something similar to that he was upset. He was upset with himself because he could never stand up to his father, that he felt bad about what happened, that he did have that sense of empathy. So those two don't necessarily go hand in hand. It's just that they can be seriously impacted by each other. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think more importantly is that when you see this in the context of this case, when you see that discrepancy, it's really fascinating, again, from someone that studies psychology and psychiatry, because you have someone that is committing such a horrific crime, going along, just going along with his father and doing something so disturbing. I mean, when you read about this case, it's horrific.
Horrible.
But yet, his sociopathy scale is so low. So honestly, the numbers that he's showing on his sociopathy scale is almost like someone that couldn't be capable of committing something like this from a psychological standpoint, because they don't have that in them. Now, of course, there's bias with these tests, and you have to interpret them loosely sometimes, but that discrepancy is what really jumps out at me, is that he committed this horrific crime, his post-traumatic stress scores are incredibly elevated, his sociopathy scores are very, very low, indicating that he doesn't have that internal sort of psychological makeup of a criminal to do something to harm someone in this way. Very interesting.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that very much feeds into the defense version of the facts. I mean, obviously, you're not going to put an expert on the stand who's going to, well, at least you shouldn't put an expert on the stand that's not going to support your case. But exactly what you're saying from a medical perspective when you see the results of this test is what the defense is arguing. It's not that he didn't know. It's not that he didn't think this was wrong or right. He was aware that his actions were wrong. He just couldn't say no to his father. And that's really the defense theory of the case. And that's why the medical perspective really goes hand in hand with the legal perspective, because as I said, we look at the circumstantial evidence. We sit there as lawyers, depending on what side of the coin you're on, and say, well, yeah, but you got into the car and you purchased these materials and you went into the house and you set the house on fire and you're in the escape, and all that, and you piece that together. But the state of mind could be a whole different story, the PTSD issue. And what you just described from that criminality scale, the defense focus is all about PTSD. That's their point that they're really hammering home. Now,
and I got to tell you, just quickly, I think,
oh yeah, absolutely.
As you're saying this to me, and you're going through this sort of list of actions that Eric was involved in, I have to tell you, from a clinical standpoint, personally, I've seen post-traumatic stress disorder quite a bit. I've actually worked on post-traumatic stress disorder units, worked with veterans, and sometimes you see this, and I'm going to use the term robotic. They become so removed and so dissociated that their daily actions become robotic. And as you're talking about Eric kind of going through the motions with his father, I picture this individual that is so emotionally desensitized and going through these robotic kind of motions without even thinking about them. So that painted that picture for me. It brought me back to some of the PTSD units that I've worked on.
Oh, that's really great insight. Something else that really came up a lot in this case was some dreams that Eric had that he had described to friends and family members who had testified on his behalf. And these dreams were all about, he was fearful of somebody killing a child. I mean, they really seem to revert back to those abusive incidents that allegedly occurred at the hands of his father. So those dreams that he might be having currently or have had in the recent past, does that factor into an assessment of whether or not somebody suffers from PTSD?
Absolutely, 100%. As a matter of fact, it's part of the diagnostic criteria because people develop these horrible insomnia with PTSD because, number one, their body is on high alert all the time. And evolutionarily, you probably shouldn't sleep if you think you're going to be attacked by a bear, right? So what happens is your body, the thermostat is set low and super sensitive, so it's really, really hard to sleep. Now, when you do finally go to sleep, your mind is still racing and it's very pre-focused on all these horrific events that took place throughout your life. So one of the diagnostic criteria is insomnia, difficulty with sleeping, and reliving the trauma through dreams. And honestly, it's so severe that it's actually quite common to treat people for post-traumatic stress with medication to help them dream less. We use a medicine called prazosin that actually alters your sleep cycle so you dream less because the dreams can be so horrific to these people that it reawakens the trauma.
Absolutely, and that was what the defense experts were saying, that this was all, all feeds into and perhaps is one of the elements that led them to say this is a 100 on the PTSD scale, because in my mind, it says 80 is severe. 100, I mean, is that like perfect score? That's the quintessential PTSD case?
Yeah, he basically hit it out of the park with this PTSD screen. It's as pretty as high as it goes.
So another element that came up is depression. And I know that in the beginning when you were explaining what PTSD means from a clinical perspective, depression came up, that often PTSD is accompanied by other conditions. So as far as depression is concerned, that's another factor here. How will that weigh into the discussion of his state of mind, his ability to determine right from wrong, his ability to say no to his father? Is that less relevant than the PTSD diagnosis?
Well, like I said, I think when we're looking at the diagnosis, whether it's PTSD, whether it's anxiety, psychosis, or depression, I think the most important thing is to make the direct connection with the exact symptom and how it affected him in the criminal act, right? So, for example, if we were to say the PTSD, we're really focusing in on this dissociation, or we're focusing in on this self-defense fear that he doesn't want to, go against his father. I think the same thing goes for depression, because there are aspects of depression that could potentially be brought into the case in his state of mind. For example, someone with severe depression can have such apathy, helplessness, hopelessness, that they can't think for themselves. I have, unfortunately, patients that are so depressed they don't get out of bed. They have no motivation to do anything. They can't even think anymore. So if someone is at that point in a state of depression, it could potentially be used. But again, you really have to pick apart how is he manifesting the symptoms and how does it correlate with the criminal act.
Right, and that's really what it comes down to. So the real crux of this case is, hey, if you didn't want to participate, and this is completely when you're talking about the prosecution's perspective and the question the defense has to anticipate. If you didn't want to participate in this crime, why did you? Why didn't you leave? Why didn't you call the authorities? Why, when everything was said and done, was this a chase, a high-speed chase that results in a shootout? Why did you hide the bodies? Why did you put them in the truck? You know, and he said a lot of, in the defense account of the story, he didn't participate in the murders. This was his father. There's other medical testimony that shows a pretty brutal beating. I'm assuming that when we get to the prosecution's closing arguments, they're going to say, well, this would have been really difficult to have been done by one person. 2 people against one person, kind of unlikely. That's my guess as an attorney that we'll be hearing that conclusion. But when you're talking about all of those factors, is it difficult from a medical perspective to say, okay, but you did all this now, and you're talking about this abuse that was sustained from your childhood? Again, I understand that the argument is that, yeah, he's still scared. But there's a lot of opportunity to turn the other way and say, I'm not going to participate in this. So what do you think about that from a medical perspective when you're talking about really looking into someone's mindset if they do suffer from PTSD?
Yeah, so my biggest question is, how far gone are they, right? Meaning, how severe is the PTSD and the depression and the anxiety and the fear of his father? How extreme is it? Think about this. Let's think about someone that from a very young age, every single time that he opposed something that his father wanted him to do, he received an unbelievably negative experience. So every time this kid didn't do something his father said, he just was physically assaulted and abused. And let's say that happened hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times over the course of this young gentleman's life. That sticks with you, because now it's almost as if he has this reinforced behavior that if he goes against his father in any way, there's going to be a negative repercussion. And it's instilled in him at this point. It's a reinforced behavior. So even though it happened many, many years ago, I'm sure that over the course of all of these years and all of these horrible physical altercations and physical abuse and emotional abuse, this is something that just doesn't go away.
No, well, and that's what the defense experts have said, and that was all presented to the jury. Now, as we know, in any sort of criminal case where you have an expert witness on the defense side, you're going to have what's called a rebuttal witness on the prosecution side. So there was a psychiatrist who examined the defendant, an independent psychiatrist who conducted the medical examination for the state. She came to dramatically different conclusions based on her assessment of Eric Campbell. We're going to cut to a clip. This is Dr. Wolf, the prosecution expert, and then I really want to get your take, Dominic, and explain to us a little bit about her conclusions, what they mean, and how do you reconcile that in the mind of a juror? Who do you believe? So now we're going to turn to Dr. Wolf and then back with Dominic in a few minutes.
What is post-traumatic stress disorder?
Post-traumatic stress disorder is essentially the body's reaction to severe trauma. So it can be a whole host of different types of traumatic events. At work, sometimes we have staff get assaulted by patients. That can be an example of something that will cause post-traumatic stress disorder, because the person then has to go back into that same environment where they were already assaulted. The whole diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder came about after veterans were returning from Vietnam, and doctors realized that they had a whole host of behavior problems, and that is how the concept of behavioral problems resulting from trauma came about. Over time, so originally the diagnosis was thought that you had to have a great fear that your life was going to end. And over time, we've realized that lesser traumas can also cause post-traumatic stress disorder.
Is it possible that one can experience trauma in his life without developing post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes. The interesting feature about post-traumatic stress disorder is that not everyone who undergoes even a life-threatening trauma develops post-traumatic stress disorder. Some people are extremely resilient and can be exposed to combat repeatedly and never develop post-traumatic stress disorder. Another example is even for people who witness a murder, only 1/4 of them will experience post-traumatic stress disorder from having witnessed something as horrific as a murder.
But witnessing a murder or participating in a murder, could that in and of itself cause post-traumatic stress disorder?
Even if you were the person that caused the horrific event, you can develop post-traumatic stress disorder from that.
And Dr. Wolf, what are the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder?
So essentially, whatever the trauma is, the person becomes sort of hypersensitized to it. So again, in the example of, let's just say an Iraqi vet. So if the Iraqi veteran had been driving in Iraq and constantly on guard, looking for an explosive device on the side of the road, sometimes when they come back here, they remain hypervigilant when they're driving, meaning that they're constantly on edge, wondering if that piece of trash on the side of the road is actually an explosive device. So that sort of thing. So it's when the person gets really keyed up from things that you and I aren't keyed up from. It can cause nightmares. It can cause significant irritability because it takes a big toll on the body to constantly be keyed up and on edge and looking for danger when there isn't really any there. And so they develop significant insomnia and nightmares, and then moodiness and irritability.
That's testimony from the prosecution's expert, Dr. Wolf. She's a psychiatrist. She also examined Eric Campbell, comes to different conclusions. I want you to break it down for us. We're here with Dominic Sportelli, board certified psychiatrist. I'm really interested in your take on this because as far as Dr. Wolf is concerned, she doesn't buy PTSD, and she had a couple of reasons that she cited throughout her testimony. Obviously, she pointed to different examples. She said PTSD, when she kind of gave a very simple definition, for lack of a better word, she said it's functional impairment that's created by severe trauma. So can you please explain to us what that means a little bit? What does functional impairment means? Because there's no question that Eric Campbell was, look, he was functioning in society. He wasn't, as you may have described, there's some patients who can't leave their home, can't, have suffered such severe trauma, depression or something that they really, they can't even go outside. That's not Eric Campbell. So what does functional impairment to severe trauma actually mean?
So let's think about something that's actually really interesting about PTSD. PTSD is one of the only, there's a few, but it's one of the only psychiatric phenomena that is caused by an external event. This isn't bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, something that's more organic in the brain. This is something that happened. There was an event or multiple events that changed this gentleman's outlook on the world and his functional capability. So functional capability is basically, how do you approach the world? You get up in the morning, do you go to work? Are you functional? Can you make yourself breakfast and take a shower? Can you interact in society? Those are activities of daily living that are impaired in PTSD, right? Because you can't really communicate with other people very well. You feel very isolated. It's very hard to hold down a job. You're more likely to abuse substances. So it's a functional impairment in the day-to-day lifestyle based on an external trigger that took place in your life.
Well, that's great insight on that fact, because the doctor here was very focused on that and very focused on what that means in the context of this case. So one of the issues that she really looked upon in her assessment of Eric Campbell, according to her testimony, was she looked back at police statements that were made. She looked back at what his interviews and throughout the course of the investigation of the case, what he said. And one of the things that she really hit on was the fact that, his story changed a couple of times, and he remembered this, he remembered that, he remembers to say, I didn't participate in this, I was outside at this point, my dad was inside at that point. And she talked a lot about what that means and in the context of dissociative episode. Mm-hmm. So can you please explain to us dissociative episode? She gave an example. She said she had a patient, and this patient had a terrible lifelong history of abuse. And as an adult, he committed murder, but he didn't remember a darn thing. He woke up and he kind of snapped into his right mind. He saw blood on his robe. And when he was interviewed by this doctor, he said, I remember nothing. I don't know if I did it or not. because I saw blood on my robe. It makes me think I could have, but I'm not sure. And that was her example of a dissociative episode. Now, if you could explain to us, what's a dissociative episode, and does it always have to be that extreme, or can it be a little bit more gray?
Yeah, great question. Well, it could certainly be more gray, but let's think about something pretty interesting. I'm a psychiatrist, so I like to think about things psychologically, and just for your viewers to understand what a dissociative episode is. When someone is experiencing such emotional turmoil in their life, you know, just from trauma, let's say day to day, their mind, as a defense, as a protective factor, completely turns off. It just turns off because it can't stand the pain anymore, the emotional pain. So what happens is, and that's a defense mechanism, that is a psychological defense mechanism that's subconscious, it's unconscious, you don't control this. You have periods of action in your life that you just don't remember because somebody just turned off the switch. Your mind just turned off the switch because it's too painful to experience. That's a dissociative episode. But here's the thing. There is gray. There's tons of gray to answer your question. Someone can have a dissociative state for 24 hours, 48 hours, even longer, 1 hour, you know, and they won't remember anything. But there's no real cut and dry what is a true dissociative episode. Someone, not only can they potentially not be fully dissociating, but they could just be emotionally removed from the circumstance where they're unable to really process the information. I think the important thing here is that the defense may be really banking on a dissociative episode. Now, if that's the case, you know, the prosecution has an argument to say, you know what, this wasn't a true, complete fugue. It wasn't like this kid doesn't remember anything that happened, so therefore it's not dissociative, therefore we'll just throw out that whole idea. They can go there the way that this physician is explaining a dissociative state. And the physician is right. I mean, her example is a true dissociative state. But, you know, there are variations to it. You know, you can be, like I said, just emotionally removed, very robotic, unable to make decisions for yourself, going along with emotions, but still recall the events. And at the far end of that is a state where you don't remember anything. You know, so, you know, I guess it's important to make that distinction in this case, but again, what are we focusing on with Eric's participation in the crime? Was it that he didn't remember anything, or was it that he was just so emotionally removed that, you know, he just was unable to make the appropriate decisions?
Right, and Dominic, I think that's the important distinction that we're probably going to hear being emphasized by the defense, that, okay, so say there wasn't this dissociative state, and it sounds like the fact that he can recount his memories, as you know, as you said, there's a lot of different levels of what that might mean, but he really, you know, he's telling his story. He's recounting memories from that incident, from that day, from what happened, remembers some details about it. So we don't have this true detached dissociative state where, oh my gosh, I woke up, I have no idea what happened. As you said, we may have something in between, but if if there's no dissociative state, does that preclude a diagnosis of PTSD, or the fact that PTSD could have impacted your judgment or ability to commit a crime, or how you might have reacted in this particular circumstance?
Yeah, great question. That's important. And the answer is no, it does not preclude the diagnosis of PTSD. Dissociation is just one part of it. And, you know, in order to meet criteria for PTSD, you don't necessarily have to dissociate. Some people do, some people don't. And again, there's various levels of emotional dissociation. So, no, it does not preclude the diagnosis, and he can certainly still have PTSD to the point that it affects his judgment.
So, and with that train of thought, so there are several layers to this, because the first is the defense is establishing this abusive relationship that occurred at the hands of Eric Campbell's father. They've established it by expert testimony. You said one of the factors that you would take into account if you were assessing somebody, if you were doing a test to see if they had PTSD, depression, or any other sort of psychiatric condition, would be to look back at their medical history, their medical records, and kind of look through those to see where they stood before, during, and after. So in this particular case, there wasn't a lot of rock solid documentation about the nature and extent of whatever abuse there was. That was based more on witness testimony. So that's step one, is hey, what does the jury think about the testimony, and do they find those witnesses credible and believe that was the case? Step 2 is, does that cause PTSD? And that's where this lies. So this expert used some objective testing also, and she came to different conclusions. My question is, can you manipulate those tests as a patient? Can you sit there, and you said it's a questionnaire, is there a way to do that? And how do these objective tests come out so drastically different?
Yeah, so, you know, again, when the psychometric producers of these tests come up with these tests, they really try to make it as valid as possible. And they do incorporate questions, you know, to, you know, try and diminish false positives. But, you know, there's always ways to manipulate these tests. You know, sometimes you can actually tell on the test if someone's being overzealous with their answers. So, yeah, you can manipulate the test. But here's an important thing, too. You know, as a clinician, it really depends on your expertise as a clinician, too, because there's always room for some subjective interpretation. For example, if I'm doing an administered questionnaire to you and I'm asking you a question, based on your response, I'm going to circle a number, 1 through 10, let's say, 10 being very extreme, 1 being minimal. If your answer to me and my interpretation isn't so severe, you know what, I'll give you a 4. Maybe someone else, another clinician, might give you a 6, right? So there is room for some discrepancy there. So even though they are objective tests, it's still the administrator and the experience of the clinician that is very, very important in getting a valid score.
Well, that's very good insight into that issue, because I think from a jury perspective, very often that can be confusing. I know in cases that I've tried, when you hear from the jurors later, or the alternate jurors, they say, I was very confused at how there could be such drastically different results from one expert to another expert. But of course, there's all different variables. Each expert is talking about the test they performed, and as you said, there can be different results. It's dependent on exactly what testing was done, and perhaps different standards for those tests. I do want to go into another factor that the defense expert focused on, and that's what we were talking about before, the fact that there was a lot of memories about the incident leading up to this particular, to the burglary, to the murder, to the camping trip, to everything that happened that day and after. Now, when we're talking about PTSD, for the purposes of this case, the relevant time frame is at the time that the incident happened, at the time the crime committed. What was the state of mind? Was he suffering from an episode of PTSD? And the doctor, the expert for the prosecution, said, I don't see any evidence that he was suffering from PTSD at the time. What types of factors is she looking at to come to that conclusion? Again, it kind of feeds back into your commentary about what you look for in order to make those assessments when you're going in a time machine and going back in time into somebody's mind. I mean, that's really difficult. So what would she be looking at to draw that conclusion?
It's really hard. You know, I completely agree with you. It's very, very difficult. And you're looking at an overall picture of somebody's behavior in the context of, you know, reports, right? So what you're looking at is was he experiencing any of those symptoms that we talked about? I mean, you know, when he was committing the crimes, is there any evidence that he was emotionally detached? Was he sleeping okay? Was he eating okay? Was he taking care of himself? Was he day to day getting through his activities of daily living okay? And you know, you can look at things day to day, like what was he doing around that time period? Was he getting up, taking a shower, going to work, going to school, being with, you know, social with individuals, social with family? So you're looking at his social context around the incident, and let's really see, does this look like somebody that was isolating, that wasn't sleeping, you know, that was agitated and irritable, that was complaining of dreams and issues? Was he seeing a psychologist or a psychiatrist or a counselor? Did he talk to his friends about his, you know, current experiences? You know, was he functioning at the time on a day-to-day basis? And the truth is, if you look at things and you say, wait a minute, this guy was functioning pretty well, you know, he doesn't really seem to be experiencing a lot of the symptoms, then maybe at that time he wasn't, you know, manifesting such significant symptoms that would, you know, cause a, you know, some sort of bias with his actions in this criminal case. So, you know, you're looking at his actions around the time of the event.
Right, and that's the time period that the focus is on. That's what really matters here, is was he in this state of suffering from PTSD at the time? So that leads to my next question. So PTSD is a condition that's diagnosed. Somebody has PTSD from a traumatic incident in their past, as you explained. And we know from the defense objective testing, we saw, okay, you have a 65 level of PTSD right now, but you have an 100 lifetime level. So my question is it just episodes? You suffer from episodes of PTSD, or it's this lifelong condition? And what does that mean for establishing that frame of mind at the time of this criminal act in the Campbell case?
Yeah, so for the most part, it's a baseline condition with exacerbations, and that's important. And I'm sorry if I'm vague about that, but it's true. So if someone that has PTSD, they have the underlying PTSD, and it's always there, and it very rarely goes away. You can treat some symptoms, but certain things will trigger it and exacerbate it and make it a lot worse. So, we can use an example of somebody like this. Let's just say Eric, let's just say he was going to school and he was going about his daily life. He was working and everything seemed okay, and he was baseline. But when he's around his father, he starts to re-experience some of the difficulties. He becomes irritated, he becomes agitated, he becomes, difficulty sleeping, his appetite changes, because that's a trigger, right? So someone with PTSD can have that baseline, but have triggers that really, really send them over the edge psychologically. And that varies from individual to individual. It varies, in their treatment. There's so many variables there. But yeah, it can be a roller coaster ride.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's what we saw from this testimony, that there's a lot of factors that play into this. It's not just PTSD, it's a lot more complicated than what you might think of as an average person when you really look into what factors play into that diagnosis. Another point that the prosecution's expert focused on was the depression element. And that's why I kind of wanted to ask you about that before, so we could loop it back in here. Now, she said that, okay, yes, I did diagnose some depression, but we're talking about right now, and I don't really see anything that's so substantive in his past to make that conclusion. We're talking about now, and we're talking about after significant aggravating factors. You've been arrested and accused of a double murder, and you're in jail and you're going to trial for it. So I would imagine that your state of mind might be a bit different with these factors at play. And of course, without the benefit of extensive medical history or medical records prior to this time, how do you tell? I mean, how do you tell what the trigger point is? You're talking about serious and significant life events, accused of murder, in jail, facing trial, that are clearly impacting your mental state. So how do you make that assessment?
Yeah, and another one. There are so many confounding issues here, and you're absolutely right. When someone is incarcerated, facing trial, facing a murder trial, you're going to most likely, I think, the average person would experience symptoms of depression. Now, when you look at the diagnosis of depression in most psychiatric conditions, it's a clinical diagnosis, meaning we don't have a blood test for it, right? We don't have an x-ray for it. We can't look back at MRIs or any sort of imaging studies. What we're basically doing is looking at symptoms. And, talking to Eric now, doing an assessment now, we're basically asking very specific questions. Is there any indication of suicidality? Do you feel helpless or hopeless? Have you lost interest in things that you used to like to do? How's your sleep? How's your appetite? Of course, these things are probably going to be pretty altered at this point, and you're going to flag for depression. So based on the circumstantial, the psychosocial circumstances in his life right now, he's probably going to flag for depression, as I stated. Again, looking back, let's look back to pictures. Let's talk to his family. Let's talk to friends. Let's talk to people that he confided in. What were his activities like 3 months ago, 6 months ago, a year ago? Did he have isolated behavior? Was he sad and depressed? Did he ever talk about suicide? These are things that we have to look back historically, and basically we're just gathering evidence from his social environment at that time. What did they see? Did they see evidence of those clinical phenomena? Again, in a lot of cases, and unfortunately we don't have that in this case, but a child that grows up in a difficult home, let's just say, sometimes has child study team evaluations, they have school counselor evaluations, they have a lot of material and a lot of data to review, but we don't have that here. So we're just relying on what people saw 6 months ago, a year ago, what people saw now. That's it.
Yeah, definitely. And that makes it really difficult to have that distinction of, wait, where were you then as opposed to now? Because as you said, I mean, these factors are real, and what somebody's experiencing right now, I think from a tangible point of view, when you're talking about a juror, they're going to say, well, of course your mindset is different, because of course you're suffering from depression, of course you have anxiety, this, that, or the other, because you're in this seat right now in the defendant's chair facing a potential death penalty. So certainly those are issues that will be hashed out. The medical experts they've testified, and the jury's going to come to their conclusion about really who they believe, and that's the challenge for experts, to kind of break it down and bring it down to the level of the jurors. What I do want to do, I want to talk to you a little bit. We're waiting. We know they're going to go back in the courtroom at 2 o'clock, but we have a little more time. I want to play a quick clip of Eric Campbell's aunt's testimony. Now, she was testified as a defense witness, and she testified about some of the abuse that she had witnessed Eric Campbell, and that the violent behavior that she had witnessed of Eric's father. So this is pretty critical, and I'd like your take on how this can really impact somebody as an adult. So we're going to throw to this clip now and then come back to you, Dominic.
It's just during the summer. The weather up there doesn't allow you to hold events during the winter.
And who, did y'all hire folks to come help set up those races?
Yes.
And what kind of folks would you hire?
A lot of students, some of them from, Europe, some of them from within Canada, quite a few from the UK, because the UK has this program called Gap Year, where when someone graduates from high school, it's normal procedure that they take a year off, and their family encourages it for them to go and, I guess, explore the world before they start college or university.
So would someone have to drop out of school to come work with y'all for the summer?
I guess if they had summer school, they would have to.
Now, when Mr. Campbell came and joined y'all, was he paid for his work?
They gave him a small stipend. I think they did it more as a favor for me than out of a real need. I really wanted to try and connect with Eric. I wanted to spend time with him. I wanted to try and get to know my brother's kids a little more than I did at that point in time.
And how did he perform at Spartan Rex when he was working with you?
I had some concerns when he first came, because he was kind of passive, and most of the boys are more type A. They're jocks who are used to doing competitive sports, and they're doing Spartan Race because it's, I guess it's exciting for them. It's an experience for them. A lot of them are runners, so they get to be able to run the races too, and that's sort of an added plus. And when Eric came, it's a group environment. Everybody's on top of each other 24/7. We're working really long hours. You're working outdoors in inclement weather, so there's snow sometimes still, even in May. And they get a little rowdy, and some of the boys are a bit rougher than others. And initially I had some concerns about whether it was the right thing for me to have invited Eric to come up there, because he was more reserved. And he sort of stood on the periphery and watched, kind of the goings-on of the other boys. But, sorry.
Hey, question. If you could tell us some more.
Over the course of the summer, Eric became much more social, and there was a young man who was with us who I had been told had some type of a psychological problem. I think maybe it was Asperger's, but I don't know.
And he was struggling very hard to fit in with the other boys. Boys can be kind of hard on each other sometimes, especially at that age. And I was really proud to see Eric sort of step up and befriend the boy that the other boys were making fun of. And so I asked permission to have that boy put onto my crew so that, and have Eric on my crew so that that boy could have someone that he could be friends with during this period of time that we were working. And my boss agreed, and so they came. I was able to have both of them on my crew and have them work in my team.
And did Eric work hard that summer?
Eric worked very hard. That is one thing I can say. I never had to tell him to work harder or, okay, your break is long enough now, let's get back to work, or that kind of thing. I thought it was probably because he was trying to impress me, or because he was his way of maybe saying thanks for bringing me here. But I don't know that I analyzed it much beyond that.
I'm about to limit to some material to take longer than 5 minutes, if this would be a convenient time.
Okay. Thank you.
We're reviewing some testimony from the Eric Campbell case while we wait for the court to come back in session. All of the evidence has now been presented, and we anticipate that after the lunch break today, we may hear closing arguments. But in the meantime, we're talking to Dominic Sportelli. He's a psychiatrist, and he's helping us hash out some of the very critical medical expert issues that have been a huge part of this case because of the defense theory of the case, which is my dad made me do it based on the fact that I was scared of him and that I suffered years and years and years of abuse. Dominic, so we just heard from the defendant's father's sister. So this is the defendant's aunt. She says Eric Campbell is this guy that could never have possibly committed these crimes, that he's gentle, that he would not have done something like this on his own. He doesn't have a violent past. She's never seen him do anything violent. Now, on the flip side, we have testimony from other witnesses, most prevalently Eric Campbell's brother, who testified that they basically bonded and survived together through bouts of their father's terrible, violent behavior. We had testimony from childhood friend who said they saw Eric Campbell being thrown across the room with such force that a couch was knocked over. I mean, just some terribly violent behavior. And that's been consistent with the defense witnesses. Now, again, they are the defense witnesses, so that's a piece of the puzzle. But the defense witnesses have basically said that Ed Campbell is a violent guy. Now, we don't have Ed Campbell here. Ed Campbell committed suicide before this trial began. So they're the ones who are establishing his behavior toward Eric. But when we're talking about these violent episodes, and I think the most critical testimony and the most emotional testimony was from his brother, that they're basically bonding over this terrible, violent life that they're living. How can that impact you as an adult? How can Eric Campbell, what does he feel? Is that something that's going to haunt him forever?
Yeah, so when we're talking about PTSD, I think a really appropriate analogy is looking at our bodies and our minds as like a thermostat, right? So we have it set, and the average person has a thermostat that operates within range, right? Thermostat meaning sensitivity to our environment. When someone experiences continuous trauma, this horrible, just emotional trauma, psychological trauma, physical trauma, that thermostat gets reset. And that's a survival mechanism, right? Because this person has to survive in a world that he views as very volatile and dangerous. So this gentleman now, as an adult, which is very, very hard to shake because these are reinforced behaviors, this gentleman, as an adult now, is likely going to be experiencing anxiety, depression, hypervigilance, we talked about that before, where you're really paying attention to your environment, so much so that you're just so anxious all the time. Again, poor sleep, all of these manifestations. So that consistent trauma, physical, emotional, psychological trauma, alters your perception of the world, basically. The world becomes an aggressive, scary place. Now, how you respond to that aggressive, scary place is different in everybody, right? Some people become aggressive and, aggressive back, and they become the bully, right? Some people revert and they become very isolated and very timid and very scared and shy. So there's no question that it is going to and has affected him. How he's going to manifest this moving forward is certainly a question.
Right, right. And that's really where we come down to those two competing expert evaluations. One expert who has him off the charts with PTSD based on this history of abuse, and one expert who really comes to a vastly different conclusion. I want to read you a quote from one of the experts that testified, or the expert that testified from the prosecution. She said that in her assessment and interview of Eric Campbell, she didn't find him to be suffering from a condition. She actually found him to be evasive and untruthful. And that's why some of the conclusions were being drawn, because he wasn't telling the truth or he was avoiding answering the questions. How does somebody come to that conclusion? Can you explain that a little more to us? Because that's a lot different than those other tests that the defense expert and her conclusions.
Sure. So when you're performing a mental status examination, that's what we do as psychiatrists. We do a very thorough mental status examination. And, that incorporates a lot of different things. One is, your mental state, your orientation, your sensorium, your memory, your cognition. But we're also looking at things like consistency with your answers. And, what you might see in somebody, it becomes very apparent over time when you've done this long enough that someone avoids certain questions that might implicate them or create a problem for them. And then you'll see a lack of consistency. And when someone has a lack of consistency, then you have this sense of, are they being evasive? Are they being, are they lying? Are they telling the truth? So you have ways to sort of sense that. And again, I think a lot of it has to do with the consistency of the answers, the specific questions that they tend to avoid, and then look at the motivation for avoiding those certain questions, right? Is it going to implicate them in any way or change the, the outcome of the interview in some way?
Yeah, absolutely. And that, I think, was an effective statement by the prosecution's expert, because if that's the conclusion that she's drawing and the jury believes that, then that can really speak volumes for what we're talking about here as far as his defense and whether or not he was just going along because he was so afraid and he suffers from PTSD, or if he was an active participant in this crime. So that's going to be a very critical issue, and definitely kind of a mic drop moment for that expert to bring that up. I want to talk to you about something that we were talking about offline while we were playing some of the clips. You drew a really great analogy to another very famous case that has similar issues to this one. Can you explain that a little to us?
Yeah, as I was reviewing this case, I couldn't help but think about all of the cases of parental abuse and when the kids act against the parents. And sometimes you'll see this parental homicide. And one case specifically that stands out were the Menendez brothers when they murdered their parents. And the big defense claim was that they were abused. They were abused for the majority of their life as young adults. And that played a large part in their personality development and their ability to do this horrific act. They were up for the death penalty, I believe, at that time, and they certainly didn't get it. But, we look at a very similar thing here. We look at a very similar phenomenon. We have somebody that's been abused by this individual that is altering who they are and affecting the decisions that they can make. Are they making logical decisions? Probably not. And it's based on this external sort of alteration of their life, right? So a very interesting correlation. Now, again, he didn't commit a crime directly towards the father, which in some cases I think for a jury is easier to empathize with, because what happened was these were complete strangers that they that were murdered. But there's a correlation for sure.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think that's absolutely certainly what the defense is trying to establish. But in the Menendez case, I mean, we saw that play out, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, because when you're talking about those medical experts we have competing in this case, it's hard for a juror to assess which side they believe. So I want to ask you, Dominic, based on what you know about this case, and obviously you didn't conduct any of the testing, is this a good defense for Eric Campbell?
So in some cases it is. And here's the thing, is don't forget, I'm extremely biased because I am a psychiatrist, and I see people on a day-to-day basis that have severe, severe emotional disturbance in the form of depression, anxiety, psychosis, PTSD. And I truly see on a day-to-day basis how it affects their life, how it affects their decision-making. I see people do really impulsive and, non-logical things based on their mental illness. So I'm certainly biased, and given the fact that what I've seen in this case thus far, if the testimony of this abuse is valid, then this individual, Eric Campbell, in my opinion, is certainly affected by this and could have potentially swayed his logic and reasoning with making the correct decisions as to not participate in these crimes. So I am biased because I see how emotional disturbance affects people's decision-making on a daily basis. What the jury is going to see, though, is a lot different. The jury is going to see a kid that was involved in a murder of 2 innocent people, and, in a lot of cases, it's you committed murder, you're going to pay.
Absolutely. And Dominic, before we go, just one final thought. We're waiting for them to come back into the courtroom in the Campbell case, so we will be going there live momentarily. But what do you think about that distinction that we were talking about before, PTSD versus dissociative condition, and how that factors in? How hard is it going to be to establish that Campbell was actually in this state of mind at the time this crime was committed?
It's going to be very hard. It's going to be really, really difficult because, like we talked about earlier, and, the prosecution's witness was stating that it was not, in fact, a true dissociative episode. And, looking at it, it doesn't really seem to be a true, complete dissociative episode. So if the defense is really banking on that, then they don't have much to stand on because he remembers the incidents, right? But again, as I said before, there are variations. There's a spectrum of this sort of experience in PTSD, from complete dissociation to not remembering anything, all the way to the point where you're just emotionally numb and unable to make decisions, almost robotic. But you do recall the circumstances, right? But, don't forget, the prosecution is hoping that the jury doesn't understand those specifics and that distinction, and that, listen, he either dissociated or he didn't, and if he didn't dissociate, then you don't have, you have nothing to stand on, right? Unfortunately, that's not the case. There's a spectrum there.
Right. Well, Dominic, thank you so much for your insight. That really helped break it down for us and the viewers, because it's a lot of confusion when you're talking about the expert testimony. So I hope you'll come back and talk about your, as this trial goes on, and talk about some of your conclusions. We'll be hearing from we'll be hearing the closing statements, where they'll be doing a lot of parallels between the expert testimony and the facts of the case. And we'll also eventually have a jury verdict, and we would love your take on it. So thank you so much for joining us, Dominic Sportelli, psychiatrist, and I hope you'll be back soon.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. And we're back in the courtroom on Campbell, so we will cut to live feed now. Hopefully, we'll be seeing the closing arguments today. Stay tuned.
Take as much time as you need. Just happens. Is that acceptable to the state?
It is to us, Judge.
Is that acceptable to the
Yes, sir.
state?
That's fine.
You can bring the jury. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Technology is a great thing when it works. And when it doesn't, there are problems. And we've had a problem, which I'll be glad to tell you about after this trial is over. But we think we found a way to get around our problem, but it's going to take a little time. Hopefully that can be done in an hour. I don't want to keep you back there unless you want to be back there for an hour. If you want to be anywhere else, I'm going to let you go. but I'm going to ask that you come back and assemble in the jury room at 3 o'clock. Hopefully we'll have everything done then. If we find out we've got more problems, then we'll give you another break. Be mindful of the instructions I've given you earlier. You're still bound by those. We thank you for your services, and I'll excuse all of you until 3 o'clock when I ask that you return back there. Thank you.
The judge just excused the jury in the Campbell case, so we're going to watch the testimony of Eric Campbell's brother while we wait to go live back in the courtroom. In the meantime, we're also keeping an eye on the sentencing of Dr. Urich, and we will bring you that live when they enter the courtroom. In the meantime, here's the testimony of Eric Campbell's brother. Very compelling, very important to the case.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please tell the jury who you are?
My name is Nicholas Campbell. I'm the son of Edward Campbell and the brother of Eric Campbell.
And do me a favor. Hold that microphone just a little bit closer.
Better?
Yes. And you said that you're Eric's brother, is that right?
Yes.
How much older are you than Eric?
I'm 4 years older.
And tell us where you grew up.
I grew up in Florida until I was 7, and then we moved to Texas in my later life.
Now, where do you live now?
I live here in Raleigh, North Carolina.
And why did you move to Raleigh?
To support Eric and also a change of scenery.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a general contractor.
Well, are you a licensed general contractor?
No, sir.
I'm sorry?
No, sir.
You do construction work? Or?
Yes.
Just describe what you do.
Paint houses, roofing repairs, tile work, anything of the sort.
So all kinds of work?
Yes, sir.
And you say busy doing that in the Raleigh area?
Very.
Now, was your mother in the home when you were growing up?
Not really.
Explain what you mean.
From about as far back as I can remember, she was disabled, wheelchair bound, and I was taking care of her.
And how old were you? Remember how old you were when your mom, was there a time in your life when you remember your mother before she had an aneurysm?
Hardly.
So you don't remember a lot before that. Most of your memories are after that.
Yes.
Do you know about when that was?
When what was?
When the aneurysm.
I remember the day it happened.
You remember when it happened?
Yes.
But you don't know how old you were?
I do remember.
How old were you?
8 years old.
Okay. Now, after that, who took care of you? Who was responsible for your primary care after that?
My father.
How long did your mother live in the home with you all? After she had her?
4 years.
And
Was Eric alive at that time?
I'm sorry, Eric?
You said you were 8 years old, so he would have been 4 when your mom had the aneurysm, is that right?
Yes.
And so, your father was his primary caregiver as well, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have contact with your grandparents very often?
My dad disconnected us from them.
And what do you mean by that?
He did not like my mother's parents.
And with that, what was the result of that?
Excommunication.
So was it you didn't see them very often?
No, sir. He did not like us talking to them.
And what about aunts and uncles?
He would not really condone us talking to anyone else.
And where did you live? Where you lived in Texas, was it close to aunts and uncles and grandparents, or were you far away from that?
Very far.
So in your home as a child, immediately after your mom had her aneurysm for the 4 years, who was in the home?
Restate the question, please.
Well, who lived in the home with you and Eric? And was it you and Eric and your dad and your mom, just the 4 of you living in the home after she had the aneurysm?
Yes.
And tell us a little bit about the atmosphere in the home when you were a child.
We were required to do whatever our father told us to do. Included doing chores around the house, cooking dinner for the entire family.
What was your father's personality like with you? How did he interact with you?
Authoritatively, we did exactly what he said, and we were punished severely if we did not obey him.
When you say severe punishment, what do you mean by that?
It could be followed as lightly as yelling, or we could be hit at any time.
When you say hit with what?
Either his fist or whichever object he had close to him.
And would this come with some warning, or was it predictable?
No warning.
Was it predictable?
No.
And what impact did that have on you?
I was scared of him. I disconnected myself from him as a protective measure.
When did you do that? How old were you?
When I disconnected from him, I would always try to avoid him, but as I learned how to avoid his abuse, I would stop talking to him, stop initiating conversation with him, and just did whatever he asked me.
So you just sort of stayed away or complied?
Yes.
And what about Eric? How did he respond?
I was made example of, and he followed suit. I was the scapegoat.
Now, did you also hear about your father?
Yes.
And do you remember going into protective custody when you were a child?
Yes, I do.
Were you in child protective custody for accusations you made, or was it somebody else who made?
It was someone else that made them.
Did you ever make accusations against your father?
I did not. I lied.
Why was that?
I was afraid he would punish me if I did not say the right things to the social service worker.
And were you taught not to say things about your father?
Yes.
Oh, be careful about that. I'm supplying with the answers.
Okay. How did your father treat Eric?
He was rough with them. He had to do exactly what he said.
Have you witnessed any acts of violence by your father against Eric?
Yes.
And how did Eric respond to your father's assault?
When my dad attacked us, we would have to pray to his mercy and let him finish.
Have you ever seen injuries to Eric after the assault?
Yes.
And have you seen injuries to the other children, the younger siblings?
Yes.
Were your father's explosions only physical, or could they be otherwise?
Mainly physical.
What did you decide at some point was your best defense against your father?
I would disconnect myself from him.
You stay away?
Yes.
And at some point, did you leave the home?
Yes.
And how did that impact you?
I felt that as I have become an individual, I had my own personality.
Now, did you try to maintain a relationship with your family members as well?
Yes, I did.
And as you got older, did you ever move back into the home?
I had to move back into the home after I had moved out. 8 months later, I had to come back.
But did you move out again?
Yes.
Now, there's been some evidence in this case about a camping trip, or discussions of a camping trip. Had you all ever been on a camping trip before?
Yes.
And was that something that Eric participated in with you and your father?
Yes.
And when you went on those camping trips, would you take all kinds of different items to hunt with and camp with?
Object to the sustained.
Well, what kinds of items did you take when you went on a camping trip?
We took tents. We took fishing poles, spears, makeshift weapons, crossbow, gun.
When you went on these camping trips, who decided what you did?
My father did.
And would he tell you in advance what you were going to do or how you were going to do things?
No, he made up the plan as he went.
And what would you and Eric do?
We just followed whatever he said.
Now, tell us a little bit about Eric's relationship with your younger siblings.
Eric was wonderful with the children. He was loving and compassionate and enjoyed spending every moment with them.
And how often did he care for them?
All the time. A more full-time job.
Was that just during a period of time or just when he was at home?
When he was just at home? Rephrase.
Now, were you aware at some point that did you find out that your father got arrested in Missouri County?
Yes.
And how did you find out about that?
I found out a week later when I didn't hear or know where he was, and I looked it up.
And when you found out about that, at some point, did you go visit him?
Yes.
And did you realize that was it related to any events you heard about or knew about?
I had no idea what had conspired.
Well, and did you have any contact with Holly, your stepmother, immediately after you learned about your father being in jail?
No.
So you had discussions with her. Who did you talk to about what had happened? After you found out your father was in jail?
I talked to my brother.
Okay. Did you talk to your father?
I had talked to him.
At some point, did you talk to your father about that?
Yes, in jail.
Now, there's been some testimony about your going to the house on the night that he and Holly Campbell were having this argument, this fight. And
Yes.
Okay. And what happened?
I had preset a date to go to the house prior. It might have been a day before. And I had walked in the house. My dad yelled out my name.
And what did you hear?
There was commotion upstairs. And he had...
How did you... What impact did that have on you? I mean, how... Sort of what was your response to that?
My dad was ordinarily violent, and I thought nothing of it. It was just another day. And
was that something you had heard before the commotion upstairs?
Yes.
When and did you know the extent of the violence that night when you left the home?
No.
When and why did you leave?
I did not want to get involved.
When your father was arrested, when you visited him, what were... I object to the... Well, did you visit your dad? Did you have visits with your dad while he was in jail?
Yes.
And why did you consider getting him out?
He had threatened to kill himself.
And were you concerned about other things?
I was, if I did not get him out, he might come after me.
Now, when you, did you ultimately help bond your father out?
Yes.
And what was your expectation when you bonded him out? What did you expect him to do?
He stated he had evidence to Holly's infidelity, and he could get his children and keep his...
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm Aaron Keller. I'll be with you through the afternoon today until 5 o'clock when we usually wrap up. We're continuing to review testimony in the Eric Campbell trial out of North Carolina. That, of course, is the case of the son accused of going on a multi-state crime spree with his father. But the reason he's on trial in North Carolina is because that is where the pair were accused originally of committing perhaps the most heinous act in the crime spree, and that is the random murder of an older couple in North Carolina. That case is currently being tried there, and we continue to listen to testimony of the defendant's brother. The defendant's father, who is accused of being the mastermind behind this whole thing, committed suicide in custody, leaving the son to face the charges alone. So we'll continue listening to a little bit more of the testimony of the brother while we stand by for a sentencing hearing that's coming up in a few minutes in another case we've been following, and that's the case of an Ohio surgeon accused of a series of crimes and convicted of a couple of them related to the death of one person and the injury of another in a midnight boating accident in Ohio. That sentencing hearing for Dr. Joseph Urich is coming up in about 5 minutes. Until then, we'll continue listening to testimony in the Eric Campbell trial in North Carolina.
$6,500.
And was that a lot of money to you?
Yes.
What did you find out ultimately that your father's plans were?
I never found out what his plans were.
Well, why did you not go on a trip with your father?
I knew my dad was not emotionally right, and I was frightened of him.
I don't have further questions.
Ms. Griffith,
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Campbell, with respect to the abuse that you testified to today, did you ever report it to a counselor?
No, sir.
Did you ever report it to the principal?
No, sir.
And as a matter of fact, the first time that you reported any such abuse was after your brother was arrested and charged with first-degree murder?
Yes.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, your dad loved you very much. Didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you that. He called himself Daddy, and you called him Daddy, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went and saw him at the jail frequently in the time when he was incarcerated after his arrest for assaulting Holly. Is that right?
Yes.
And during many of those conversations, you laughed and joked. Is that correct?
No, we try to keep the conversation light.
Okay. And with respect to the, you've been here all week, right?
This week.
Yes. And with respect to these conversations at the jail, he was frustrated with you because at first he didn't think that you were really working that hard at getting him out, right?
Correct.
Basically, he thought that you had other priorities and not him. Is that right?
Yes.
And that as things kind of started to, look like he was going to get out of jail, the conversations got really light from him, didn't they? Did you talk to him the day before Thanksgiving?
I don't recall.
Okay. With respect to were you and your brother holding Holly's cell phone during the time while your dad was in custody?
No.
You and your dad, and where was the cell phone?
I do not know.
Now that's not true, is it? Did you and your brother have a cell phone wrapped in a Tupperware container in aluminum foil?
No.
Okay, everybody, we're going to break out of that review of testimony in the Campbell case out of North Carolina because it looks like there's activity in the courtroom in Ohio. We're talking about Youngstown, Ohio, where there is a sentencing hearing scheduled for just a few minutes in the case of a surgeon, Dr. Joseph Urich, who was convicted in a bench trial, which we covered here on the LawNewz Network, and you probably remember watching it, related to the death of one person and the injury of another person in a boating accident. So let's go right straight to that courtroom in Ohio live.
everyone make sure your cell phones are off, that there's no talking and no reactions to anything that's said today, please. Thank you.
All rise. This correspondence, please, is now in session. The Honorable John Durkin presides.
You may be seated.
Good morning or good afternoon, Your Honor. We're here in case number 15 CR 893, State of Ohio versus Joseph Urich. We're set for sentencing today, Your Honor. The defendant, by bench trial, was found guilty of vehicular homicide, a violation of 2903.06A3A, a misdemeanor of the first degree, and failing to stop after an accident, a violation of 1547.10, also a misdemeanor of the first degree. I do have both victims in the courtroom today, Your Honor. However, just Jenny Cuppett, Brian Cuppett's wife, would like to make a statement to the court. Thank you.
For the past 2 years, I have lived with a lot of pain, sorrow, and anger. Now I get the opportunity to vent and release all of these ugly emotions. In doing so, I hope to start the healing process for my family and I, to obtain some peace in my life and hopefully eventually find forgiveness. I cannot carry this bitterness inside of me for the rest of my life. The court will not permit me to say what I would like to express to Joe Urich, his wife, and their attorneys. Words like perjury, deceit, and coward first come to mind. Since this accident, I have had occasion to hear that Joe is an arrogant man who drinks too much. And as far as his attorneys go, they used every trick in the book to guarantee that a guilty man would be set free. They deliberately delayed the case for 2 years so that the witnesses would forget. They had the BAC declared inadmissible, and they advised Joe to eliminate a jury. I feel as if the defendant was the only one who had any rights in this case, as my husband certainly did not. I find the judicial system simply appalling. I do not know how these people sleep at night. One day they will all be held accountable in front of the Judge Almighty. I met my husband when I was 14 years old. We were together for 30 years and married for 23. He was a good, decent family man. He was what you would call old school. He had morals and values. He was an easygoing, friendly man who never met a stranger. He would have never drank alcohol while operating a boat and would have never left 2 injured men in the water. Joe Urich will never measure up to the man my husband was. He simply does not have the character. Right after Brian's death, there were many nights while driving home from work that I could barely see the road ahead of me due to all of the tears streaming down my face. I would often think that all I had to do was jerk my car over into the left-hand lane while a semi-truck was approaching, and I would be free of this pain and suffering. I would be reunited with Brian, and this nightmare would be over. But then I would think of our son and realize that I had to find the strength to dig myself up out of this dark hole and make a life for us. My family is now broken and will never be whole again because of Joe Urich. Words cannot express the amount of pain and suffering my son and I have experienced over the past 2 years. I hope Brian's death haunts Joe for the rest of his life. All the good that Joe thinks he does will never compare to the damage he has done. He killed another human being, left him for dead, and then lied about it. The verdict of this trial is infuriating because justice was not served for my husband. We all know the truth about Joe's blood alcohol levels. I believe 0.152 was the level the toxicologist reported, which is nearly double the legal limit. But yet Joe sat on the witness stand and, while under oath, deceived everyone by stating he only had a couple of beers and 2 shots. He knows the truth, and so does God. If it were not for the incompetence of the Portage County Sheriff's Department, I believe that Joe would have been convicted of aggravated vehicular homicide and assault, and he would receive the sentence he deserves. The Portage County Sheriff's Department handling of the blood evidence led to the breakdown of this case. Their error regarding a critical piece of evidence prevented Joe from receiving the proper sentence. I find it somewhat ironic that the most critical piece of evidence that we needed for conviction, the blood alcohol, was found to be inadmissible and thrown out of court. I can't help but wonder if something fishy was going on somewhere behind the scenes. Once again, the defendant was the only one who had any rights in this case, while my husband's rights did not count. Joe admitted while under oath that he has received psychiatric care and experiences flashbacks from his tours while in Iraq, all of this while drinking large amounts of alcohol. Is this the type of person that should be trusted to safely operate a boat at night at a high rate of speed? Is this the type of man you want as your surgeon? Is this the type of surgeon you want to operate on you or your loved ones? Maybe some mental health counseling should have been the priority over alcohol in the boat. Joe needs to act like a grown man and step up and accept responsibility for his actions instead of cowering behind his attorneys. The decisions he made on the night of May 8, 2015 took the life of a loving husband, father, brother, son, and uncle. We are taught that our actions have consequences. Joe needs to suffer the consequences for his actions by going to jail. Plain and simple. Every one of us here knows deep down inside that a jail sentence is the only right thing to do. Joe killed a man. After all, it was not just a simple traffic violation. Joe will get to go home from jail, whereas my husband will never get to go home. I believe that the court should sentence Joe Urich to the maximum jail time allowed for each guilty offense that he was convicted of, and that each offense should be served in a consecutive manner. Thank you.
Your Honor, for count 1, the vehicular homicide, the state would ask for 180 days jail, a $1,000 fine, the class 4 driver's license suspension for 5 years, and then on the count 5, failing to stop after the accident, the state would ask for 180 days jail consecutive to count 1, another $1,000 fine, and the boating course that mentions in the statute with regard to that count. Your Honor, the defendant knowingly left the scene in this case, and we're asking for consecutive sentences because there are 2 victims, one for count 1 and one for count 5. The defendant has not shown any remorse, as the defense is laid out in the sentencing memorandum that was filed with the court. In fact, he didn't come to court during these 2 years that this case has been pending. He made excuses and didn't come to any pretrials and didn't want to be on camera. He has not shown good character, as the defense memorandum lays out. Being a doctor doesn't mean he's a good person. In fact, in this case, he stopped and yelled at the victims and then lied on the stand when he had the chance to tell the truth. He negligently drank to excess, an alcohol level that we later learned was 0.152 and then suppressed on a technicality. And he negligently drove 2.5 times the speed limit in the dark in a boat. And he still denied doing anything wrong. He also wants to talk about, in the sentencing memorandum, about his military experience. From my speaking with his sergeant or major in charge, he hasn't gone to any drills or anything for 2 years. So any military consideration should be moot. He hasn't even done what he was supposed to do for them. There's no evidence, according to them, that he's going to reoffend except if he drinks again. And there's been no evidence to say that he's stopped doing that. The defendant wanted to talk in his sentencing memorandum about PTSD again. During the trial was the first time the state learned about PTSD, and he attempted during the trial to make himself an expert and attempted to use that excuse. The court obviously denied that during the trial and he didn't get to use that. The defendant's wife also attempted to say that he was home before the calls came into 911. And we know from that time frame and from when the calls came into 911, he couldn't have been home at 12:05 to what she testified to. The defense also mentions the civil action in their sentencing memorandum, and we'd ask you to take no consideration of the civil action in this case. It has no bearing on what this case bore out. It was settled without admitting any wrongdoing in that case. The letters that the defense has included in their sentencing memorandum don't include anyone from that night. There was no one who witnessed him drinking that wrote a letter. Some of those people testified, and you could tell by their testimony that they were minimizing his alcohol content because he himself said he had 5 drinks. None of the people who wrote letters met the Joe Urich that killed Brian Cuppett that night, that stayed long enough to yell at Bruce and then took off like a coward. None of those people saw him drinking those 5 drinks within 45 minutes and hop in a boat going 2.5 times the speed limit at night, a night that the defense described as very dark so that he could hurry home to his wife. We'd ask you to impose the maximum consecutive sentence, Your Honor. The defendant has no credit for time served.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have present Dr. Peter DeVito, who wanted to speak on behalf of Joe Urich today. I didn't know if you wanted him to come up first or after I go through the factors. Dr. DeVito?
Afternoon. It's a privilege to be here, and it's an honor to discuss with you the Joe Urich that I know, that's an asset to our community. I've known Joe for over 12 years. First met him when he was a medical student. I am an associate professor of surgery at Neomed, and as a student, Joe was bright and eager and a hardworking student. We chose him as a resident at St. E's, where he spent 5 years, and I did hundreds and hundreds of cases with Joe Urich. I can tell you that Joe Urich is one of the finest surgeons in this community. If I go to the emergency room in the middle of the night, I hope Joe Urich is there. He is talented, he is patient-centered, he is professional, he is ethical. When I personally needed time off because of a rotator cuff tear, I signed out my practice to Joe Urich for 4 months. I received letters, telephone calls, just what a great job he did. When I came back, Joe helped me, and he covers me. He's a wonderful father. He is a tremendous surgeon. He is an asset to St. Elizabeth's Boardman, St. Elizabeth's Downtown, Northside, and Southwoods. He's in private practice. He could have gone anywhere in the country with his talents, but he chose to stay here. He's from here. He's a wonderful, professional, ethical surgeon. On a personal note, I've been out many nights with Joe. I've been to department meetings. I've never witnessed him being drunk, not in those scenarios. He has always been professional. I've witnessed him refuse drinks because he was taking call. Joe, as I said, if I'm sick, I hope someone with his talent, I hope he's there because he performs admirably. When you talk about professionalism in surgery, we can point to a lot of unprofessional things in this community. You cannot say that about Joe Urich. Joe Urich puts patients first, communicates with families. He doesn't care if a patient has insurance or not. I've discussed this with him. I've discussed this with his partners. I'm proud to say that Joe Urich was a student, that he was a resident, and he's a colleague. Thank you.
May it please the court. We're before you for sentencing on 2 misdemeanor offenses, and it really is a case that is difficult to encapsulate what justice means. I would like to address a couple matters raised by the prosecution that quite simply were blatantly false. Joe Urich was here for every pretrial. He was required to be here. I believe he was excused from one pretrial because we had to reset it at the last minute because the court was in another trial and we bumped it from one day to the next. But otherwise, he has been here with his wife for every court hearing. He did not disregard coming to court. The first time the prosecutor claims to have heard about the post-traumatic stress disorder was in trial, and the court is aware, and I want the court to recall the multiple efforts made to communicate with the Mahoning County Prosecutor's Office about this case. I made multiple phone calls, I sent letters. My co-counsel made multiple phone calls and sent letters. We wanted to sit down with the prosecutor. We wanted to talk to them about Joe's military history and his diagnosis of PTSD. Those phone calls were not returned. The letters were not responded to. We had one conversation with Paul Gaines where he said, "Oh yes, I got your letters, I'll get back to you," and never did. Certainly, we respect this court's verdicts, and solely in response on mitigation, we have a letter from Dr. Christopher Seaman, Defense Exhibit 168. He began treating Joe Urich in May of 2015 after this boating accident. Joe had had no other symptoms of PTSD or no flashbacks prior to this boating accident. He was distressed that he could not recall what happened afterwards and began seeking counseling. He was diagnosed with PTSD, and the reason this is important to bring up is not because we're trying to play on sympathies or capitalize on his service. There are guidelines for imposing a misdemeanor sentence that specifically direct this court to consider military record and any conditions that may have contributed. The finding that Joe knew or should have known there was an accident, and that he certainly, once he was driving home and realized something had happened, should have gone back, is one that we respect, and Joe certainly has felt the same way over the past 2 years, that once he realized, where am I, what's going on, I clearly hit something, he should have gone back and did not. But that does not diminish his service and what he has experienced. And with all due respect, unless someone knows someone who's been in the military, has talked to them about their experiences, it's simply impossible to comprehend, respect, or understand what happens to members of our military when they are deployed. In this instance, Revised Code Section 292922 FNG contain factors with regard to military service that are to be considered when imposing a sentence. In this case, there are 165 letters that were written on Joe Urich's behalf. The prosecutor's right. No one else was there that wrote these letters. But you know what? What these letters reflect is that long before that accident happened, long before he knew he would need people to step up and come forward on his behalf, Joe Urich led the type of life that most of us wish we could. 165 people on 4 days' notice blew up our fax machine. I got a phone call during the trial from one of his patients wanting to come testify, and I did not call them back during the trial. I called them back after the trial and apologized, and I promised him I would convey this to you. When I said to him, "You couldn't come in and testify about Joe's character during the trial, but we'd like you to come forward now. Is this a good time to talk?" His response to me was, "I'm sitting in the hospital. I've had over 27 surgeries." And I said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you." Mr. Degnan said to me, "You're not bothering me. I'm more worried about Joe than I am myself." He was released from the hospital 2 days ago and drove from the hospital to my office to write a letter. He said to me, You need to let these people know who Joe Urich really is, because that's not been portrayed in the past 2 years. He is a man who is humble, who serves. Long before he knew he'd be standing before you in sentencing, he was humble and served. Mr. Degnan conveyed to me the first time he met Joe Urich when he was sitting in the emergency room at the hospital. He had already had over 20 surgeries and he was in extreme pain. Joe was the surgeon on call that night. And when he came in, Mr. Degnan couldn't even talk. He was in so much pain. And Joe saw he had not had any of the CAT scans or tests done that he needed to have surgery. And he told me he did something no surgeon has ever done. He personally took me down for the CAT scan. He personally undressed me. The CAT scan was performed, and he personally took me right to the surgery. That's not an arrogant person. That's not a person who's thinking, gee, someday I might be in court and need someone to step up for me. That's someone who has genuinely lived a life of service to other people. The letters go on and on. I don't know how many of them you've had an opportunity to read, and I certainly will not quote from all of them. But letter after letter talks about a man who will give you the shirt off his back, a man who is humble, giving, compassionate, dedicated, hardworking, kind, gentle, always puts others before himself. Those adjectives were used in more than half of these letters repeatedly. They reflect a man who recognizes his obligation on this planet to make it a better place. What I found really interesting is the number of letters that came, certainly family and friends, patients that appreciate him, but nurses and coworkers at the hospital who said consistently in letter after letter after letter, Joe treats everyone with kindness and respect. Even when things are tense in the operating room, even when things don't go as scheduled, unlike any other doctor, he talks to the nurses and staff as though they're just people. Never demeaning, never derogatory, never loses his temper and blows up. Now, we've all met doctors who don't meet those characteristics, but to consistently have this many nurses and colleagues come forward and say, he talks to everybody that way, with respect and dignity. He treats everyone as he would treat his family. That's a rare thing, and that shows a beautiful character. There was some discussion today about the technicality on the blood alcohol test. If you'll recall, and this is Defendant's Exhibit 167, when we filed our reply brief, the first time we had heard that the state of Ohio failed to refrigerate the blood samples for over 62 hours was in the suppression hearing, when Lieutenant Johnson testified to that. And at that point in time, after the hearing, we had briefed the issue and indicated we had retained an expert. Contrary to Dr. Perch's testimony, when you do not refrigerate blood samples for over 62 hours, a fermentation process continues. There is a reason state law requires refrigeration, and that is because the integrity of the sample is diminished. Dr. Bellato, in his letter, outlines when he was retained, that he reviewed Dr. Perch's testimony, and that it's simply not accurate. That anytime you have a blood sample that is not refrigerated for that long, the fermentation process creates and releases chemicals that would mimic alcohol upon testing. So the .152 not only technically did not comply with the law, but scientifically it was not a reliable sample. And interestingly, and I think important, a urine sample was taken as well that night. We've heard nothing about it. Did that urine sample convey a more accurate reading that was below the legal limit? Did it just disappear? We don't have it. The court properly granted the motion to suppress at .152, but Dr. Bellato's letter and correspondence to you conveys why that reading is not accurate. So when the court considers the principles and purposes of misdemeanor sentencing as laid out in 2929.21, It's to protect the public from future crimes and to punish the offender. And the law gives you discretion to consider not only the factors listed in 2929.22, but numerous other factors are permitted, anything the court deems relevant. We're not going to go through what was in the brief with regard to those factors, but in mitigation of sentencing, in addition to what has already been presented to the court with regard to Joe's military record, he has been to Iraq twice in 2009 and 2011, to Afghanistan in 2014 in the forward surgical team. He has served in designated imminent danger areas. He has received the following awards: the Iraq Campaign Medal with 2 campaign stars, 2 Army Commendation Medals, the National Defense Service Medal, the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, the Army Service Ribbon, the Armed Forces Reserve Medal, and the Afghanistan Campaign Medal with Star. Joe was set to be deployed last August, and with the charges pending, he was not deployed. But last summer, Joe was recommended for a promotion to lieutenant colonel. He did not complete the paperwork for that promotion because of these pending charges. I'm not sure what Ms. Cantala-Mesa was speaking about, Joe not doing what was required. What is required when you are a surgeon that has enlisted is that when you are called, you are given short notice. You are told where to report and when you will be deployed. There is no typical training, reporting. That's not how it goes. And the problem with our military right now is we're having trouble getting surgeons who are going to step up and volunteer and go into war combat zones. So there's been nothing he's been ordered to do for our military that he has not, including his 3 deployments. There are in the letters that you have received a letter from a major who served with Joe, who said he and Joe don't consider themselves heroes. They consider themselves serving the true heroes in our wars. A friend, Exhibit 30, who has known Joe since 1999, said he couldn't understand why he would go into the military with family and with a medical practice. And then he says, I knew the answer. That's who he is, a selfless giver to everyone around him. A fellow physician who has known Joe since he was 18 said Joe had a burning need to show support to the men and women who preserve our freedom on a daily basis. Most people make a donation. Joe went there to take care of our soldiers defending our country. There is a reason the misdemeanor sentencing guidelines permit the court to consider military service. It is because the men and women of our nation who serve our nation deserve consideration for that, even when they're standing before you having committed a criminal offense. This is certainly not an individual who you need to protect society from. This is an individual from the moment that he realized another life was taken, showed genuine remorse. If you look at the letters from coworkers and friends who have been with him the past 2 years, you see statements like, his grief and remorse is apparent daily. He lives daily for the rest of his life thinking about what happened. What happened and the life he took is in the forefront of his mind every day. Multiple people wrote to this court and said, no sentence will punish Joe more than he has been punishing himself daily. Not a day goes by that Joe is not reminded of the life he took, and the remorse he feels is genuine and true. No, long before he knew he needed people to come forward, they watched and they observed a man who gave tirelessly, humbly to those around him. One of the things the court is permitted to consider in misdemeanor sentencing is impact on the community. Multiple letters from patients, colleagues, and coworkers noted the devastating loss for patients that would be experienced if Joe was incarcerated. It would deprive our community and patients of compassion and talent and would not be justice. He takes uninsured and non-paying clients. Several other doctors commented on that it doesn't matter if he's getting paid, and that for Joe, it's not about making money. It's about helping people in need, and our community would be greatly deprived of such a physician with such talent and such compassion. Today, we submitted additional records or letters to you because the fax machine kept blowing up. Exhibit 161 is from an RN who gave several accounts of where she has seen Joe selflessly give to those around him. But she gave one particular account of an intravenous drug user who was going to lose his arm, and no other surgeon would touch him. As she put it, everyone else wrote him off because of his history. Joe came in, talked to her, met with him, and agreed to do the surgery, saved his arm. And she points out that Joe is that type of surgeon who, when no one else will step forward, when people are hopeless and at loss, he steps up to try to help. Countless letters outline the benefit to our community from his presence and the harm that would be caused by incarcerating him. Many letters cite that he could do more good out and that there are other forms of punishment besides incarceration that should be considered for Mr. Urich. The court should know that the State Medical Board, after this accident, did send an investigator, and pursuant to their request, Joe underwent an alcohol and drug assessment at Glen Bay. No issues or concerns were noted. He has been permitted to continue his practice and operation since that point. Patients want him as their doctor. There are more than a dozen letters talking about how patients don't want to reschedule with another surgeon, have been calling with their prayers and asking if he will be available for them. As a criminal defense attorney, we hope, I think it should be one of our jobs, to try and have a positive impact on our clients. It is one of the rare opportunities I have had where my client has had a positive impact on me. Watching him over the past 2 years in how he has conducted himself, in how he has shown genuine remorse, and yet maintained his focus on everyone but himself. He has been an inspiration. He has been the type of person, as I started out saying, that we should all wish and aspire to be. Many of the letters pointed out that what happened that night, in that split second, does not define who this individual is. And I submit to you that what happened in that split second should not define Joe Urich and should not be the only factor considered in imposing sentence. The misdemeanor sentencing guidelines permit this court to consider all relevant factors, and we outlined them in our brief. I submit to you that this individual has much more to continue offering to our community, not just as a surgeon. There are other sanctions that are appropriate that Joe could participate in to make a difference from this tragedy. I know Joe wanted to address the court, and if the court permits, he can do so now.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Your Honor. I accept full responsibility for the events in the accident on May 8, 2015. I respect the court's decisions and judgments in all these matters. I understand that my activities and my actions have negatively impacted multiple families. I am truly sorry. Not a day goes by where I don't feel remorse or sympathy for the families involved. I think about Mr. Cuppett. I think about the descriptions of him being a father, a husband, a friend, the kind of person that I aspire to be. I know his loss has been a huge impact to his family. I think about Mr. Lindemood. I think about how his life has changed forever that night. Despite his feelings during the trial, he was able to show compassion towards my wife with kind words and gestures. Those things don't go unnoticed, and that is a true attribute to his character. I will never forget the consequences of my actions or forgive myself for the pain that I've caused these good people. I only hope to continue to serve my family, my community, and my country. Thank you.
I spent a great deal of time in court last week setting forth my findings of fact and conclusions of law that led to the verdicts that were returned. So I'm also, for the benefit of everyone, going to spend some time this afternoon summarizing the law that I must apply and the reasons that will form the basis for my sentence. As both counsel have indicated, the defendant was found guilty of negligent vehicular homicide, failure to stop after an accident, both misdemeanors for the first three. Sentencing options for both offenses range from community control, a fancy term for probation, to local incarceration of up to 180 days on each count, a fine of up to $1,000 on each count, and a Class 4 license suspension. Counsel has provided the principles and purposes for misdemeanor sentencing, and quite frankly, we don't get a lot of misdemeanor sentences here. So I have spent a great deal of time going through those factors that the law requires that I consider before I impose sentence for these offenses. The overriding purposes are to protect the public from future crimes by the offender and to punish the offender. To achieve these purposes, I must consider the impact of the offense upon the victims, the need for changing the offender's behavior, including rehabilitation, if necessary, and restitution. Revised Code Section 2929.21c provides that before imposing a jail term as a sentence for a misdemeanor, the court is required to consider the appropriateness of imposing a community control sanction or a combination of sanctions. As I said when I announced my verdicts, justice certainly would mean having the ability to turn back the hands of time. Justice today must unfortunately be handed down in a far different and unfortunately far less satisfying manner. I can say from the outset in my 20-plus years serving as a judge that this has been one of the most challenging and difficult cases that I have presided over. That's primarily because the majority of cases where there is a tragic loss of life involve defendants who intentionally or purposely cause the death of another. And frankly, when someone is convicted of that type of offense, sentencing is rather straightforward. Neil Cuppett tragically died on May 9th, 2015. And we've heard briefly during the trial this afternoon from Mrs. Cuppett a little bit about what type of man, husband, father, brother, son, and uncle that he was. And the impact of the offense upon the victims cannot be understated. And quite frankly, the easiest thing for me to do today would be to simply follow the state of Ohio's recommendation and impose maximum consecutive sentences and fines that would total 1 year in the Montgomery County Justice Center. But before I would be able to do that, I must consider other factors, specifically the nature and circumstances of the offense. And as I said, as the trier of fact in this case, there's certainly no need to recount those this afternoon. Whether the offender has a history of persistent criminal activity that would reveal a substantial risk of reoffending. I don't believe that there's anything in the record that would indicate any prior criminal history or activity. Whether the offender would be a danger to others demonstrated by a pattern of repetitive, compulsive, or aggressive behavior. And again, I don't see anything in the record to indicate that. An emotional, mental, or physical condition traceable to the offender's service in the armed forces, and that was a contributing factor. Again, I've had an opportunity to hear testimony and evidence in this regard, and I've issued my verdict based on that evidence. But it is a matter that I will briefly review the exhibit from Dr. Bellato and Dr. Seaman. The victim's youth, age, or disability were not factors. There are certain tests known as risk assessments that assist prosecutors, defense attorneys, and the court as it relates to someone's risk of recidivism. And some of those include prior criminal history, age, education, employment, and based on, quite frankly, Ohio's risk assessment, I do not believe that the offender is likely to commit a future crime, which is the sixth factor. And the final statutory factor I must consider is Mr. Urich's military service record. As it relates to the state of Ohio's request to impose maximum consecutive sentences, that can only be done statutorily in two instances. One, if this was the worst form of the offense, or secondly, if the offender whose conduct and response to prior sanctions for prior offenses demonstrate that the longest term is necessary to deter the offender from committing future crimes. And as tragic as this case is, I do not believe legally or factually that it falls into the category that one would classify as the worst form of the offense. And as I've already stated, the second factor is not met since the defendant has no prior criminal record. And as a result, even if I wanted to, I do not believe that I could legally impose the longest jail term in this case. In considering the overriding purposes of misdemeanor sentencing, because the factors are not present regarding any risk of recidivism, the remaining overriding purpose of misdemeanor sentencing is to punish the offender. And I need to address some things that were stated as it relates to the blood alcohol content, because quite frankly, I think that is the elephant in the room. Laws are there for a reason. A suppression hearing was held. The detective from Portage County clearly did not follow the requirements of the Ohio Administrative Code, and I had no option legally but to suppress that evidence. I'm not certain as I sit here, although the results were a .151 or 152, whether or not that result would have changed if the sample had been refrigerated. The Administrative Code is written for a reason, and there are certainly varying expert opinions now as to what that actual BAC would have been had that law been complied with. But I did what the law required, and I certainly cannot consider and should not consider the fact that that evidence was suppressed in making my decision about what justice requires or about what the misdemeanor statute dictates that I must do. But there's no question that your actions in operating your boat at speeds between 20 to 25 miles per hour on Lake Berlin late at night directly caused no couple's death. Although statutorily I was obligated to find you not guilty of aggravated vehicular assault, clearly policeman who is a victim as it relates to failure to stop after an accident, and your actions directly caused Bruce to be thrown off the boat and fortunately survived. I'm convinced that but for your speeding, your cover would still be alive. And that's something that everyone in this room has to carry. And I will say personally, having sat through many of these types of cases, that I hope with time that the victim's family can reach the closure and get some sense of peace. Although life certainly will never be the same with the loss of your loved one. As it relates to failing to stop after an accident, the two things that cut in your favor are that your wife called 911 and a detective was dispatched to your home that evening, certainly in time for the BAC to be admitted into evidence of being done everything else that you should have done. Second, and perhaps more importantly, is that even if you had stopped, the coroner testified that no one, including you, could have taken any medical action to save his life. As far as litigation, I've read the sentencing memorandum submitted by the defense, which included now over 160 character letters. And quite frankly, the sheer number of letters was not necessarily persuasive, although I don't think I've ever seen that many. But what was impactful is a recurring theme, and it's clear from everyone that had contact with you, from teachers to family to neighbors to acquaintances to nurses and doctors and patients and veterans who served with you, that according to them, your actions on May 9th were out of character with who you are and what you have done both personally and professionally and in your service to this country. These mitigating factors do not mean that you should not be punished. The question is what punishment is appropriate, given everything before me. Punishment in the criminal justice system certainly takes many forms. And I believe that balancing and utilizing these options will hopefully accomplish the overriding purposes and principles of sentencing. So considering the factors that I mentioned earlier, it is the sentence of this court that you serve 6 months in the Mahoney County Justice Center for the offense of vehicular homicide in count 1, and 6 months in the Mahoney County Justice Center for the offense of failure to stop after an accident in count 5. I am going to suspend 170 days in count 1 and 180 days in count 5. I am ordering 90 days of home confinement with electronic home monitoring, allowing privileges for your employment. I am placing you on 5 years of community control to the Community Corrections Association. As a specific term and condition of community control, I'm ordering that you perform 200 hours of community service that will be done at the rescue mission, where you can provide medical care and treatment to those individuals in our community who are in need of that care. I am certain some may say that you have been given preferential treatment because you are a doctor. The truth is that the letters included in your memorandum indicate that you have saved many lives as a surgeon, both in Iraq and Afghanistan and here in our community. And quite frankly, if you have the opportunity to save even one life while in community control as a result of this sentence, I believe that to be justice instead of, quite frankly, working in the kitchen while in jail. And I hope that this sentence comes as close as possible as rendering what I believe the statute requires. Attorney Kentall has indicated that I should not consider civil litigation, although I am required to consider restitution. It's my understanding, and correct me if I am wrong, that the civil litigation did in fact address the issues of restitution, say, except property damage to the past master.
That's correct, Your Honor. That has been paid and satisfied in full.
With respect to the property damage, obviously there will be an order of restitution to satisfy that.
There is a pending civil action, and I spoke with the insurance attorney today. Over a month ago, they extended an offer to resolve that property damage claim as well. That has not been responded to by the plaintiff's attorney.
As it relates to the Class 4 suspension, I'm going to impose a driver's license suspension of 1 year with occupational driving privileges after 45 days. And I reached that decision because this is an offense that did not occur with the motor vehicle or with the LawCrime. I'm not certain you're ever going to get out of the again, but I am also going to order the educational LawCrime safety courses required by statute. I'm going to impose a $1,000 fine suspending the cost. From this verdict and sentence, you do have a right of an appeal if you should decide to do a verdict or sentence. I would ask your counsel to take whatever steps are necessary to perfect that appeal. Is there anything further from counsel?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All rise. This court is in recess.
And there you saw Ohio surgeon Dr. Joseph Urich being led out of court and towards a jail sentence for his role in a deadly boating crash that killed one person at midnight on an Ohio lake and injured another. That sentence just coming down moments ago. We carried it live here for you on the LawNewz Network along with the trial. And the sentencing hearing started off with some very, very harsh words, not only for the defendant, but also for the court system from the wife of the victim who died. She said that it was a joke that the court threw out this blood alcohol evidence, which could have ultimately resulted in a felony conviction. But the judge and the defense attorney both pointed out that while the law says those samples were supposed to be refrigerated, they had to be refrigerated, and because they weren't, we can't bring them in. The judge has been relatively adamant that the science would indicate that the samples may have been accurate, and he believes them to be accurate for the most part. At least that's certainly how he has ruled in writing up until this point. But the defense has argued rather strongly that because the blood alcohol level samples from the surgeon were not refrigerated, that they can't be considered reliable because the alcohol could ferment and somehow multiply in these unrefrigerated samples. It does not seem that this sentencing hearing has necessarily put that debate to rest, and I suspect that it won't. We'll have to litigate that issue in scientific journals, apparently. But we here at the LawNewz Network want to switch back over to the North Carolina trial of Eric Campbell, because that is still going on in North Carolina. He's the young man accused of killing a husband and wife there, an older couple, after going on a crime spree leading from Texas to North Carolina to West Virginia with his father. for some reason, it looks like everyone's just sitting around in the Campbell courtroom. We know that the jury was sent home, but it looked like they were going over some motions or something like that. And of course, right when we went to dip in, they decided to all be quiet. So we're going to go back to where we left off with some of the previous testimony we were reviewing today. And this is Nicholas Campbell, the brother of the defendant on the witness stand. We'll continue listening to what he had to say earlier on in this trial. It's a trial that's lasted about 3 weeks in North Carolina.
Report to a counselor?
No, sir.
Did you ever report to the principal?
No, sir.
And as a matter of fact, the first time that you reported any such abuse was after your brother was arrested and charged with first-degree murder?
Yes.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, your dad loved you very much. Didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you that. He called himself Daddy, and you called him Daddy, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went and saw him at the jail frequently in the time when he was incarcerated after his arrest for assaulting Holly. Is that right?
Yes.
And during many of those conversations, you laughed and joked. Is that correct?
No, we try to keep the conversation light.
Okay. And with respect to the, you've been here all week, right?
This week.
Yes. And with respect to these conversations at the jail, he was frustrated with you because at first he didn't think that you were really working that hard at getting him out, right?
Correct.
Basically, he thought that you had other priorities and not him. Is that right?
Yes.
And that as things kind of started to, look like he was going to get out of jail, the conversations got really light from him, didn't they? Did you talk to him the day before Thanksgiving?
I don't recall.
Okay. With respect to were you and your brother holding Holly's cell phone during the time while your dad was in custody?
No.
You and your dad, where was the cell phone?
I do not know.
Now that's not true, is it? Did you and your brother have a cell phone wrapped in a Tupperware container in aluminum foil?
No.
And you never expected your dad to go to court, did you?
I hoped he would.
You hoped he would, but you were a participant in a plan to help him avoid going to court. Is that right?
No.
Did you switch cars with your father?
No.
Did you start driving the Toyota Tundra?
Yes.
And you allowed Eric to drive the Nissan?
Yes.
And Eric drove it to an apartment complex? Didn't he?
Yes.
Where your father met him with a Suburban that had been stolen from the New Waverly School District. Is that right?
Yes.
And you went back afterwards and got the Nissan, didn't you?
Yes.
Because that was the plan all along, wasn't it?
There was no plan.
Well, with respect to the plan, you were part of the support network for your father, weren't you? As far as him hiding out in Huntsville. Is that right?
No.
Did you go up there with your brother and meet him and have margaritas?
No.
So when your brother testified about that earlier in the week, he was not telling the truth?
I did not go with my dad to Huntsville.
Did you ever meet your dad in a field or a park near an airport?
I did.
And where was that?
In Manville.
And how far is Manville from Huntsville?
Approximately an hour.
Okay. And he got there because either you or your brother drove him there. Is that right?
I do not know.
Well, you don't know because you don't want to say. Is that correct?
That's not true.
Okay. But your dad didn't have a car. Did he?
I do not know.
Your dad was entirely dependent upon you and your brother for his support during that time. Is that right?
I'm not quite sure.
And with respect to a camping trip, you and your dad, did you normally pack alginate on a camping trip?
Alginate?
Alginate.
What is that?
It's used for making molds, isn't it?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you normally pack plaster of Paris on a camping trip?
No.
And this was in the cold of the winter, is that right?
Please rephrase.
Was this around Christmas time of December of 2014?
Yes.
And your father was packing a scuba suit, a dry suit, a cold weather dry suit, is that correct?
Yes.
So with respect to whether or not he was going to court, you hoped he would, but you knew he wasn't. Is that a fair statement?
I had pushed him to go to court.
But you aided him in not going to court.
That is not true.
You just said that you went and picked up the Nissan afterwards. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you ever do anything to alert the authorities as to what your brother and your dad were planning?
I did not know of a plan.
During your direct examination, you said he stated he had evidence of Holly's infidelity. Is that
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And you had a conversation with him that was a telephone, didn't you?
Yes.
And that he gave you specific advice about not to hand the phone over to the wrong person. Is that correct?
I did not know where the phone was.
Because with respect to the case against Holly, you had clearly taken your dad's side. Is that right?
No.
You were concerned that Holly was going to get the house. Is that right?
Yes.
You were looking for Holly while your dad was in jail. Is that right?
Yes.
You were looking on her so you could find her whereabouts and know where she was in case your dad or any of you or your brother needed to run into her. Is that correct?
We are continuing to review testimony in the Eric Campbell case out of North Carolina because it looks like the attorneys are still in the courtroom, but nothing is happening. They're just sort of having some meetings here and there. Rachel Stockman, senior editor of LawNewz.com, or editor-in-chief, excuse me, I'm used to introducing Ron, I've got the titles backwards, is here to talk about what we saw in the Urich case. So the bottom line is there's 6 months and 6 months, which is the maximum sentence on the 2 first-degree misdemeanors of which he was convicted. But then the judge suspended most of the sentence, and we were just doing the math.
Yeah, so we were doing the math. It looks like, if we did the math correctly, that he will only have to serve 15 days in prison, which, considering what he was facing, Aaron, is a pretty light sentence.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as soon as those alcohol results were tossed out, we knew that this was not going to be a very serious sentence because ultimately the tactic was, and the tactic resulted in being, knocking the felonies out because the misdemeanors, from what I can tell, really don't appear to have any effect on his medical license. So he keeps his medical license if he beats the felonies. Well, that's what he did. He beat the 2 felonies, wound up at 2 misdemeanors, and because he's a first-time offender, it's not uncommon for a judge to suspend the bulk of a sentence. But I think that while I suspect, based on what the victim's wife said at the beginning of the hearing, that this just does not sit well with her, and understandably it doesn't, I think the devil's in the details with this, because the judge also suspended the doctor's license for a year. So if they catch him driving to some emergency surgery,
his
or something
driver's
like that,
license.
yeah, his driver's license. If they catch him driving to an emergency surgery or something like that, he could wind up in a whole mess of trouble, because then he's going to violate the terms of the suspended sentence. And I suspect that the way it would work in Ohio is they could then throw him in jail on the underlying 1 year on the 2 charges for which he was convicted in this case, and then he would have other penalties for driving with a suspended license.
The surgeon, Dr. Urich, would be pretty stupid to try driving when he has really gotten away with, considering the facts of this case, has gotten away with what it can only be possibly described as the lightest sentence he could have gotten. I mean, I hate to say it.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but the doctor lucked out in this case. He really did. I mean, not only were the alcohol tests thrown out, the judge, you know, it gave him a pretty light sentence, considering. So I think that the doctor would be pretty stupid if he ignored the licensing suspension and ended up driving. So I don't think that's going to happen. If he does, you're right. He could face some serious penalties.
We've seen it happen, though, and I've seen defendants get caught on this. But we want to switch back to the North Carolina courtroom for the Campbell trial, because there's more discussion taking place live. Let's go straight there.
Common law robbery, felony larceny, and misdemeanor larceny. And I'm happy to continue and go through all my requests. So
Yes, sir.
Yes. The second request we have is it's in fairness a preservation issue, Your Honor. We're asking the court to instruct under the old rule of State v. Blankenship rather than State v. Barnes for acting in concert. It's our position that State v. Barnes is wrongly decided in that it allows a defendant to be convicted of first-degree murder absent a showing of premeditation and intent. And I don't need to be heard on that any further. They have a full written argument on that I filed. We are also asking for additional instructions in the section relating to premeditation and deliberation. Specifically, after the section that talks about premeditation and deliberation being susceptible to direct proof, we'd ask for the language, on the other hand, you may infer from the circumstances that the defendant did not premeditate or deliberate the killing. For example, you may find that the defendant was frightened, disoriented, emotionally upset, panic-stricken, or agitated. If so, you may consider this finding in deciding whether the defendant formed the intent to kill.
Where's the evidence of that? I understood he feared not guilty and said he did not participate in the murders at all.
Well, I understand that, Your Honor, but the jury could reject our contention and agree with the state's contention that he did commit one of those acts, and there has been evidence that he did not have a cool state of mind at that time and that he was agitated.
Okay.
We would also ask for, under acting in concert for the full pattern 202.10 instruction, the part after the parentheses in the pattern, it says the defendant is not guilty of a crime merely because the defendant is present at the scene, even though the defendant may silently approve of the crime or secretly intend to assist in its commission. To be guilty, the defendant must aid or actively encourage the person committing the crime, or in some way communicate to another person the defendant's intention to assist in its commission. Third, as to the first count and the second count, as far as the basis of felony murder, during that instruction, Your Honor, we would ask that the jury be instructed regarding what I've titled there a separate transaction defense. In other words, that the state has the burden to show that the burglary and the deaths resulted from an unbroken chain of events, and that's an issue for the jury to decide. And I have a full instruction you can see there about that the jury must decide whether it was one continuous transaction or if they were not committed in one continuous offense. you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder under the felony murder doctrine. And then it lists things the jury can consider in making that determination, and cites the cases that are the basis for that. And I would just say that the evidence of that, Your Honor, it is possible that the jury could find that after Mr. Campbell and his father went to Walmart, that he had a different state of mind than at the first instance. So they could find that he actually didn't commit any crimes at the first time, but then when they returned to the house, that he had a different state of mind. And we think that the jury should be instructed on that because they have to determine whether or not that second time he went into the home is a separate transaction from the killing. And we've also requested instructions on the defense of duress. I noted that Your Honor included it as to robbery. We would request duress as to the charge of burglary, cruelty to animals, and arson. We would also request the defense of automatism or unconsciousness based on dissociation to all the charges, which is pattern jury instruction 302.10, as well as the defense of diminished capacity, pattern jury instruction 305.11 on both the 2 counts of first-degree murder as well as the robbery and the burglary. I believe there was testimony from Dr. Chaudhry that Mr. Campbell's ability to form intent was diminished as to all of those counts. I'm happy to answer specific questions or go back through those, but those would be all of our requests.
That's this day.
Your Honor, we're opposed to each and every one of them. Which one do you want to talk about first?
I'm glad to hear anything you want to say.
Well, with respect to the issue of the involuntary manslaughter, Your Honor, the use of poison implies malice. Lying in wait implies malice. We simply are not entitled to an instruction on involuntary manslaughter. And I just got these, so I'm sorry I didn't have time to review that. But just in preparing, the State v. Smith, involuntary manslaughter defined as the unlawful intentional killing of another without malice. In this instant case, they were not entitled to an instruction on voluntary manslaughter because in this case they used poison, and that's exactly what Eric Campbell and his father are accused of doing: lies and poison. And Your Honor, under those circumstances, sending involuntary manslaughter back is they're not entitled to that instruction. Your Honor, we're opposed to the request for the additional instruction on premeditation deliberation. I think what is there is satisfactory. I think that I don't think this is necessary, and I think it's going to unduly confuse the jury, and I don't think it's supported by the evidence in this case. Your Honor, with respect to the separate transaction defense, I think there's ample evidence and nothing to contradict that this was all part of one transaction occurrence. And Your Honor, with respect to the diminished capacity, Your Honor, I don't believe that there is sufficient evidence for the jury to find by preponderance of evidence that there was diminished capacity in this case. Dr. Chaudhry's testimony was that she did not review the evidence completely, and she ignored some of the collateral evidence, and therefore I don't believe there's sufficient evidence for the jury to be able to find by preponderance of evidence that the defendant did not have the requisite capacity at the time these offenses were committed.
Any further?
Well, Your Honor, whether or not
the state thinks that they have met their burden is really not the issue here. The issue is, was there credible testimony that the jury could rely and find that, and Dr. Chaudhry did testify that his capacity was diminished. So it's possible the jury could believe the state's version of events, that Mr. Campbell did some of those things, and also believe Dr. Chaudhry's testimony that his ability to form the specific intent for murder in both counts, as well as robbery and burglary, was diminished. Your Honor, diminished capacity is just not available to lying in wait. It's not available to torture. And I believe that there's a case law that would support, under these circumstances, they're going to give great deference to the trial court as far as looking at the evidence and making a decision about what is sent back to the jury. And sending diminished capacity back when it's not applicable to these other two theories of murder is, I think it's going to unduly confuse the jury, and I don't believe that, I'll just say that. If I just may add, Your Honor, it's certainly relevant to premeditation and deliberation, which is a theory that the state is, this theory that's being presented to the jury. And I would also, and in both torture and lying in wait do have components of specific intent that the state has a burden to prove in this case.
I will add the second paragraph from pattern jury instruction 20210 on the acting in concert. Remaining instructions, request instructions on defendant denied.
I'm sorry, all those
denied.
Denied.
Anything further for the state is to instructions. Anything further for the defendant is to instructions.
No, Your Honor, we just note our exception under the 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendment, as well as, under the 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendment, as well as if they are supported by evidence and accurate statements of law.
Thanks, sir. Are y'all going to open and close?
Your Honor, I believe our intention would be just to close. We would divide our time up between discussions.
Y'all can do any order you want to. Y'all can juggle it around. I think that's the way it is in this. I can't limit you.
I understand.
So y'all understand you go first, or both of you going to argue?
You're
not bound by what you tell me now.
Probably.
I'm just trying to get an idea.
Probably. That's my guess.
And again, I cannot limit how long you talk. Do you have any idea?
I don't think it'll be extremely long. I don't think it'll be hours, in other words. I wouldn't want to say it's just going to be an hour, but I wouldn't think it would be hours.
I hope we could go in under an hour, Judge, but once we start talking, sometimes that doesn't happen.
I'm not limiting you. If y'all want to go all day, that's the right. Well, it would be my intention if you argue and would have a recess, then you can argue, and then we'll see where we are as far as lunch goes. I hate to lose my alternate jurors, so I like to hold on to them as long as I can, but we'll see. Maybe I'll charge in the morning, maybe I won't. But again, you can argue any way you want to. Anything further for the record of the state?
Not for the state.
Anything further for the record of the state?
Not right now, yeah.
Y'all are satisfied with the verdict sheet?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think so, Your Honor.
If you find something over the
Yeah,
night,
we'll find something.
that's easy to remedy. And I will add this second part to
Okay, folks, it looks like the day has wrapped up. The attorneys appear to have at least somewhat settled on jury instructions tomorrow in the Eric Campbell case out of North Carolina. Meanwhile, we're going to continue to review the testimony from the past couple of weeks in that case. It's been about a 2.5-week trial. Nicholas Campbell, the brother of the defendant, was on the stand for a while, and we were reviewing his testimony earlier this afternoon. We'll now pick up where we left off.
You couldn't find her ever, could you?
No.
And you and your brother and your dad suspected that she had taken flight to Hillsborough, North Carolina to get away from you, didn't you?
No.
And you knew that when your brother and your dad left out from Texas, that was where they were going?
No.
Did you ever visit the medical center in Texas to go look for her?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Be ready. Thank you. Mr. Campbell, you said that you were raised by your father, Edward Campbell. Was it you and Eric were, is that right?
Yes.
Who set the tone? Mr. Waters asked you about the tone of the meetings in the jail. Who determined what the tone of the atmosphere was throughout your life?
My father did.
And how old are you?
I'm 28.
And what do you do every day?
What do I do every day?
Yeah, do you go to work every day?
Yes.
Were you, after you met with your father at that field, did you ever see him again?
No.
Did you hear from him again
No.
when he was arrested?
No.
When he asked you to talk to Holly, what was his specific request that he asked you for?
He wanted to know her whereabouts and to give her a letter.
And did he ask her for money? Or to help with his bail?
Yes.
You mentioned that you were afraid of your father.
Yes, very.
Was Eric afraid of your father?
Yes.
And how was Eric when he was around your father?
Submissive.
Have you ever seen Eric commit an act of violence against anyone?
No.
Objection. Go on. Have you ever seen him commit an act of violence
No.
against anyone? Nothing further.
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. You said you didn't ever hear from your father again after you saw him here in Texas. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's because both he and Eric got rid of their cell phones that day, didn't they?
Yes.
And they were exclusively going to use walkie-talkies. Is that right?
I don't know.
And they had no plans to contact you until afterwards. Is that correct?
I don't know.
You said during your direct testimony that you disconnected yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That you came back frequently, didn't you? You came back and did laundry. Is that right?
On my prerogative, yes.
All right. On your prerogative, is that what you said?
Yes.
Because your prerogative, you can make a decision. Is that right?
I can make a decision, yes.
Just like Eric can make a decision. You went and saw your dad 6 times with your brother. Is that right? In jail.
I believe so.
Yes. And during that time, you began plans for him to get out of jail. Is that correct?
Yes.
You discussed the evidence that you had of Holly's infidelity. Is that right?
I don't know.
And you discussed the equitable distribution case, the case where Holly was trying to get part of the house from your father. Is that right?
Yes.
You discussed the custody case.
Yes.
And you discussed the fact that the civil complaint had incorporated the criminal allegations. Is that right?
Could you please dumb that down for me?
Well, you knew that when your dad got out, he was facing going to prison for 5 years.
I did not.
You didn't think that because you knew your dad was never going to stand trial, right?
That's not true.
You knew that he was never coming back?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Campbell, has this been a very difficult situation for you?
Yes.
And have you done your best to support Eric in this?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because he's the only family I ever had. He's the person I knew my whole life and supported me through.
Okay, folks, we're going to break away from our review of testimony in the Campbell trial to bring you to a courtroom in Ohio that we've been hoping to bring you all day today. And it looks like we can finally go there. This is the trial of Joshua Gaspar, who is a Cleveland man accused of 13 counts on 2 separate indictments related to the traffic death of an Ohio State trooper. The accusations from the prosecution are that the defendant left a methadone clinic and within 14 minutes of having a treatment wound up tailgating a car. When the car in front of him slammed on the brakes, he swerved to the left, striking and killing a state trooper. That trial started today. There are a series of charges, as I mentioned. There is at least 1 felony, level 1 felony on the table. There are a litany of 2nd and 3rd degree felonies and a litany of misdemeanors ranging from misdemeanor 1 to misdemeanor 3 in this case. So that's where things are, and it's a case that involves accusations as well that the defendant may have been driving with a bad license. Let's go live to the Ohio trial now of Joshua Gaspar.
Did you happen to be in a vehicle traveling westbound on I-90 at or near the McKinley exit?
Yes, I was.
Where were you coming from and where were you going to?
I was traveling from University Hospital's main campus to a Westlake branch to go to clinic with one of my attending physicians.
I'm going to ask you to move towards the microphone. The ventilation is sort of impairing your audibility here. So, and raise your voice, please.
Okay.
That's better, thanks. Once again, where were you coming from? Where were you going?
I was traveling from University Hospital's main campus to an outlying clinic in Westlake to attend an attending physician's clinic.
Make, model, and color of the vehicle you were driving?
I was driving a silver Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo.
Any passengers in your vehicle?
No.
So you're the driver, sole occupant?
Yes.
Do you remember what lane of travel you were in prior to the incident that brings us here?
I was in the right lane.
Okay. From your memory, describe the traffic conditions as you found them to be that day, just prior to this incident.
Prior to the incident, the traffic in the middle lane was moving relatively slowly. The left lane was relatively clear of any traffic as Officer Velez's vehicle was parked off into the median on the left. And the right lane was moving relatively normally, I would say.
Were you a frequent traveler of that piece of highway?
No.
So take us through a narrative based on your memory of events of what you see prior to the event that brings us here, and describe to the best of your ability the behavior of any vehicles that you found unusual.
So again, I was traveling in the rightmost lane as traffic was moving very slowly in the middle lane. I had noticed Officer Velez's car off into the median on the left. I saw a few car lengths in front of me and to my left in that middle lane, the black Hyundai Veloster, approaching that slow traffic relatively quickly. I saw the car swerve into the left lane, I assumed attempting to pass that slower moving traffic. At that point, he was kind of pinned between the slower traffic in the middle lane and then Officer Velez's car and Officer Velez himself off to the left. He attempted to swerve to avoid striking Officer Velez, but obviously was unable to and struck him and then pulled off into the left median himself.
Did you see, with your own eyes, the actual impact?
Yes, I did.
What was your reaction?
As quickly as I could, I got off into the right shoulder just past the on-ramp, and then was able to slow down traffic enough to cross in left median to attempt to offer some care.
Were you able to get to Officer Velez?
Yes, I was. By the time I got there, there was one off-duty paramedic on scene already. He had been able to contact 911, so I actually took his phone and talked with the dispatcher as he was attempting CPR.
Do you remember what you may have said to the dispatcher?
Not specifically, just that witnessed a crash or an accident, that he was in very poor condition. I believe I mentioned that he had multiple open fractures and was breathing agonally, but beyond that, I'm not sure specifics.
Describe for us visually Officer Velez's condition when you reached him.
When I reached him, he was lying on his back with his head turned to the right. Again, he was kind of gasping, labored breaths. There was a fair amount of blood beneath his body. He had multiple open fractures or sites where there were wounds in the skin and visible bone beneath them. His hat was further up the road out into the lane, I believe.
Did you ever actually administer first aid yourself personally?
I did not, no.
Were you asked to do anything by the dispatcher via the open phone call, anything in that regard?
No. Nothing beyond giving additional information. I answered a few questions.
You stayed on scene, police arrived. Did you speak to Lakewood Police?
Yes, I did. I offered a statement at the scene.
Okay. Ultimately, did you write a statement for Lakewood Police?
Yes, I did.
And ultimately, did you write a statement for the Ohio State Highway Patrol?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And prior to taking the stand here today, did you get the opportunity to read those out in the hallway?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You used the word swerve.
Yes.
Why did you choose that word?
I chose that word because the motion was a bit uncontrolled. Moved rather quickly, went off a bit into the left median, and then made a couple additional motions to the right and left. So it just seemed somewhat uncontrolled, as I said. That's why I chose that word.
So based on what I just heard you say, sharp move to the left, and then a series of S's back and forth?
A couple, yes.
Okay. And is that all prior to impact?
Yes.
Were you in a position to see the taillights of the black car?
Yes, I was behind the car.
What can you describe about any activation or non-activation of the taillights?
I don't recall.
Okay. During the time you were there, did you ever approach the operator of the black vehicle that you saw strike Officer Velez?
No, I did not.
Did you have any conversation or interaction with him at all that day?
No, I did not.
Did you say that you saw Officer Velez flagging traffic?
It looked like he was approaching the left lane and attempting to flag someone down.
When you say attempting to flag, did you see any body motions from Officer Velez?
I believe he was waving his right arm in the air.
From your memory, where is he standing when he's making that waving motion?
Just the passenger side of his cruiser, very close to the line denoting the edge of the left lane on the side of the median. I'm not sure if he actually entered the left lane at all, but very close to it.
So up to the white line, but not in the lane of traffic? Is that what you're describing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how fast you were traveling prior to you seeing the situation and beginning your braking?
Probably 60, 65 miles an hour.
Did you have time to see Officer Velez?
Yes.
How would you describe the braking that you applied based upon seeing Officer Velez?
Again, traffic was moving a bit slowly, so I just braked enough to, fall into that traffic pattern that was occurring there. And I may have slowed down 10 miles an hour.
So, was this, I don't know what adjective you might want to choose to apply, but what I want to know is whether or not this was a panic stop, a full, sudden application of the brakes where your tires screech or something like that. Is that what you're describing?
No.
What are you describing?
Just light braking to slow down, to kind of meet with the pace of traffic in the lane.
Okay. And did you have any trouble avoiding the car in front of you?
No, I did not.
Did you have sufficient time and distance to safely slow your vehicle?
Yes, I did.
The black car that I'm referring to is a Hyundai Veloster, which may have been used that day as a name. Do you recall whether any vehicle stopped short in front of the black car or cut it off without sufficient warning to the operator of the black vehicle?
I do not recall that happening, no.
So are you saying it's possible that did happen, or that's not what you saw because that's not what happened?
That is not what I saw happen.
And what did you see happen in terms of the vehicles in front of the black car, the Hyundai Veloster?
Again, I just saw a much slower traffic pattern in that lane due to other drivers, getting into that lane from the leftmost lane to avoid Officer Velez.
Thank you, Doctor.
Hello, sir. My name is John Sin. I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Sure.
If I ask you anything you don't understand, you can just ask me to repeat it.
All right.
The prosecutor asked you a question. The question was, I think he made more of a statement. That was, the trooper was standing close to the lane of traffic, but not in the lane of traffic. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. That's not what you said in your initial report, though, is it? Is that what you recall, that he didn't get in the lane of traffic?
I recall that he was close to. I believe in my original statement I may have said that I was uncertain if he actually stepped in.
Right, and that is what you said. You said you were uncertain whether the trooper actually got into the lane of traffic or whether he just stayed very close. Are you still uncertain?
Yes.
Just the fact the prosecutor said something different didn't make you change your mind, did it?
No.
You don't know whether the trooper actually walked into that lane or was just really close, but we can all agree it was really, really close.
Sure, yeah, my recollection from that day immediately afterward would be most accurate. So.
You were in the far right lane?
Yes.
Okay, so there's 4 lanes of traffic on 90 West, and you're in the far right one. How far back are you from the black car?
4 or 5 car lengths, maybe.
Okay. Are there cars between you and the black car?
There were not. There may have been a car that passed through at some point during the event, but it was relatively clear.
What lane do you recall the black car being in?
Second from the left.
Okay. And did you observe it move from the second to the left into another lane?
Yes.
Do you know why it moved?
Because traffic was moving slowly in front of it.
Okay. Do you know if a car in front of it put on its brakes?
I did not see that happen.
Do you recall a blue car?
I do not.
Blue Honda?
I do not.
Do you recall a white Malibu?
I do not.
If we saw a video, and on the video what we saw was a blue car and a white car coming to a stop, almost parallel to the trooper's car and a little bit past, and then the black car swerved into the trooper, would that be consistent with what you remember or inconsistent?
Sorry, could you restate that?
Okay. You know what, how about I just show you?
Sure.
Could we try that again? So what we're going to look at is we're going to look at a camera angle that's being shot from inside the highway patrolman's car. And if it goes as expected, you'll be able to see the impact. And being in medicine, I'm sure you've seen a lot of things, or you're certainly going to in your career. But what we're focused on is when the trooper is going to walk across that camera. When he walks across that camera very quickly, there's going to be something worth that you and I are going to talk about. Is that okay?
Yeah.
It's not for 60 seconds. So.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. That appears to be 90 West.
Yes.
And you're in the lane farthest.
Yes.
But you're probably way back somewhere at this point in time. You indicate you were going about 60 or 65 out there?
Yeah, I would estimate that.
Do we see you anywhere on there? At this point in time, is that
Yes, you can.
Pause that. Is that you in this little car over here?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't recall seeing the blue car or the white car that were, I have to go back. Do you see the blue car and the white car?
That are pulled off in front of him now?
Yeah.
Yes, I recall seeing them now that I've seen this video.
Okay. But you didn't recall it earlier?
No, I did not pay much attention to them at the time, at the scene.
And safe to say, the way the human body and the human mind records information may not always be just like a tape recorder, is it?
Sure.
So sometimes we can remember things a certain way that don't necessarily coincide with how things actually happened. Right? I guess my point is, did you not see those cars earlier? Or you don't remember them? Or there's an explanation for why you didn't see them? And I think the explanation is probably like it's a crazy scene.
Sure. Yeah, I think that I did not mark their actions because their actions were consistent with everyone else, whereas the Velociter's actions were considerably different.
Okay. So you thought it was consistent that this blue car and this white car seemed to come to they seem to slow down pretty quickly to the point where the black car is forced into the other lane. Is that what you saw?
Again, I did not note them slow down considerably more than other vehicles.
Okay. If we all saw them kind of come to a stop right there and the black car goes shooting past them, would that be accurate with what you saw that day, or we should go with our eyes?
Again, I did not note them slow down considerably.
Okay. 1 second, sir. No further questions. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Khan, when you say the majority of traffic was responding in a typical traffic slowing pattern, is that what you're describing?
Yes.
But then you said the black Veloster acted, in your words, considerably different. Is that what you said?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? What, in your mind, did you see that was considerably different?
He didn't slow to meet the pace of traffic, rather kind of came up on the cars in front of him quickly and then swerved into that left lane rather than just slowing and staying. Could have seen the officer's vehicle there.
Like someone whose attention was not in front of him?
Possibly.
Okay, granted, you don't know where his eyes were.
No.
But the lack of slowing for what was in front of you was, what term would you put on it? Was it appropriate, inappropriate, reasonable, unreasonable? What adjective would you use to describe the Velociter's reaction to the slowing traffic in front?
I thought it was inappropriate.
Thank you.
Would the Velociter's action still have been inappropriate had the trooper entered into the lane of traffic?
Objection.
Yes, they still would have been inappropriate.
Okay. You gave two statements in this case, did you not?
That's correct.
You gave one to Lakewood right at that time, and then later on you gave another one to the High Patrol.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you recall your first statement indicating very clearly that the officer was flagging down?
Objection.
Please approach. Sir, you indicated earlier that the trooper, you were unaware whether the trooper was in the lane of traffic or not in the lane of traffic, right?
Yes.
And you told that to the highway patrol officers days later when you gave a written statement. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I imagine you had a lot of folks talking to you about this situation, maybe family and friends, over the course of the couple days that went by between the time of the accident and the time you talked to the highway patrolman.
Yes, I did.
Did you give a statement to the Lakewood police on the date and time of the crash?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you recall what you told the Lakewood police about where the officer was standing at the time of the crash?
I do not.
Okay. I want to show you State's Exhibit 1456. It consists of several documents. Do you recognize the handwriting on the top document?
Yes, I do.
Whose handwriting was that?
It's mine.
Is that a statement that you gave to the Lakewood police at the time of the crash?
Yes, it is.
Can you read the first paragraph?
I was in the right-hand lane, saw officer enter left lane, and appeared to be flagging down vehicle.
Okay. So, at the time this happened, and it's fresh in your mind, you told Lakewood that the officer actually entered the lane of traffic?
Yes, I did. Based on the
Several
statement.
days later, you told the troopers you weren't sure.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Doctor, page 1 of 1456 is your Lakewood statement.
Yes.
Mr. Singh just said he was going to have you read the whole paragraph and stopped after the first sentence. I want you to read the whole thing, okay?
Okay.
Please read it.
Doctor,
My apologies. I was in the right-hand lane, saw officer enter left lane, and appeared to be flagging down vehicle. Middle lane was slowly proceeding, and driver of black Veloster entered left lane to pass. Driver attempted to swerve into middle lane, but was unable due to traffic. He swerved again and contacted the officer. The officer was hit and flipped one time in the air over the vehicle before landing behind it. I pulled over in the right curb and called 911, did not reach. I then crossed highway to attempt to aid in care, spoke with 911 on another gentleman's phone.
In the course of your medical training, you make written descriptions of things that happen before your eyes all the time, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you're somewhat trained in this process of eyes, memory, writing, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So what you're describing there, does he swerve right, then left? You said middle lane?
He swerved into the left lane and then attempted to move back into the right lane, it looked like.
Okay.
So it was left, right, and then kind of back left.
Was there a vehicle preventing him from entering the middle lane?
I believe there were, but...
Okay. Now we're going to turn to the next series of pages, which are your statement to Ohio Department of Public Safety Highway Patrol, labeled as being 5 pages. Same process, take it slow, and this is on the 21st at 13:18 hours, okay? But read the entire statement in full, please.
Questions and answers, or just the answer to the first?
Yes, include the question.
Okay.
So we understand that you're not the speaker of the question, but it's a Q&A format, so that's what we'll do.
Can I ask what date this document was written, Your Honor?
21st.
This is the 21st?
Question. Related to the crash that occurred on 9/15/16 involving Trooper Kenneth Velez, what did you witness? Answer. I was driving west on I-90 in the right lane. I saw that traffic was moving slowly in the middle lane. Then noticed the officer's car moved off to the left in the median. I saw Officer Velez approaching the left lane, waving, flagging someone down. I was not sure if he took a step into the left lane or if he stayed on the berm. I couldn't tell from where I was. I then saw the black Veloster move from the middle lane into the left lane. At that point, the Veloster was caught between moving cars to the right of him and the cruiser to the left. The vehicle attempted to swerve a few times and was unable to avoid Officer Velez and made contact with him. Officer Velez flipped over the vehicle once into the air. At that point, I can't read what this says. I something my vehicle off into the right shoulder and crossed traffic to try to assist him. There was already one man with Officer Velez taking his pulse, speaking to 911. As I stopped, I tried to call 911 but couldn't get through. Others came to assist. I gave a statement to Lakewood PD.
And while you're doing this, is this your handwriting or somebody else's?
This is someone else's handwriting.
Okay. But do you recognize this as being your words?
Yes, I recognize the conversation.
All right, please continue page 3.
Question, did you see the driver of the Veloster? Answer, yes. He was a short white male, about 5'5", short hair, buzz cut. I don't believe he had facial hair, no glasses, a bit overweight. I don't recall what he was wearing. Question, did the driver of the Veloster say anything to you or anyone else? Answer, he did not say anything to me, but I heard him say to another driver who stopped. He said something to the effect of, "Tell me what happened, it happened so fast." He immediately made a phone call when he got out of the car.
Page 4.
I don't know who he was speaking with, but I think he said something like, "I've just been in an accident, it was bad." Nothing else that I recall him saying. Question, where exactly were you in relation to the Veloster when you first saw it? Answer, I was to the right, behind it, about 4 to 5 car lengths behind. Had a direct line of sight to Trooper Velez diagonally. Question, in relationship from where the patrol car was, how far back was the Veloster before he changed lane? Answer, relatively close. I can't give a good estimate of that.
Page 5.
Question, did you see the Veloster make contact with any other vehicle? Answer, I did not see him make contact with any other vehicle. I only saw him hit Officer Velez. Question, did you see any other vehicle cut off the Veloster or change its course of action? Answer, none that I saw. Question, did the Veloster appear to be speeding? Answer, yes, he was driving inappropriately fast relative to other traffic.
Is that your signature at the bottom of both statements?
Yes, that is.
Thank you.
Doctor, the second statement you made, how was it that you came to make a second statement, sir?
I was contacted by State Highway Patrol and asked to meet me to make a statement.
How were you contacted? By phone or the hospital? Or?
Yes, I was contacted by phone.
And did you arrange a time to meet?
Yes.
Where did you meet with this person?
I met in the lobby of the Seidman Cancer Center at University Hospital.
That's a place that you frequent pursuant to your work?
It was an easy place to get to between cases in the operating room.
Who did you meet with?
I do not recall the names of the officers.
How many officers were there?
There were 2.
Were they dressed in their whole Highway Patrol uniforms?
No, they were not.
Okay. Did they have any outward manifestation they were patrol officers? They show you badges or anything?
Yes, they showed me badges.
And when you talked to them on the phone, they identified themselves as Ohio Highway Patrolmen?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Now, the first statement with Lakewood, that was done right after the accident?
Yes, that was done directly after.
You hadn't had any time to watch any media reports or know anything about the case at that point, right?
No, I mean nothing other than what I'd seen at that point.
Even though you have a career in medicine, I would assume this is still a big life event for you, seeing something of this nature, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. It's different to be on scene and witness than to see in the hospital.
So I can assume that in the days following this incident, you heard about it in the news and you saw it all over the papers and everything?
Yes, I did.
So it was then that you learned the State Highway Patrol says that Josh was impaired. Did you learn that?
Yes, I learned that after the fact.
Okay. But prior to writing the statement for the Highway Patrol?
I'm not actually sure when I first heard that story, so I can't comment on that.
Did you know whether there was claiming alcohol impairment or drug impairment?
I didn't hear specific claims of what he was impaired by.
Okay. Was it all awkward for you, meeting with hired patrolmen when the person that they were investigating the death of was a hired patrolman?
No, it wasn't.
Did you express any sense of remorse to them? Did you say, hey, I'm really sorry about what happened or anything?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And why did you feel that was necessary to the people that were investigating this crime?
Just they had lost a colleague, potentially may have had some relationship with him at some point. I wasn't sure, so I felt appropriate to offer some condolences.
Now, you're a full-fledged doctor right now, right?
Yes.
I can assume that. Well, what kind of work do you do, sir, in the doctor arena?
I'm an orthopedic surgery resident.
Okay. I can assume that you probably don't do surgery on your family and friends?
No, I don't.
Would you do surgery on your family and friends?
I personally wouldn't, but there are no specific rules against doing so.
Okay. Why wouldn't you do it?
I would be uncomfortable doing it.
A little too close?
Sure, for me, personally.
Okay. And these state troopers, when you expressed your remorse, they said, they tell you anything about the case?
No, they did not. They said thank you and moved on to our discussion.
They didn't tell you that they'd arrested my client and charged him with all these charges?
No, they did not tell me anything else about the case.
But you don't know whether you saw the news reports prior to meeting with the troop several days later that were all over the news that day and the next couple of days?
I do not know, to be honest. I was not actively looking for it.
Do you routinely watch the news?
I routinely read the news, but do not watch.
Okay. What do you read?
Varying things that come through Google News, honestly.
Okay. And you stay up with news on the internet and whatnot?
Yes.
And this was a major life event for you?
It was.
Okay. So we can assume that if you had access to Google, you would have at least tried to look it up and see what was going on with the case?
No, I was, as I just said, I was actually intentionally not looking it up for a few days.
Okay. Why is that?
As you just said, it was a pretty major life event. I didn't necessarily want to delve into the case immediately afterward. So it was by choice.
But you say you didn't feel at all pressured in any way by the fact that there were hired patrolmen grieving, also investigating.
Objection. He's not justified.
I'll withdraw that.
Yeah, no one said that word.
That's true. Would you agree with me that you changed your statement as to the trooper's position as far as being in the lane as opposed to being close to the lane when you talked to those two troopers compared to what you told the Lakewood police?
It did change slightly, not because of any pressure. I think because there was a week between where I had a lot of time to reflect on it. It was certainly on my mind. So.
Okay. Are you telling us that your memory got better as time went on?
No, I'm not saying that.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to stop here for today. I want to thank you for your patience. I have matters tomorrow morning, so we're starting later, and I know we'll go to 4:30, maybe till 5 o'clock. We have your indulgence. So if you are here tomorrow at 11 o'clock, Mrs. Smith will get you, and I want to use your time wisely, so we're mindful of that, all right? But we have other things that are scheduled, and we're trying to fit everything in so everyone's happy and attended to. Keep in mind, over the evening, don't discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you or in your presence. Don't form or express any opinion. We are a long way from that point of deliberation. No independent investigation, and no media accounts under any circumstance. All right? I hope you do have a nice evening. It's wonderful weather. And we'll see you back tomorrow morning downstairs at 11. Thank you.
All rise. I'll collect the notebooks. No, I'll take them. If you just bring them here. Oh, good evening, ma'am. No. You don't want that. Thank you. No. Thank you. Oh, good evening. Night. No. Night. Thank you. Night. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Mary, I'll call you when I need you.
When you're
Okay.
leaving
How's that?
the dining room, I will. So then we'll have everybody up and running. I will. Okay. Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate the phone call. Some reports are helpful. Other reports can sort of. But I also teach at New Tech School, and she was one of the people I had.
Ah, okay. Well, your husband much better than her.
He was very nice.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network, everybody. I'm Aaron Keller, and we were listening just a little bit there this afternoon to a trial out of Cleveland, Ohio. That is a case involving 13 charges against a defendant named Joshua Gaspar, who is accused of striking a state trooper there and killing that trooper. The defendant was indicted on one indictment document in 2016, and then the state threw 10 more charges at him earlier this year. It looks like they're trying everything together because they arise out of the same underlying circumstances. But that case, as we heard, is going to pick up later in the morning due to the judge's docket. In the meantime, I want to bring Kathy Russin, our senior trial producer, into the conversation here. Kathy, it's good to talk to you on the air here. I have not spoken to you on the air in a while, but we talk every minute of every day, it seems. So for those watching, yes, Kathy and I are still on speaking terms, at least for the time being.
Well, it is good to be back on the air, and yes, we do speak every minute of every day.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about this Urich case, because the judge handed down a sentence after what was a pretty harsh rebuke from the widow of the one victim who died. I want to play that clip now and then get your reaction to it, Kathy.
For the past 2 years, I have lived with a lot of pain, sorrow, and anger. Now I get the opportunity to vent and release all of these ugly emotions. In doing so, I hope to start the healing process for my family and I, to obtain some peace in my life and hopefully eventually find forgiveness. I cannot carry this bitterness inside of me for the rest of my life. The court will not permit me to say what I would like to express to Joe Urich, his wife, and their attorneys. Words like perjury, deceit, and coward first come to mind. Since this accident, I have had occasion to hear that Joe is an arrogant man who drinks too much. And as far as his attorneys go, they used every trick in the book to guarantee that a guilty man would be set free. They deliberately delayed the case for 2 years so that the witnesses would forget. They had the BAC declared inadmissible, and they advised Joe to eliminate a jury. I feel as if the defendant was the only one who had any rights in this case, as my husband certainly did not. I find the judicial system simply appalling. I do not know how these people sleep at night. One day they will all be held accountable in front of the Judge Almighty. I met my husband when I was 14 years old. We were together for 30 years and married for 23. He was a good, decent family man. He was what you would call old school. He had morals and values. He was an easygoing, friendly man who never met a stranger. He would have never drank alcohol while operating a boat and would have never left 2 injured men in the water. Joe Urich will never measure up to the man my husband was. He simply does not have the character. Right after Brian's death, there were many nights while driving home from work that I could barely see the road ahead of me due to all of the tears streaming down my face. I would often think that all I had to do was jerk my car over into the left-hand lane while a semi-truck was approaching, and I would be free of this pain and suffering. I would be reunited with Brian, and this nightmare would be over. But then I would think of our son and realize that I had to find the strength to dig myself up out of this dark hole and make a life for us. My family is now broken and will never be whole again because of Joe Urich. Words cannot express the amount of pain and suffering my son and I have experienced over the past 2 years. I hope Brian's death haunts Joe for the rest of his life. All the good that Joe thinks he does will never compare to the damage he has done. He killed another human being, left him for dead, and then lied about it. The verdict of this trial is infuriating because justice was not served for my husband. We all know the truth about Joe's blood alcohol levels. I believe 0.152 was the level the toxicologist reported, which is nearly double the legal limit. But yet Joe sat on the witness stand and, while under oath, deceived everyone by stating he only had a couple of beers and 2 shots. He knows the truth, and so does God. If it were not for the incompetence of the Portage County Sheriff's Department, I believe that Joe would have been convicted of aggravated vehicular homicide and assault, and he would receive the sentence he deserves. The Portage County Sheriff's Department handling of the blood evidence led to the breakdown of this case. Their error regarding a critical piece of evidence prevented Joe from receiving the proper sentence. I find it somewhat ironic that the most critical piece of evidence that we needed for conviction, the blood alcohol, was found to be inadmissible and thrown out of court. I can't help but wonder if something fishy was going on somewhere behind the scenes. Once again, the defendant was the only one who had any rights in this case, while my husband's rights did not count. Joe admitted while under oath that he has received psychiatric care and experiences flashbacks from his tours while in Iraq, all of this while drinking large amounts of alcohol. Is this the type of person that should be trusted to safely operate a boat at night at a high rate of speed? Is this the type of man you want as your surgeon? Is this the type of surgeon you want to operate on you or your loved ones? Maybe some mental health counseling should have been the priority over alcohol in the boat. Joe needs to act like a grown man and step up and accept responsibility for his actions instead of cowering behind his attorneys. The decisions he made on the night of May 8, 2015 took the life of a loving husband, father, brother, son, and uncle. We are taught that our actions have consequences. Joe needs to suffer the consequences for his actions by going to jail. Plain and simple. Every one of us here knows deep down inside that a jail sentence is the only right thing to do. Joe killed a man. After all, it was not just a simple traffic violation. Joe will get to go home from jail, whereas my husband will never get to go home. I believe that the court should sentence Joe Urich to the maximum jail time allowed for each guilty offense that he was convicted of, and that each sentence should be served in a consecutive manner. Thank you.
Okay, Kathy, so that was a statement in court earlier this afternoon from Jenny Cuppett, the widow of the victim who died in that boating accident in Ohio in May 2015. The victim's name, her husband, was Brian Cuppett. That was one of the harshest victim statements I can remember hearing in court, Kathy. I don't know if you've heard any that measure up to it.
Well, actually, I've heard some pretty harsh ones, and I don't blame her. And that's the kind of victim statement I would give if I was on that end. Look, he got away with this. He is a doctor. He takes an oath to do no harm. And he, that's what he does for a living. And he drank, and he drank a lot of alcohol that night. And I don't care if the blood alcohol test didn't come into this trial. He did that, and he got behind the wheel of that boat, and he drove it recklessly, and her husband died because of it. So I don't blame her for being angry. I'm angry about it, and I don't even know him.
Well, sounds like
let him have it.
It sounds ultimately like she's trusting that those samples that were about a 0.151 or 0.152, in that range. She's trusting that those samples are accurate. Now, the prosecution said that even though the samples weren't refrigerated, that the science would indicate that they are accurate, and the judge seemed generally to buy that. But the defense has all these competing experts who say no, that when you don't refrigerate a sample with alcohol in it, it ferments and the alcohol level goes up. So the judge got out of the scientific debate and turned around and said, okay, look, the law says they have to be refrigerated. We have to follow the law. And he said right in the evidence ruling that if the legislature doesn't like this, the legislature needs to change the law. So the judge, I think, took the legal way out. And again, judges are usually apt to find the easiest way to decide an issue possible. Otherwise, the judge would have been saying, well, I don't know if that law applies to this situation. Then he risks getting overturned on appeal, and then he's got to engage in the whole battle of the scientific experts. So the judge just dispatched of it with the legal mechanism that he had available, which I don't blame him for doing. But ultimately, part of me wonders if this rage needs to be vented at the legislature rather than at the defendant or at the court.
Well, we don't know she's not going to go that route. No, we see that a lot after trials where victims' family members go on and they try and change laws, right? They go and they speak in front of the legislature, and they do try and get laws changed when things happen like this. But, she's right. Look, the defense, they got up there and he talked about having PTSD from being a medic over and seeing things that happen on the front lines, right? And then he has PTSD. So she's absolutely correct to get up there and say, do you want a surgeon who says he has PTSD and flashbacks operating on you? I don't blame her for being angry that he kind of almost, in her eyes, had the nerve to get up and talk about PTSD and flashbacks, and he can't help it when that happens, and yet he is got someone's life in his hands on a daily basis or weekly basis when he performs operations. Now, I know you went over the whole legal aspect, and we understand why the judge did what he did from inside that courtroom, but I understand where the victim's family members are coming from on this, about what he did. What he did that night, he shouldn't have done. He was reckless.
Well, let me ask this. I mean, we did hear Jenny Cuppett say that the local sheriff's department was guilty of what she called incompetence. The sheriff's deputies who took the sample from the doctor said they weren't even aware that they had to refrigerate it. So I can't say that that criticism is misplaced.
No, exactly. I mean, come on. They don't know. If they don't know, then who's supposed to know? I mean, they're the ones that need to know that. They need to, if that is the law, and that it's supposed to be refrigerated, they should know that. So absolutely. I'm glad that she said what she said. It needs to be known. It needs to be known in that town. This needs to, at the very least, be a learning lesson going forward.
Well, the other thing that she did, Kathy, she tried to spin this around and say, wait a minute, or excuse me, the defense tried to spin this around and say, oh, maybe they didn't refrigerate the sample because they knew it would look worse if they didn't refrigerate it. I don't know if you caught that, where the defense tried to flip that around and really accuse the local sheriff's department there in Ohio of pretty serious malfeasance for not refrigerating the samples.
Well, defense attorneys like to come up with a lot of different tricks, and they have a lot of things in their book when they go to trial to do their best to represent their client. So I actually didn't catch that, but that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, so it leaves us with the situation we have, and the sentencing was a sort of a tongue-in-cheek sentencing, because the judge said, okay, well, Dr. Urich, I'll give you 6 months on each one of the charges. That's the max on first-degree misdemeanors, as I understand it, in Ohio. It's what the prosecution asked for, but then he turned around and suspended the majority of the sentence. So when Rachel Stockman and I were doing the math here, and again, every jurisdiction is a little bit different with the way that it counts. Assuming that these are going to be served back to back, and then assuming that the suspended sentences come off of each individual 6-month sentence, you subtract 170 days from 6 months, and then subtract 180 days from another 6 months, and you wind up with 15 days of incarceration here. So it's possible that if I'm doing the math the way Ohio does its math, that he could wind up serving 15 days for what the original charges of drinking, boating, killing one person, injuring another, and he ultimately gets off the hook because he beat the felonies when the blood alcohol tests were thrown out.
Oh, I think when the judge announced his verdict, that's what we all thought was going to happen. We knew he was pretty much walking away from this unscathed. He was going to serve little to no time, because you're right, the felony went away in this, and it is what it is now at this point.
Well, it is, and I think the other parts of the sentencing were also interesting because the devil's oftentimes in the details here. The judge said a 1-year revocation of driver's license privileges. If you know, that's tough for a doctor who oftentimes has to be on emergency call.
That's true. So maybe that's something. I don't know, as a surgeon, I don't know how he practices and what he does, if he really is ever on emergency call. I don't know how that works for him, but
most are, as I understand it. General surgeons can oftentimes be called in on trauma cases, as I understand it. I know a few, but I have not gone over the details of this case with them.
Right. I mean, still, it's just a slap on the wrist when it comes from the victim's standpoint.
It is, but we're going to wrap up for the day. So, Kathy Russin, good to see you again.
Good to see you too, Aaron.
All right. As we usually do, I will remind everybody that we will be back on the air tomorrow at 9 a.m. We're going to be covering the Campbell trial out of North Carolina, where we are expecting closing arguments, and we also will continue to monitor this other case that we started covering in Ohio. That is the Gaspar case, where a 37-year-old is accused of a litany of charges, all the way from first-degree felonies on down through misdemeanors, for what prosecutors say was an aggravated vehicular homicide incident with the defendant slamming into and killing an Ohio State trooper. We begin our broadcast day here at the LawNewz Network at 9 in the morning, and we are here until 5 p.m. unless testimony runs late. Tonight, testimony has ended on time, so I will wish you a good evening.